The Pyramid Texts. By Samuel A. B. Mercer. Preface. The pyramid texts of ancient Egypt are the oldest large body of written material in the world. They are incised on limestone in thousands of lines of hieroglyphics, containing fragments of myths and legends, historical references and astronomical lore, geography and cosmology, religion and rituals, systems of theology, festivals, magic and morals, and with a literary technique capable of expressing the finest religious and ethical thoughts. The purpose of this work is to furnish in English a translation and commentary of these texts, a translation and commentary which make use of all the texts at present extant and known to the author, and which is designed to be a standard but interim work in this subject until such time in the future as all remaining pyramid texts will have been discovered, which will then, it is hoped, make possible the writing of a complete and definitive work. The contribution of this publication will be the first translation in English of the ancient pyramid texts, the first complete translation and full commentary of the texts in any language. And in addition to the hieroglyphic text of XVIII of over 400 lines, in translation, from the pyramids of Neet and Pepi II, in addition to the filling of many lacunae in the body of his text from Neet, Pepi II, and other pyramids, tombs and sarcophagi, discovered since the publication of XVIII's unfinished translation and commentary in German after his death in 1934. Fuller details of these texts, their discovery, nature, extent, and value are given in the introduction. There still remains the pleasant duty of acknowledging here the immediate help in the preparation of this publication given by the author's colleagues and friends. And first I would mention the kind aid and assistance given me by Dr. Ludlow Bull of the Metropolitan Museum of New York, who with the consent of Charles Breasted allowed me to read the late Professor J.H. Breasted's penciled copy of translated portions of the pyramid texts, and who with his colleague in the museum, Dr. William C. Hayes, aided me in many ways. I would also thank Dr. John D. Cooney and Mrs. Elizabeth Riefstall of the Brooklyn Museum for their many kindnesses, as well as Dr. Dryden of Cairo, Dr. Grappo of Berlin and Professor Garnot of Paris. The memory of the help of others, such as the late Professors Seeth, Gunn, and Breasted, will always remain with me. And the published works of these three scholars, together with those especially of Professor Keyes, have been my daily companions. I have an especially deep sense of gratitude to express to the writers of excursuses, Professors Dryden, Keyes, Garnot, Schott, Van de Waal, M. Lecoq, and Mr. Robert Briggs, in whose essays I have followed as closely as possible the form in which they were submitted to me. The assistance of the Reverend Father Keller, a former pupil of mine, not only in many details in the preparation of this work, but also and especially in the full and complete indexes to the translation which he has contributed, has been a great help and a priceless contribution. Also his map, made especially for the pyramid texts, will be found to serve its purpose well. In reading proof, Father Keller and Mr. Briggs have not only avoided many an error in detail, but have also made valuable contributions to the interpretation and illustration of many a difficult passage. Finally, Miss Saville Marshall, who has typed these hundreds of pages, has accomplished, as an expert in her art, a first-class task. But this work could not have been published had it not had the good fortune of receiving a substantial grant from the Zion Research Foundation, who have already on other occasions shown their enlightened interest in the publication of works in the realm of biblical and religious research. To this foundation, and especially to their secretary, Mr. Wilfred B. Wells, and board, the author expresses his most cordial thanks. Nor could the work of printing and publishing have been so efficiently and satisfactorily done without the cordial cooperation of Messrs. Longmans, Green and Company, who have done everything in their power to satisfy us. Samuel A. B. Mercer. Worcester, Massachusetts, August, 1952. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Introduction. The famous pyramid texts herein translated for the first time in English with commentary were found inscribed on the walls of 5 pyramids at Ser, the ancient necropolis of Memphis in Egypt. These pyramids are those of the kings Yunus of the 5th dynasty, and Teti, Pepi I, Merenra, and Pepi II of the 6th dynasty. To this translation has been added that of recently discovered additional texts, parallel and complementary, in the pyramids of Augetan, Neat, and Apuit, queens of Pepi II, and of Ibi, a king of the 7th dynasty, of whom little historically is known. Thus, according to the present generally accepted chronology, these pyramids were constructed, and apparently inscribed, between the years about 2350 to 2175 BC. It is, however, certain that many of these texts came into existence before the final union of Upper and Lower Egypt, and perhaps long before that date, which is now put at about 3000 BC. Indeed, some of them possibly existed in oral form before the art of writing was developed. These inscriptions together with others were after that probably written on papyrus and potsherds, many of which in time perished, the rest remaining in various forms until they were collected and incised on the walls of the Ser H pyramids. Evidence of a date previous to about 3000 BC is seen in passages which reflect events and conditions previous to the union of the two lands, for example, the hostility between North and South, before the time of the first king, Menes. In the mode of burying bodies of the dead in the sand, in the pre-civilized era reflected in the so-called cannibal hymn, and in the many references to the assembling of the bones of the deceased, passages which indicate a pre-mummification period. And in the historic period various chronological points can be established with fair certainty, such as the time of the 2nd dynasty, when both Horus and Set were in favor in royal circles. References to previously written material such as the chapter of those who ascend, and the chapter of those who raise themselves up, 1245 D.E., indicating a time in the historic period in which writing became common. And the formulae for the protection of pyramids, such as, Uts. 600 to 601, which represent a date after the time of the construction of pyramids. So that the myths and legends, the history and philosophy, the hopes and fears of people, subjects as well as monarchs, of many hundreds of years were finally inscribed in enduring stone, which over 4,000 years removed from our time, may now be read with comparative ease and certainty, thanks to the modern discipline of archaeological research and philology. The extent of this written material may be appreciated in saying that it takes well over 1,000 pages of 2 quarto volumes to contain it. In the standard modern edition of the original text, together with parallels and additions from the pyramids of Pepi II, Neat, and others, there are about 7,000 lines, most of which are parallels. Of more or less completeness of the estimated 2,500 lines, which occur in one or other of the pyramids. For most of the utterances occur in more than one pyramid, but very few are repeated in all these pyramids. Thus, the Pyramid of Yunus has only 208 utterances out of a total of over 730. And they with those of the Pyramid of Teti are among the oldest in the collection. A general idea of the contents of this mass of literary material may be seen in the detailed list of contents preceding this introduction. But that does not mean that these texts present a coherent whole, for they do not. And while there are clearly 3 outstanding elements in them, namely, solar theology, religion and myths of Osiris, and the political unification of Upper and Lower Egypt, yet the following 7 points may be taken to represent the whole collection with fair general accuracy. 1. A funerary ritual of mortuary offerings, connected with the corporeal reconstitution and resurrection of the deceased king. 2. Magical formulae to ward against harm and evil. 3. A ritual of worship. 4. Religious hymns. 5. Mythical formulae, identifying the deceased king with certain deities. 6. Prayers and petitions on behalf of the deceased king. And 7. The greatness and power of the deceased king in heaven. These pyramid texts were royal texts, and during the Old Kingdom there is no evidence that the people ever took them to themselves and used them in their own tombs. However, at the end of the 6th dynasty, Neat, one of the queens of Pepi II, had them applied to herself, though the second person and third person masculine singular were often used and applied to her. But during the Middle Kingdom the use of them spread to the nobles, and in the New Kingdom parts of them were incorporated in the popular Theban Book of the Dead. And doubtless because of their sanctity little attempt was made to put them in accord with changed circumstances. When these small pyramids were built and inscribed the age of the Great Pyramids, like those at Giza, had passed, and with it the sense of royal security after this life. The Great Pyramids had been entered in spite of their thousands of tons of masonry, and kings came to look elsewhere for the assurance of a happy and glorious hereafter. They turned to religion and magic. By mortuary offerings and funerary rites the deceased king was armed for his future life. And by magic he was endowed with physical and spiritual power, becoming a great god and associating with the gods, to avoid whatever in the world to come might otherwise compromise his destiny. The purpose of these royal texts then was to guarantee the deceased king's resurrection and new birth, his transfiguration and divinity, his successful journey to heaven, and his immortality there with the other gods. There in heaven as a great god, sometimes as the greatest of all the gods, the deceased king was believed to be able to overcome all difficulties by his own might, or by identifying himself with other gods. In the earliest of these texts two very ancient doctrines may be discerned, that of the old heaven god, perhaps Horus the Elder, in which the deceased king as a star was prominent. And that of the sun god where the deceased as the sun god was contemplated. But the two were harmonized doubtless at a very early period, when the celestial abode of the heaven and star gods became identified with that of the solar deities. But what we do see more clearly in the pyramid texts are the two opposing systems of theological thought, that of Ra of Heliopolis and that of Osiris. The pyramid texts were largely solar, but long before the texts were inscribed in the pyramids of Ser, there existed Osirian texts as well as solar ones. Though there is reason to believe that the learned men and scribes of Heliopolis were the first to make collections of their texts. And gradually as such collections were being made, there was a tendency to include Osirian texts, as well as an effort on the part of Osirians to facilitate the entrance of their texts into the great solar collections, cf. Excursus XXII, with the result that there was a redaction continually going on, in which not only was the name of Osiris introduced into the collections, especially as an epithet of the king, such as Osiris Teti, but also the name of the solar king was introduced into original Osirian texts. However, the great bulk of the texts remained solar and celestial with comparatively little trace of the underworld character of the Osirian faith. There are also traces in these texts of other systems of theological thought than the Heliopolitan and Osirian, namely, those of Memphis and Hermopolis. As one reads these ancient texts, there is a primitiveness about them which is not unexpected, though they are never naive. There is much repetition, not much order, contradictions, errors, and sometimes what appear to be ridiculous statements, but in spite of all that, real poetic passages and consistent reasoning are not lacking. There is the art to create images, figures of speech, and metaphors in beautiful and choice language. There are paronymagy, parallelisms, litanies, and hymns. There are poetic expressions, such as 567a, c, real lyrics, like Ut. 362. Symbolical expressions, such as 681d, and really fine bits, like 307a, c. There are proverbs, such as 396d, and adages, such as 444e. The most symmetrically and mechanically arranged utterance in the whole collection is Ut. 575, which reminds one of PS 119. But the overall characteristic of these texts is their religious and funerary, their magical, mythological, and astronomic expressions, interpretations, and predispositions. Auguste Mariette had the distinction, in the later part of his life, of being the modern discoverer of the inscribed pyramids at Ser, but it was Maspero in 1880 working under Mariette's direction, who discovered the first set of pyramid texts. They were those inscribed on the walls of the sarcophagus chamber of the Pyramid of Pepi. Following that, he found texts in the pyramids of Unis of the Fifth Dynasty, as well as in the pyramids of Teti, Merenra, and Pepi II, in addition to Pepi I, all of the Sixth Dynasty. This work of discovery of pyramid texts did not find a continuation until the years 1920 and 1936, when the Swiss Egyptologist, XVIII, discovered texts in the pyramids of XVIII, Neat, and Aput, queens of Pepi II, and in that of Ibi. An obscure king of the 7th dynasty, besides clearing that of Pepi II, whom XVIII records as N. Neferkare. These texts usually occupy the walls of the sarcophagus chamber except the west side, and are so disposed that the deceased king in his sarcophagus might spiritually see and read them. Texts are also on the walls of the antechamber, on the horizontal passages, and some are on the walls of the vestibule and even on those of the ramp. They are normally in vertical columns, incised on the limestone walls, some excellently done as in the pyramids of Unis and Pepi II, others very crudely done as in that of Ibi. As Maspero was the discoverer of the pyramid texts, so B was the first to make an edition and translation of them. These were all the pyramid texts which were known at the time of their publication in 1894. And in view of what we now know about the difficulties of the pyramid texts, this edition and translation were evidence of the genius of the great master. Even today many of his translations accord with the best that is known on those passages, which is an indication of his great learning and insight. For years before the beginning of this century XVIII, whose name will be forever associated with the pyramid texts, was deeply interested in everything which concerned them. He as well as other trained Egyptologists realized that the earlier copy of the texts was often incorrect, and that a new and scientifically copied edition was a necessity. Accordingly, taking advantage of the work of Dr. Heinz and Ludwig Borchardt, who were in Egypt taking impressions and photographs of the pyramid texts for slips in preparation for the making of the great Berlin Wörterbuch der Ägyptischen Sprache. XVIII made use of their material in preparing a new edition of the pyramid texts. And no Egyptologist was more thoroughly prepared for such an undertaking than XVIII. And so he began the critical and exacting task of constructing a text principally on the basis of the 5 versions Unis, Teti, Pepi I, Merenra, and Pepi II, which was finished and published in 1908 to 1910 in 2 great quarto volumes of over 1,000 pages of hieroglyphic text, which is now the standard text. To accompany the text, he followed them with a 3rd volume of critical apparatus in 1922 and a 4th of epigraphy in the same year. Thus the great work of giving to the world the text of the oldest collection of mythical, religious, and literary material in existence was finished. However, the text was marred by one blemish, but not due to the science of XVIII. It was due to the fact that a considerable portion of the texts in the 5 pyramids was broken, damaged and destroyed, a condition which may never be completely remedied. It is along this line that Egyptologists who were specialists in these texts have been working since the time of XVIII. Already considerable progress has been made in the discovery of texts, anciently copied from the texts in these 5 pyramids, before they were damaged, and recorded elsewhere, in a further study of the walls of the 5 pyramids themselves. And in the discovery and publishing of new pyramids and tombs with parallel and additional texts, all which will be used in the future, but not till after many years of archaeological research in Egypt, in the construction of a more complete text. Already between 1920 and 1936 XVIII discovered at Ser similar texts in the pyramids of XVIII, Neat, and Aput of the 6th dynasty and of Ibi of the 7th dynasty. In 1932 the Egyptian expedition of the Metropolitan Museum of Art discovered in the cemetery surrounding the pyramid of Seyenwosret-I at Lisht the tomb of an official of the 12th dynasty named Seyenwosret-Tank, containing a long series of inscriptions drawn from the pyramid texts, and published in 1937. And in 1935 William C. Hayes published the Royal Sarcophagi of the 18th dynasty, containing parts of the pyramid texts, which are useful in filling some lacunae in the Ser texts. Then older publications are useful, such as that of De Morgan in 1894 to 1895 of similar texts in a private tomb at Dashur, that of Firth and Gunn in 1926 of texts in the Teti Pyramid cemeteries at Ser, and that of Borchardt in 1913 of similar texts in the mortuary temple of Sahur at Abur. Then there are the coffin texts of the Middle Kingdom and the Theban Book of the Dead of the New Kingdom, which contain pyramid texts in modified and further modified form. as well as tombs of kings, such as that of VIII, and of private individuals, which contain pyramid texts sometimes in quite exact quotation. All these and others may be drawn upon in the future construction of a still more perfect version of the famous ancient pyramid texts of Ser. Quite recently T.G. Allen of the University of Chicago has published a most useful guide to all parallel and illustrative Egyptian texts at present known in his valuable book, Occurrences of Pyramid Texts with Cross-Indexes of These and Other Egyptian Mortuary Texts. Chicago, 1950. After the publication of his text, Seith's next concern was to prepare a translation with a commentary. The central thought in his busy years of research as soon as the text was published was directed towards that purpose, and by 1929 he was ready to begin. He was master of an immense accumulation of philological, historical, and religious facts in the field of ancient Egyptian literature, and with him were associated co-workers and colleagues, such as Lang, Grappo, and Sander Hansen. He began with Ut. 213 and by the time of his death in 1934 had finished up to and including Ut. 506, or less than one half of the text as he had published it. It remained for a commission of his associates to carry on the work. This they began to do immediately after the great master's death. Seith's translation and commentary on Uts. 213 to 506 was not ready for the printer. It needed revising, especially in the later portions, and writing. The commission received the material left by Seith and published it much as it was. Before the beginning of the war in 1939 4 volumes of translation and commentary were published, which included Uts. 213 to 506, or between 1/3 and 1/2 of the whole. A 5th volume is said to be in preparation. Not counting the early and tentative translation by Maspero in 1894, Seith's is the only translation itself only between 1/3 and 1/2 of the whole in any language of the pyramid texts, except one made in French by L. Speliers, a Belgian Egyptologist in 1923 to 1924, remade in 1934, but without a commentary. No translation in any other language has so far been published. Individual scholars have translated portions here and there for their use in works on various aspects of ancient Egyptian religion and thought, philology and literature, customs and history, such as Keyes, Junker, Dryden, Weil, Breasted, Gardner, Gunn, Sander Hansen, etc. The present translation is thus, the only complete one with full commentary in any language. It is not as full as that part of Seith's which is finished, but it has been planned to be more concise in its comments, leaving longer comments on important points for a series of excursuses, so as not to interfere with the proportioned flow of comment on the current text. But it has been able to make use of large portions of the pyramids of Pepi II and Neat as well as of publications of other pyramids, tombs, and sarcophagi brought to light since Seith's day. It has thus added over 400 lines to the text, besides, filling some smaller lacunae here and there. It is not claimed to be a definitive translation, because we have not yet a definitive text. Such a text and translation may never be able to be made, because of quite natural causes. But with the further discovery of new texts and a complete comparison with all extant later parallels in texts already published as well as yet unpublished, a future text and translation will be called for. For that reason, in this present translation use has been made of material later than the time of the pyramid texts themselves only when it was thought to have some light to throw upon a problem difficult of solution, or when it gave a new meaning to a passage. In other words, this is an interim translation and commentary of the pyramid texts for the use not only of Egyptologists but likewise of students of religions and comparative religions, of literature and comparative literature, of the history of ideas and customs, and of culture and civilization in general. There is published with it a complete apparatus for general use such as an analysis of each utterance with a discussion of its date, a series of excursuses on important subjects, a full glossary of useful terms, phrases, and subjects, and a full index to the translation. In translating and interpreting these texts many things have had to be taken into consideration and many allowances have had to be made. It must be remembered that many of these old utterances or discourses are veritable magic formulae to procure for the deceased king all kinds of material satisfaction, to protect him against any enemies he may meet on his way to the other world, and to procure for him an eternal life. And that very often place names refer to celestial locations and not to ancient places in Egypt. In keeping with their general magical character, most if not all of these utterances begin with the expression ddmdw, which is a rubrical direction, to say, that is, the words are to be spoken or recited by someone, often a lector priest. Sometimes the deceased king himself, and sometimes by him in the first person. The rubric sometimes directs that the petition be repeated 4 times. There is evidence that some of the utterances were written in the first person singular, and were later changed to the third person singular. Ut. 506 is a good example of a text which was surely in the first person singular originally, but in general in translations the third person has been used unless the form of the first person has been reproduced in the hieroglyphic text. It has been useful to notice when the first person is used, for it is one of the signs of an early date for the text in which it is found, for example, Uts. 325 and 563 are late, and one of the indications is that the third person singular is always used. On the whole, the determination of the date of a text is rather uncertain, and sometimes impossible. There can be no systematic ordering of the dates as J, E, D, P of Old Testament criticism. Nor is N, the sign of the genitive, a sure guide of date, its presence indicating a late and its absence an early date, as the occurrence and the absence of the N in the same sentence or compound sentence proves, cf 2056c. Among the texts of the Ser pyramids there is evidence of redaction of some of them, thus, Ut 55 is a rewriting for kings of the historic period of an older text, composed for the predynastic kings of Buto. And some long utterances are made up of independent short parts, with some changes added by the redactor, e.g. Ut 468. Indeed the pyramid texts are to a large extent a composition, compiling, and joining of earlier texts. Moreover, there are corruptions in the texts, mistakes in writing, errors in grammar and syntax, contradictions and confusions, expressions which seem ridiculous, and illogical expressions. Most of which have been referred to in the commentary on the text where they occur. There are numerous paronomasia and words of double meaning. And superstition led to the mutilation of hieroglyphic signs of creatures which were thought, if left whole, may be capable of injuring the deceased king, and the fish for the same reason was used only once, 218 c.n. in the inscriptions in his burial chamber. As there is a minimum of classification and order in the sequence of the texts, a list of contents of the pyramid texts precedes this introduction. Therein an attempt has been made to find groups of texts without disturbing the sequence of the text in VIII's edition. Consequently it often happens that we are obliged to group some texts under the heading, texts of miscellaneous contents. However, there are many instances where texts grouped in VIII's edition form a natural and often perfect group, e.g. the Serpent charms of Uts. 226 to 244, or the Ferryman texts, Uts. 300 to 337. In translations an honest effort has been made to express the sense of the original in English, with the result that many translations are literal instead of free. Thus in 1004d the original is translated, at the voice of lamentation, instead of, at the sound of lamentation, so that the English will be apt to be stilted instead of elegant. As in all ancient languages, particles, such as adverbs, and conjunctions are rare, with the result that it is often not easy to make the correct sequence or dependence, rendering the sense of the sentence or passage uncertain. Again the same word in different contexts may require varied renderings, such as the word GB which means flood, abundance, or violence, in accordance with the context. To save as much space as possible, very few alternative translations have been introduced, where in many cases the same phrase or sentence could be rendered in different ways. In most lines of the pyramid texts the line as it appears in 2 or more pyramids is given. In other words, in VIII's edition every line is given in as many pyramids as it occurs. So as a rule the earliest text is the one followed in translating the line unless one of the other pyramids has decidedly the best text. Where important differences occur, they are pointed out in the commentary. But where differences are not helpful in interpretation they are not always noted. Nor are variants in other texts not in the XIII edition referred to unless they are useful in a better understanding of the meaning of the text. Whenever to say occurs if in only one of the parallel pyramids, it is used in the translation. In the commentary on Utts. 213-506, XVIII's discussions were ever before me, and I felt myself constrained by his logic and learning to follow him. But wherever I felt that another solution to a problem of interpretation was better though different from his I have not hesitated to use it. In other words, in those utterances, XVIII became my standard unless I could improve on it, as I often did, I believe, in the light of additional NT or N texts or still later texts or comparative literature or religion. In all my comments, I have felt free to draw upon any sources, especially ancient ones, whenever I felt the need of an illustrative idea or custom. But I have been unable to take advantage of some of the new points made by my colleagues in their excursuses, due to a difference of date in the completion of the earlier parts of this work and the arrival of their manuscript. At the same time, obvious remarks have been avoided as much as possible, and only important differences and similarities between lines, paragraphs, and utterances have been noted. Minor errors, whether in the original hieroglyphics, or in XVIII's text, are not always noted, neither are the presence or absence of an I prosthetic, or a genitival N always mentioned. Nor has the analysis of the utterances been too meticulous in unessential matters, for as the German proverb has it, Wer auf jede Feder acht. Nie das Bet fertig macht. The abbreviations of the pyramids in which texts so far have been found are, W equals Eunice, T equals Teddy, P equals Pepi I, M equals Merenra, N equals Pepi II, Neferker, NT equals Neat, IP. Equals Apuit, WD equals Aujetten, IB equals ABA, CN equals CN Wosratank. In the translations of the texts of these pyramids, instead of using the different abbreviations for the different sovereigns, the letter N, nomen, is used throughout. Other abbreviations may be seen in the list of abbreviations of literature. The square brackets are used to designate a conjecture made by XVIII, or by me, which has not with satisfaction been textually verified. The round brackets are used for explanatory words or phrases or for alternative translations. Capitalization is used as sparingly as possible in the translation and commentary, but when common nouns referring to things are personified, or deified, or both, they are written with a capital letter. But punctuation marks are used somewhat excessively, especially where they aid the meaning. I have always made a slight departure from the orthodox method of transliterating hieroglyphics, in the interest of simplicity, in that I have used the accepted I when it is initial, but I otherwise. And I use the grammatical word gentilic instead of the word nisbi. In case of the two words usually translated, the first soul and the other double, I use the transliterated forms B and K, or BA and Ka, to avoid misunderstanding in the supposed English equivalents. In the case of the plural of Ka, I use the form Kas or Kas, which others also use. Any differences in the transliteration of words, in abbreviations, and in modes of reference, etc. in the excursuses of authors other than myself are ordinarily retained. In broken passages, the approximate length of the broken line is indicated by. The excursuses are meant to treat subjects ordinarily too large for the commentary, but the discussion is confined to the pyramid texts. Except for parallel and illustrative matter. The glossary is meant to give a brief description or definition of important words, names, phrases, and subjects which occur in the translation and commentary, with as a rule only one reference, usually the most important one. Other references may be found in the commentary, in the index, or in Spelier's excellent vocabulary. The list of abbreviations applies to the chief works actually used in this book. And the index which follows is that to the translation alone, but which naturally serves the commentary as well. On account of the lack of hieroglyphic type only a few hieroglyphs, considered essential in the comments, have been used, and are collected together on 3 plates at the end of the work, but referred to in the commentary by plate and number. With a few exceptions of names of a general character, only those found in the translation and commentary are entered in the map, which appears at the end of the last volume. As noted above, the only scientific edition of the hieroglyphic texts of the inscribed pyramids was made by VIII in 1908 to 1910. The texts form a collection of 714 utterances or chapters, and although most of the utterances occur in more than one pyramid and very few are repeated in all the pyramids in which the texts are found, many of them are damaged and incomplete wherever they are found in the texts published by VIII. However, since the time of VIII's publication similar texts have been found in other pyramids at Ser of the VIIth and VIIth dynasties as well as in private tombs of the Middle Kingdom, and which have been published, and are specified above. A study of these additional texts has made it possible for me to add in translation 386 lines to the approximately 6,500 lines in VIII's hieroglyphic edition, and to make 57 larger restorations, besides many smaller ones, amounting to about 40 additional lines, making in all an addition of about 426 lines, in translation, to VIII's original edition. The confirmation from texts not available to VIII of his restorations are not recorded in these lists, but they are given in the commentary, e.g. that in 130, while emendations and restorations as well as all substantial additions are mentioned in the comments on the lines where they occur. Therefore, for convenience of reference to the published hieroglyphic texts, there follow here 2 lists, the first a list of the added lines, and the second a list of the larger restorations. The additions as well as the restorations, larger and smaller, are also recorded, at their appropriate places in the commentary. Added lines. 40c, 40u, nt. XVIII, 12, 283-301. 41a, 43b, 302-308. 45a, 1-49 plus 12, 309-328. 68i, q, n, v, 392 plus I to 392 plus 9. 1059b plus 1 to 1059b plus 5, nt, 14, 1055 plus 47 to 52, and XVIII, XXVII 700 XXVII 706. 1060 plus 1, n. 14, 1055 plus 49. 1061a plus f to 1061a plus 2, nt, XXV, 704, and n, XVIII, 14 1055 plus 50. 1061c plus 1 to 1061c plus 4, n, XVIII, 14, 1055 plus 5, and nt. XVIII, XXVII 705 to 706. 1063 e, Teddy, Firth and Gunn, 235. 1582a, 1586, nt, XVIII, 8, 14 to 17. 1675a, b, n, 7, 709 plus 40. 1676c, 7, 709 plus 41. 1676c plus 1, 7, 709 plus 42. 1757, nt. 8, 1. 1758b, 8, 1. 1761c, 8, 4. 1763a, XXXI, 806. 1764a, 807. 1785a, n, I, 171. 1792, v, 474. 1793a plus 1, n. XVIII, v, 475. 1793b, 475 to 476. 1824 f, g, nt. 13, 361 to 363. 1825a, 1 and 1825a, 2, 358 to 359. 1828a, 363 to 364. 1831a plus 1 to 1831a plus 5, 13, 366 to 368. 1832A plus 1, 370. 1832B plus 1 to 1832B plus 14, 371 to 375. 1845A, N. I, 576. 1845C, 577. 1846B, 577. 1854B, 7, 580. 1857A, 582. 1859, 583. 1859 plus 1 to 1859 plus 11, 583 to 583 plus 3. 1882A, 1 to 1882D. 709 plus 20 to 709 plus 21. 1883A, D, 709 plus 21 to 709 plus 22. 1884 to 1897, 583 plus 4 to 583 plus 10. 1898A, B, 9, 719 plus 20, and NT. XVIII, XXV 658. 1899 C, F, N, XVIII, 9, 719 plus 20 to 719 plus 21, and NT. XVIII, XXV 659 to 660. 1900 A, B, NT. XVIII, XXV, 660. 1901 A, N, 9, 719 plus 21. 1901 B, NT. 25, 661. 1902 A, 661 to 662. 1902 B, 662. 1902 E, 663. 1903 B, 663 to 664. 1903 C, 664. 1904 A, N, 9, 719 plus 23, and NT. XVIII, XXV 664. 1904 B, N. XVIII, 9, 719 plus 23. 1905 A, 219 plus 23. 1905 B, NT. 25, 665. 1906 A, E, 665 to 667. 1907 A, E, 667 to 668. 1908 D, E, Litany-Like, 729 to 730. 1909 A, 17, 480. 1909 B, Litany-Like, 130. 1909 C, NT. XVIII, Litany-Like, 731. 1910 B, C, 731 to 732. 1911 to 1 to 1911 to 2, 732. 1911, 732 to 733. 1912 B, N, 9, 719 plus 27. 1912 C, D, NT. 28, 733 to 734. 1913 to 1, 734. 1913 A, 734. 1914 A, C, N, 6, 709 plus 2. 1914 D, F, NT, Litany-Like, 735 to 736. 1916 to 1, 737. 1916 to 2, N, 6, 709 plus 4. 1916 to 3, NT. 28, 738. 1916 A, B, 738 to 739. 1917, 739. 1818, 739. 1919 A, 739 to 740. 1919 B, N, 6, 709 plus 6. 1919 C, NT. 28, 740. 1920 A, B, 740. 1921 to 1, 741. 1921-2, 741. 1921-3, 741. 1921, 28, 741-742. 1921 plus 1 to 192 1 plus 6, 742-743. 1922. 743. 1922 plus 1 to 1922 plus 7, 744-745. 1924 plus 1 to 1924 plus 3, 746. 1924 plus 4, 747. 1925, 747. 1926A plus 1 to 1926A plus 2, 747-748. 1926A plus 3, N, 709 plus 16 and NT, Jequir, Zik 749. 1927A, 1 to 192 7A, 2, N, Jequir, 6, 709 plus 16. 1927A, 3, NT, Zix, 750. 1927A, 750-751. 1927C plus 1 to 1927C plus 5, 752-754. 1927C plus 6 to 1927C plus 7, N. 6, 709 plus 18. 1929, NT, Zix, 757. 1930-1, 758. 1930-2, N, Jequir, 6, 709 plus 19. 1930-3 to 1930-5, NT, 19, 759-760. 1930 plus 1, N, 709 plus 2, NT, Jequir, Zik 761. 1931-1 to 1931-3, NT. Jequir, Zix, 761-762. 1932, 763. 1932 plus 4, 763. 1933A, differs from XVIII 1933A, Zix, 763. 1933B, differs from XVIII 1933A, 764. 1933B plus 1 to 1933B plus 4, Zix, 764-765. 1934A. 765. 1934 plus 1 to 1934 plus 3, XXX, 766. 1935 to 1 to 1935, 766-767. 1936B, XXX 767. 1936 plus 1 to 1936B plus 5, 768-769. 1938B, 769. 1938B plus 1. 769. 1939 to 1 to 1939 to 4, 769-770. 1939 plus 1, 771. 1940, 771. 1940 plus 1 to 1940 plus 6, 771-772. 1941B plus 1 to 1941B plus 3, 773-774. 1942B plus 1. 774-775. 1943A, 1 to 1943A, 3, 775. 1943A, 775-776. 1944A plus 1 to 1944A, 4, 776-778. 1945C plus 1, 778-779. 1946A, 1 to 1946A, 3, 779. 1946A. 779-780. 1947B plus 1 to 1947B plus 6, 780 to 781. 1948C plus 1 to 1948C plus 3, 17, 491. 1948C plus 4 to 1948C plus 7, 491 to 492. 1949 to 1, XXX, 783. 1950C plus 1, 784. 1950C plus 2, 784. 1951 to 1 to 1951 to 2, 784. 1952 plus 1 to 1952 plus 6, 785 to 786. 1955 A.I., 787. 1958 B plus 1, N. XVIII, X, 744. 1960 A, 1 to 1968, 2, 750. 1962 A plus 1 to 1962 A plus 2, 755. 1966 C, 756. 2120 A, NT. 32, 819. 2123 A, 822 to 823. 2126 A, 1 to 2126 A, 6, 822 to 828. 2126 A, 828 to 829. 2126 B plus 1 to 2126 B plus 2, 829 to 830. 2127 A, 1 to 2127 A, 2, 830. 2127 A, 831. 2127 B plus 1 to 2127 B plus 4, 832 to 833. 2128 A, 1, 833 to 834. 2128 A, 834. 2128 B plus 1 to 2128 B plus 4, 834 to 835. 2130 plus 3 to 2130 plus 4, N. 11, 1013. 2131 plus 5, 1014. 2133 plus 4, 1016. 2136 plus 1 to 2136 plus 2, 1016 plus 1. 2136 plus 4 to 2136 plus 6, 1016 plus 2. 2136 B plus 1, 12, 1050. 2066 B, 1051. 2168 plus 1 to 2168 plus 6. 1054 to 1055 plus 4. 2176 A plus 2, XX, 1309. Larger restorations. 12b, N. XVIII, 2, 213, and IB, XVIII, 327. 16e, NT, 9, 68, CF Hayes Sayan Wosratank, 4293. 1062, NT, XVIII, XXV, 706. 1739 A plus 1, N, Ziv, 1350 plus 74 to 75. 1745 B, XX, 1315. 1757, NT. 8, 1. 1761 A, NT, XVIII, 8, 3. 1855 C, N, 7, 581. 1859 plus 1 to 1859 plus 11, 6 to 7, 583 to 583 plus 3. 1902 C, N, XVIII, 9, 719 plus 22, and NT, XVIII, XXV 662. 1902 D, NT. XVIII, XXV, 662. 1923, 29, 745. 1924, 745. 1927 B, 751. 1927 C, 752. 1929 C, 757. 1930, Seath 19390A, 760. 1913A, B, 762. 1942A. XXX, 774. 1943B, 776. 1945C, 778. 1947B, 780. 1948A, 781. 1949, 783. 1950C, 783. 1951A, 785. 1964C, N. X, 756. 1966B, 756. 1969A, 758. 1970B, 759. 1970D, 759. 1994A, NT. 22, 601 to 602. 2083B, 7, 28. 2118C, XXII, 600 to 601. 2121A, XXXI, 820. 2121B, 820 to 821. 2122B, 821 to 822. 2123B, 823. 2124A, 824. 2124B, 824. 2125B, 825. 2126B, 829. 2127B, 831. 2128B, 834. 2134, N. 11, 1016. 2136, 11, 1016 plus 1. 2156B, 12, 1039. 2163B, N. Jequier, 12, 1047. 2163C, 1048. 2168, 1053. 2176B. XX, 1309. For reasons given in the commentary at the points under consideration, a few changes in the numbering of lines and utterances have had to be made. A list of which follows. Changes in numbering of lines. 1757, equals, seath, 1757A, B. 1760A, equals, 1760B. 1760B, equals, 1760C. 1825A, equals, 1825A, B. 1845B, equals, 1845. 1857A, equals, 1857. 1886A, in part, equals, 1886. 1887B, in part, equals, 1887. 1902C, equals, 1902B. 1902D, equals, 1902C. 1903A, equals, 1908A. 1906F, G, equals, 1906C, D. 1909C, equals, 1909B. 1909D, equals, 1909C. 1928A, B, equals, 1928B. 1930, equals, 1930A. 1939, equals, 1939B. 1943B plus 1, equals, 1943B, end. 2160B plus 1, equals, 2160B. 2161B to 2161B plus 1, equals, 2161B. Changes in numbering of utterances. Ut. 665, sections 1898 through 1907. 665A, sections 1908 through 1918. 665B, sections 1919 through 1930 plus 1. 666, 1931 to 1 to 1934. Equals. Seath 665A, sections 1898 through 1916. Seeth, Boot, 666, sections 1917 through 1933. Oot. 667, sections 1934 plus 1 to 1942 B plus 1. 667a, sections 1943a, 1 to 1948 C plus 3. 667b, sections 1948 C plus 4 to 1948 C plus 7. 667c, sections 1949 through 1 to 1958 B plus 1. Equals. Seeth, Boot, 667, sections 1934 through 1958. Oot. 691, sections 2120 through 2125. 691a, sections 2126a, 1 to 2126b plus 2. 691b, sections 2127a, 1 to 2128b plus 4. 691c, sections 2129 through 1 to 2136 plus 6. Equals. Seeth, Boot, 691, sections 2120 through 2136. Oot, 696, sections 2163 to 2168 plus 6. Equals. Seeth, Boot, 696, sections 2163 through 2168. I, Nut and the Deceased King. Utterances 1 to 11. Utterance 1. 1a, to say by Nut, the brilliant, the great, this is, my, son, my, firstborn, and, opener of, my, womb. 1b, this is, my, beloved, with whom I have been satisfied. Utterance 2. 1c. To say by Geb, this is, my, son, n, of, my, body. 1d. Utterance 3. 2a, to say by Nut, the great, who is within the lower mansion, this is, my, son, n, my, beloved. 2b. My, eldest, son, who is, upon the throne of Geb, with whom he has been satisfied. 2c, to whom he gave his inheritance in the presence of the great Ennead. 3a, all the gods are in exultation, they say, how beautiful is N. With whom his father Geb is satisfied. Utterance 4. A, to say by Nut, N, I have given to thee thy sister Isis. 3c, that she may take hold of thee, that she may give thy heart to thee which belongs to thy body. Utterance 5. 3d. To say by Nut, N, I have given to thee thy sister Nephthys. 3e, that she may take hold of thee, that she may give thy heart to thee which belongs to thy body. Utterance 6. 4a, to say by Nut-Nekbet, the great, this is, my, beloved, N, my, son. 4b, I have given the horizons to him, that he may be powerful over them like Hereafter. 4c, all the gods say, it is a truth that thy beloved among thy children is N. 4d, to whom one will do service of courtier forever. Utterance 7. 5a. To say by Nut, the great, who is, within the encircled mansion, this is, my, son N, of, my, heart. 5b, I have given to him the D.T, that he may be chief therein, like Horus, chief of the D.T. 5c, all the gods say, to Nut. 5d. Thy father Shu knows that thou lovest N more than thy mother Tefnut. Utterance 8. 6. He lives, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, beloved of Ra, living forever. Utterance 9. 7a, Horus, lives, beloved of the two lands, N. King of Upper and Lower Egypt, N, of the two goddesses beloved Bodily, N, lords of Ombos, N. 7b, heir of Geb, whom he loves, N, beloved of all the gods, N, given life, endurance, joy, health, all happiness, like Ra. Utterance 10. 8a. Horus lives, living apparition of the king of Upper and Lower Egypt, N. 8b, of the land of, the two goddesses, living apparition, n. 8c, of the land of, the two lords, of Ombos, n. 8d, Osiris, lord of the d.t, n. 8e. The beloved son of Geb, n. 8f, son of Nut, opener of her body, womb, n. 8g, endowed with life, endurance, joy, health, lycra, eternally. Utterance 11. 8h. To say by Nut, I unite thy beauty with this body, and with, this B.A., for life, endurance, joy, health. 8i, of Horus, divine apparition, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, n. Of the land of, the two goddesses, divine apparition, n. 8j. Powerful lord, of Ombos, n. Living eater, Nali. 2. Ritual of bodily restoration of the deceased, and offerings. Utterances 12 to 203. Utterances 12 to 19. 12. 9a. 13. 9b, to say, I give to thee thy head, I fasten for thee thy head to, thy, bones. 14. 9c, to say, I give to him his eyes, that he may be satisfied. Offering of food and drink. 15. 9d, to say, Geb has given to thee thine eyes, that thou mayest be satisfied. 16. 10a, Eye of Horus. 1 nms.t jar of water. 17. 10b. To say, thought, he has given his head to him. A pitcher of water. 18. 10c, to say, he has caused it to be brought to him. 1 drink of water. 19. 10d. Utterance 20. 11a, to say, O, n. I have come in search of thee, I am Horus. 11b, I have pressed for thee thy mouth. I am thy son, thy beloved. I have opened for thee thy mouth. 12a. He is the defender of his mother when she weeps for him, the defender of her who is united with him. 12b, how good is the condition, of thy mouth after, I have adjusted for thee thy mouth to thy bones. 12c, to say 4 times, Osiris n. I open for thee thy mouth with the thigh, the eye of Horus. 1 thigh. Utterance 21. 13a, to say, how good is the condition, of thy mouth after. I have adjusted for thee thy mouth to thy bones. 13b, I open for thee thy mouth. I open for thee thine eyes, O n. 13c, I open for thee thy mouth with the nw, the mtuhook of copper, or iron, which opens the mouth of the gods. 13d, Horus opens the mouth of this n, Horus opens the mouth of this n. 13e. Horus has opened, the mouth of this n, Horus has opened the mouth of this n. 13f, with that wherewith he opened the mouth of his father, with that wherewith he opened the mouth of Osiris. 14a. With the copper, or iron, which comes forth from Set, the mtuhook of copper, or iron, which opens the mouth of the gods. 14b, he opens the mouth of N, therewith, that he may go. 14c. That he himself may speak before the great Ennead in the house of the prince, which is in Heliopolis. 14d, that he may carry off the wrr.t crown, which is, with Horus, Lord of men. Utterance 22. 15, to say, Osiris n. I bring to thee thy B.A., whom thou lovest. I open thy mouth. Utterance 23. 16a, Osiris, carry off all those who hate n, who speak evilly against his name. 16b, thought, go, carry off him who has injured Osiris. Bring him who speaks evilly against the name of n. 16c, get him into thy hand. To say 4 times, do not separate thyself from him. 16d, take care that thou be not separated from him. A libation. Utterance 24. 16e, nt, Jequier, 968. To say, thought, hurry, carry off the enemy of this n. 16 N to Osiris. Utterance 25. 17a, he who goes with his ka, Horus goes with his ka, Set goes with his ka. 17b, Thought goes with his ka, the god goes with his ka. Osiris goes with his ka. 17c, Mtiardi goes with his ka, thou also goest with thy ka. 18a, O N, the hands of thy ka are before thee, O N, the hands of thy ka are behind thee. 18b, O N, the feet of thy ka are before thee, O N. The feet of thy ka are behind thee. 18c, Osiris N, I have given to thee the eye of Horus, so that thy face may be equipped with it. 18d, let the odor of the eye of Horus adhere to thee. To be said 4 times, fire of incense. Utterances 26 to 28. 26. 19a, Horus who art in Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, for thou art as the eye of Horus which, lit. Who, has extended with its odor. 27. 19b, to say, Osiris N, take the eye of Horus, equip thyself with its odor. 28. 19c. Osiris N, Horus has given to thee his eye that thou mayest equip thy face with it. 1 pellet of incense, 1644a. Utterance 29. 20a, to say, O N, I have come, I have brought to thee the eye of Horus. 20b. That thou mayest equip thy face with it, that it may purify thee, that its odor may, come, to thee. 20c, the odor of the eye of Horus is for N, it drives away thy sweat. 20d, it defends thee against the violence, of the arm of Set. 21a. O N, the eye of Horus, is pleasing to thee, it is sound for thee. The eye of Horus is sound, thou art sound. 3 pellets of incense, 1644b. Utterance 30. 21b, to say, Horus, dweller in Osiris N, equip thee with the eye of Horus. Take it to thee. Utterance 31. 21c, to say, Osiris N, Horus has completely filled thee with his eye. Utterance 32. 22a, this is thy cool water, Osiris, this is thy cool water, O N, which went forth from thy son, which went forth from Horus. 22b, I have come, I have brought to thee the eye of Horus, that thy heart may be refreshed by it. I have brought it to thee. It is under thy soles. 23a, take to thyself the efflux, sweat, which goes forth from thee. Thy heart shall not be weary thereby. 23b, to say 4 times, when thou goest forth justified, libation, 2 pellets of natron. Utterance 33. 24a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself this thy libation, which is offered to thee by Horus. 24b. In thy name of, he who is come from the cataract, take to thyself the efflux, sweat, which goes forth from thee. 24c, Horus has made me assemble for thee the gods from every place to which thou goest. 24d. Horus has made me count, for thee the children of Horus even to the place where thou wast drowned. 25a, Osiris N, take to thyself thy natron, that thou mayest be divine. 25b. Nut has made thee to be as a god to thine enemy, or, in spite of thee, in thy name of God. 25c, RNP.Y recognizes thee, for thou art made young in thy name of fresh water. Utterance 34. 26a, Smin opens thy mouth. 1 pellet of natron. 26b, O N, thou shalt taste its taste in front of the SNTR chapels. 1 pellet of natron. 26c, that which Horus spits out is Smin. 1 pellet of natron. 26d, that which Set spits out is Smin. 1 pellet of natron. 26e. That which the 2 harmonious gods spit out is Smin. 1 pellet of natron. 26f, to say 4 times, thou hast purified thyself with natron, together with Horus, and the followers of Horus. 5 pellets of natron from Nekheb, Upper Egypt. Utterance 35. 27a, Thou purifiest, thyself, Horus purifies, himself. 1 pellet of natron. Thou purifiest, thyself, Set purifies, himself. 1 pellet of natron. 27b, Thou purifiest, thyself, Thought purifies, himself. 1 pellet of natron. Thou purifiest, thyself, the God purifies, himself. 1 pellet of natron. 27c, Thou also purifiest, thyself, thou who art among them. 1 pellet of natron. 27d, Thy mouth is the mouth of a sucking calf on the day of his birth. 27e. 5 pellets of natron of the north, Wadi natron, stp.t. Utterance 36. 28a, Thou purifiest, thyself, Horus purifies, himself. Thou purifiest, thyself, Set purifies, himself. Thou purifiest, thyself, Thought purifies, himself. 28b. Thou purifiest, thyself, the God purifies, himself. Thou purifiest, thyself, thy Ka purifies, himself. Thou purifiest, thyself, thy God purifies, himself. 28c, Thou also purifiest, thyself, it is thou who art among thy brothers, the gods. 29a, Thy natron is on thy mouth, thou purifiest thy bones, and, all. Equip thyself with that which belongs to thee. 29b, Osiris, I have given to thee the eye of Horus to equip thy face therewith, adhere to it. 29c, 1 pellet of natron. Utterance 37. 30a, O.N., shut now thy 2 jaws which were divided. PSSKF instrument, or, bread. Utterances 38 to 42. 38. 30b, Osiris N, I open for thee thy mouth. A sacred copper, or, iron, instrument, of south and north. 39. 31a, N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, towards which he, Horus, runs, he brings it to thee, put it in thy mouth. 31b, 3 pellets of incense of the south, 3 pellets of incense of the north. 40. 31c, O.N., take to thyself the sick of Osiris. 6 pellets. 41. 32a, take the tip of the bodily breast of Horus, take it in thy mouth. A jug of milk, or, 1 jug of fine milk. 42. 32b, take the breast of thy sister Isis, which is protected, take this in thy mouth. An empty MNS jar. Utterance 43. 33a, take the 2 eyes of Horus, the black and the white, take them to thyself to be in thy face, that they may illuminate thy face. 33b, a white jar, a black jar, for carrying. N. Has white MNW stone and black MNW stone HT jars, which are, the right eye and the left eye. Utterance 44. 34a, may the sun in heaven be favorable to thee, may he cause the 2 lords to be favorable to thee. 34b. May the night be favorable to thee, may the 2 ladies be favorable to thee. 34c, the offering which is brought to thee is an offering which thou sayest, an offering which thou hearest. 34d. An offering is before thee, an offering is behind thee, an offering which is with thee. A WD.T cake. Utterances 45 to 48. 45. 35a, Osiris N, take to thyself the white teeth of Horus which equip thy mouth. 5 white cakes. 46. 35b. To say 4 times, a royal offering to the Ka of N, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus. 35c, it is, thy cake, eat thou. A cake of offering, a WD.T cake. 47. 36a, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which is free from Set, and which thou shalt take to thy mouth. 36b, and with which thou shalt open thy mouth. Wine, 1 white MNW stone HT jar. 48. 36c. Osiris N. Open thy mouth with that with which thou art full. Wine, 1 black MNW stone HT jar. Utterances 49-52. 49. 37a. Osiris N. Take to thyself the liquid going forth from thee. Beer, 1 black MNW stone NW. T bowl. 50. 37b. Ra, thou adorest. He who is, in heaven thou adorest. To N, the Lord, belong, all things. 37c. To thy body, belong, all things, to the Ka of N, belong, all things, to his body, belong, all things. 37d. To lift up before his face a splendid offering table. 51. 38a. N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which thou tastest. 1 dp. Loaf. 52. 38b. Darkness increases. 1 cake. Utterances 53-57. 53. 38c. N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which thou shalt embrace. 1 joint of meat. 54. 39a. N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, wrested from Set, which was taken from thee, with which thou openest thy mouth. 39b. 1 white MNW stone bowl of wine. 55. 39c. N. Take to thyself the liquid which went forth from Osiris. 1 black MNW stone bowl of beer. 56. 40a. N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which was taken from thee, it is not far from thee. 1 copper, or iron, bowl of beer. 57. 40b. N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, equip thyself with it. 1 tm bowl of beer. 57a. 40c. Nt. Jequier, 12-283. To say, I bring 2 eyes of Horus. An Imun.Tbao. 57b. 40d. Nt. 284. To say, from, or in, the place where they fell. R.Tc. 57c. 40e. Nt. 285. To say, take them which I give to thee. A bowstring. 57d. 40f. Nt. 286. To say, he cast them to the ground. ARWD whip. 57e. 40g. Nt. 287. To say, Osiris N, I bring to thee 2 eyes of Horus. An Imun.Tbao. 57f. 40h. Nt. 288. To say, I gave to thee, Set. A PDT-Bao. 57g. 40i. Nt. 289. To say, I gave, to thee, heart of Set. A.D. 57h. 40i. Nt. 290. To say, N. B. RWD. 57i. 40k. Nt. 291. To say, thou hast seized them. 57j. 40l. Nt. 292. To say, Osir, is N. I bring to thee the 2 eyes of Horus, thy joy. 57k. 40m. Nt. 293. To say, Osiris N, take, to thyself the eye of Horus, protect it. Let it not cease, to be. 57l. 40n. Nt. 294. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, as it was returned to him. 57k. L. 40m. N. Nt. 293-294. Like dry fruit, of Horus. 57m. 40o. Nt. 295. To say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, protect it, for it is given, back, to him. The Idra tale. 57n. 40p, nt, 296. To say, Osiris n, take one eye of Horus. One tail. 57o. 40q, nt, 297. To say, Osiris n. Take to thyself the eye of this Horus, which was taken by him from Set he had robbed it. One tail. 57p. 40r, nt, 298. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which is guarded by Geb. 1 bs block. 57 quetzales. 40s, nt, 299. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus over which Set enjoyed himself. MSI, PN Mr. 57r. 40t, nt, 300. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus. Which he saw side by side with Set. A dagger. 57s. 40u, nt, 300. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of this Horus, which was taken by him from Set, he had robbed it. One tail. Utterances 58-71. 58. 41a, nt, 302. To say, Osiris, n. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, and the ointment for him, which, he, put in it. A trimmed garment. 59. 41b, nt, 303. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, be like it, in, its wisdom. A t garment. 41c, nt, 304. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of this Horus, which was taken by him from Set he had robbed it. A tail. 60. 42a b, nt, 305. To say, Osiris n, I have given him to thee, take him, envelop his heart, to thee. A royal garment of tri-stuff. 61. 42c, nt, 306. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the thigh of Set torn out by Horus. A royal garment of tri-stuff. 62. 43a, nt, 307. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the water in the eye of Horus. Do not separate thyself from it. A. Rs Club. 43b, nt, 308. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, whose water thought saw therein. A trimmed garment, 1 mdw Club, 1 sword. 63. 44a, to say, Osiris n. Present thyself to thy son, Horus. 44b, put him in thyself, lit. Thy body. AMHN Club, and ISR Club. 44c 1 Rs Club. 63a. 45a, I, nt, 309. To say, Osiris n, make thyself great over him. 64. 45a, b, nt, 309. To say, behold, take it to thyself. A DSR Club. 65, Seath 65. 45c, nt, 310. To say, Osiris n, he whom thou lovest is Horus. ARS Club. 66. 46a, nt, 311. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus. 1 Club of T wood. 67. 46b, nt, 312. To say, Osiris n, put NHHW upon thee, put it in thy hand, NDSDSWS water. And Gunores Club. 68. 47a, nt, 313. To say, Osiris n, take to thyself the water which is in the eye of Horus, ON. 68a. 47b, nt, 314. To say, fill thy hand with a RS Club, equip thyself with a Aris club. 68b. 47c, nt. 315. To say, it equips thee like a god, do not separate thyself from it, that it may protect thee, do not separate thyself from it. 68c. 47d, nt. 313 to 315. 1 Rs Club. 69. 48a, nt. 316. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the finger of Set, which causes the white eye of Horus to see. AM Club. 70. 48b, nt. 317. To say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus that it may shine upon the finger of Set. A DM Scepter. 71. 49, nt. 318. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself his hand the hand of thine enemy. A DM Scepter. 71a. 49 plus 1, nt. 319. To say, Osiris N. Take his W in thy hand. A WN- scepter. 71b. 49 plus 2, nt. 320. To say, Osiris N, thou art mighty against his two fingers. An B.T tool. 71c. 49 plus 3, nt. 32-1. To say, Osiris N, thou livest. Re-N, an N. 71d. 49 plus 4, nt. 322. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, protected by his sons. 1 N whip. 71e. 49 plus 5, nt. 323. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the hand of T, that he may give it to them. An W.T scepter. 71f. 49 plus 6, nt. 324. To say, slay that. A PDW weapon. 71g. 49 plus 7, nt. 324. To say, thought, bring it. A NW weapon. 71h. 49 plus 8, nt. 32-5. To say, thought, bring it. A sacred decorated, weapon. 71i. 49 plus 9, nt. 325. To say, have I not given it to thee? Take it to thyself, as, thy NW. A RWDNW whip. 71j. 49 plus 10, nt. 326. To say, thou belongest to him. To say, Osiris N, seize it for thyself, hasten to Osiris N. A sacred ire weapon. 71k. 49 plus I, nt. 327, to say, said Geb, thought, bring him that bow. A PDHW weapon. 71l. 49 plus 12, nt. 328, this, bow, in the presence of N, the, of N. A PDW weapon. Heading to Utterances 72 to 78. 50a, pouring a libation of oil. Utterances 72 to 76. 72. 50b Osiris N, I fill thine eye for thee with ointment. To say 4 times. STB oil. 73. 50c Osiris N, take to thyself that with which a liquid offering is made. KNW oil. 74. 51a Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, on account of which he was punished. SFT oil. 75. 51b Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which is united with him. NHNM oil. 76. 51c Osiris, N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, with which he brought and carried the gods. TW.T oil. Utterance 77. 52a. Oil, oil, arise, open thou, thou, who art on the brow of Horus, arise, open thou. 52b. Thou who art on the brow of Horus, put thyself on the brow of this N. 52c. Make him sweet with thyself, glorify him with thyself. 53a. Make him to have power over his body, himself, put his fear in the eyes of all spirits. 53b. Who shall look at him, and of everyone who shall hear his name through thee. T.T.S. Utterance 78. 54a. Osiris N, I bring to thee the eye of Horus, which he took from thy brow. T.T.T.N.W. Heading to Utterances 79-80. 54b. Bring, an offering, before his face. Utterance 79. 54c. To say 4 times, Osiris N, join thou the sound eye of Horus to thy face. Utterances 79-80. 54d. 2 bags of green cosmetic. Utterance 80. 55a. To say, Horus, who is in Osiris N. Take to thyself the sound eye of Horus. 55b. Horus, who is in Osiris N, join thou it to thy face. 55c. As, Horus joined his sound eye, to his face. 55d. O N, I join for thee thy sound eyes to thy face that thou mayest see with them. Utterance 81. 56a. Awake thou in peace, as, T.T. awakes, in peace, as, Tit.T, she of T.T, awakes in peace. 56b. As, the eye of Horus in Buto, awakes, in peace, as, the eye of Horus which is in the houses of the lower Egyptian crown, awakes, in peace. 56c. The eye, which the weavers wove, the eye, which the sedan chairman planned. 57a. Cause thou, 0I, the 2 lands to bow to N, as they bow to Horus. 57b. Cause the 2 lands to fear N, as they fear Set. 57c. Sit thou before N, as his God, open thou his way before the spirits. 57d. That B may stand before the spirits like Anubis, first of the Westerners. 57e. To say 4 times, forward, forward to Osiris. 2 rolls of linen. Heading to Utterances 82-84. 58a. To say. 82. 58b. To say, it is thought who brings himself, here, with it. He comes forth with the eye of Horus. 1 table of offerings. To make a mortuary offering. 83. 58c. To say, the eye of Horus is given to him. He is satisfied with it. Oh, come with the royal offering. 84. 59a. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus. He was satisfied with it. Royal offering, twice. Heading to Utterances 85-92. 59b. Place on the ground the table of offerings. 85. 59c. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, be satisfied with it. 2 offerings of the broad hull. 86. 59d. To say, make it return to thee, sit in silence. A royal mortuary offering. 87. 60a. To say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, unite it with thy mouth. Food, 1 loaf, 1 beer. 88. 60b. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, take care lest he trample it. 1 ttw. Bread. 89. 60c. To say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which intimidates him. 1 trt loaf. 90. 61a. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, what Set has eaten of it is little. 1 mug of dsr.t beer. 91. 61b. To say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which they put out for him. 1 mug of N. beer. 92. 61 c. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, put it to thy face. To lift up 1 bread, 1 beer. Utterance 93. 62 a. To lift up before his face. To say, lift up thy face, Osiris. Lift up thy face, O N, whose spirit hastens. 62b. Lift up thy face, N, be mighty, be sharp, preeminent. 62c. That thou mayest see that which cometh forth from thee. Praise it, partake in it. 63a. Wash thyself, N, open thy mouth with the eye of Horus. 63b. Summons thy Ka, like Osiris, that he may protect thee from all anger of the dead. 63c. N, receive thy bread, even the eye of Horus. To deposit, an offering, on the ground before him. Heading to Utterances 94 to 96. 64a. To give food for offering, 1 loaf, 1 beer. 94. 64b. To say, O Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, on which thou mayest live. 1 SNS cake. 95. 64c. To say, equip thyself with the liquid which goes forth from thee 4 times. 1 mug of beer. 96, 64d. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, a joint of sw.t.t, meat. 1 joint of sw.t, meat. Utterances 97 to 99. Heading. 65a. Placed in the left hand. 97. 65b. To say, Osiris N, this eye of Horus is that which he demanded from Set. 98. 65c. To say, Osiris N, Horus has given his eye to thee in thy hand. 99. 66a. To say, Osiris N, O, I give to thee the eye of Horus. Give me thy hand, that I may give it to thee. Postscript. 66b. Go thou there. Utterances 100 to 102. Heading. 67a. Placed in his left hand. 100. 67b. To say, Osiris N, he has fought a little, but, I have loved thee, I have avenged thee. 101. 67c. To say, Osiris N, I who avenged thee am come, seize the eye of Horus. 102. 68a. To say, I am Horus, Osiris, N. 68b. Give me thy hand. 68c. Seize. Postscript. 68d. Heading to Utterances 103 to 105. 68e. Placed in his left hand. 103. 68f. To say, Osiris, N, to thee. 104. 68g. Tosei, Osiris, N. Thy left. 105. 68h. To say, in it. 105a. 68i, N, Jequier, v392 plus I, thou. 105b. 68j, N v392 plus 2, thou. 105c. 68k, N v392 plus 3. To say, he who lives is living, lived. To them, life. 105d. 681, N v392 plus 4. To say, Father, Osiris N. 105e. 68m, N v392 plus 5. To say, he intimidates thee, but, hinder, take care, lest thou yield, fill thyself, Osiris N. 105f. 68n, N v392 plus 6. To say, N, I am come to av, eng. 105g. 68c, n v 392 plus 7. To say, n, given. 105h. 68p, n v 392 plus 8, to thee, Osiris, I give, to thee. 105i. 68q, n. v 392 plus 9, thee, to thee, to thee. Utterance 106. 69a, to say, O n, I am thy son, I am Horus. 69b, I am come, I have brought to thee the two bodily eyes of Horus. 69c, take them, unite them to thyself. 70a. I have collected them for thee, I have united them for thee, they are whole. 70b, Horus, has placed, them before n. 70c, that they may lead n, to b.w, to Horus, to heaven, to the great God. 70d, that they may avenge n. Of a, ll, his enemies. 71a, O n, I bring to thee the two eyes of Horus, which make his heart glad. Utterance 107. 71b, I call, elect them for thee, take them for thyself. 71c. Utterances 108 to 110. 108. 72a. To say, Osiris n, unite to thyself the water which is in it, the eye. 72b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 cups of water. 109. 72c, to say, Osiris n. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which purifies his mouth. 72d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 pots of natron. 110. 72e, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, unite it to thy mouth. 72f. To say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. Food, 1 loaf, 1 beer. Utterances 111 to 113. 111. 73a, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which Set trampled. 73b, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 or 2 loaves. 112. 73c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which intimidates him, Set. 73d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 trt loaf. 113. 73e, to say, Osiris n, take, it, upon thee. 73f, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 tea loaves. Utterances 114 to 116. 114. 74a, to say, Osiris n, I bring to thee that which is befitting to thy face. 74b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 nr loaves. 115. 74c, to say, Osiris n, I put in place thine eye. 74d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. For dp.t loaves. 116. 74e, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus. Prevent him, Horus, from suffering because of it. 74f, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 psn cakes. Utterances 117 to 119. 117. 75a. To say, Osiris n, receive thy head. 75b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 sns loaves. 118. 75c, to say, Osiris n, take thine eye, seize it, or, take it to thyself. 75d, to say 4 times, 4n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 empty loaves. 119. 76a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which he swallowed. 76b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 cake baskets. Utterances 120 to 122. 120. 76c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, come, cause it to be respected. 76d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 bnn.t baskets. 121. 77a, to say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which intimidates him, set. 77b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 loaves. 122. 77c, to say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, which thou shalt put in thy mouth. 77d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 kid.t cakes of thy north. Utterances 123 to 125. 123. 78a, to say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, it is, thy cake, eat thou. 78b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 p.t cakes. 124. 78c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which intimidates him. 78d. To say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 baskets of tr bread. 125. 79a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself his teeth, white, sound. 79b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 bunches of garlic. Utterances 126 to 128. 126. 79c, to say, Osiris N, take the joint of meat, the eye of Horus. 79d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 joint of meat. 127. 80a, to say, Osiris N. Dance, for joy, Geb is not angry with his legitimate heir. 80b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 joint of meat. 128. 80c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which thou shalt embrace. 80d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 joint of nw meat. Utterances 129 to 131. 129. 81a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the sw.t.t, the eye of Horus. 81b, to say 4 times, 4n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 joint of sw.t meat. 130. 81c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself those who rebel against thee. 81d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 4 ribs of meat. 131. 82a. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the tyuk. 82b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 pot of roast, 1 liver, 1 spleen, 1 limb, 1 breast of meat. Utterances 132 to 134. 132. 82c, to say, Osiris N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, mayest that thou go to it. 82d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 liver. 133. 83a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, to which he goes. 83b. To say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 spleen. 134. 83c, to say, Osiris, N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which is on his brow. 83d, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 limb. Utterances 135 to 137. 135. 84a, to say, Osiris N, take the eye of Horus, which is on the brow of Set. 84b, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 breast of meat. 136. 84c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the severed heads of the followers of Set. 84d, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 goose. 137. 85a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself as much as the heart desires. 85b. To say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 goose. Utterances 138 to 140. 138. 85c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which he brought. 85d, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 goose. 139. 86a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself those who come when they are faint. 86b, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 goose. 140. 86c. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, prevent him from sickening on it. 86d, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 pigeon. Utterance 141. 86e, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which intimidates him. 86f, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 1 tisif bread. Utterances 142 to 143. 142. 87a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus. It shall not be sundered from thee. 87b, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2s.t loaves. 143. 87c, to say, Osiris, N, the eye of Horus is assigned to thee. Utterances 143 to 145. End of 143. 87d. To say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of N.T. 144. 88a, to say, Osiris N, take the eye of Horus, out of which he poured, the water. 88b, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 pots of liver. 145. 88c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, what Set has eaten of it is little. 88d, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 bowls of Dsr.T beer. Utterances 146 to 148. 146. 89a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, that isn't come by means of it. 89b, to say 4 times, for N, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 bowls of Dsr. T Theban, beer. 147. 89c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which they put out for him. 89d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 bowls of n beer. 148. 90a, to say, Osiris n. Equip thyself with the liquid which goes forth from thee. Utterances 148 to 150. End of 148. 90b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 bowls of beer. 149. 90c, to say, Osiris n. Equip thyself with the liquid which goes forth from thee. 90d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering 4 times. 2 bowls of pt. 150. 90e, to say, Osiris n, equip thyself with the liquid which goes forth from thee. 90f. To say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 bowls of p. Utterances 151 to 153. 151. 91a, to say, Osiris n, equip thyself with the liquid which goes forth from thee. 91b, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 mugs of Nubian beer. 152. 91c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the breast of Horus, which they taste. 91d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of figs. 153. 92a, to say, Osiris n, open thy mouth with it. Utterances 153 to 155. End of 153. 92b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 jars of wine of the north. Wine, 2 bowls of the north, 2 jars of B.S. 2 bowls of Buto, 2 bowls of wine, of MW, 2 bowls of Pelusium. 154. 92c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which they spat out. Prevent him from swallowing it. 92d, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 jars of wine of B.S. 155. 93a, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the damsel who is in the eye of Horus, open thy mouth with her. Utterances 155 to 157. End of 155. 93b, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 jars of wine of Buto. 156. 93c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which he fished up. Open thy mouth with it. 93d, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 jars of wine of MW. 157. 94a, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus. It shall not again be separated from thee. 94b, to say 4 times, for n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 jars of wine of Pelusium. Utterances 158 to 160. 158. 94c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, honor it. 94d, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of BNN.T- fruit. 159. 95a, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which he carried about with him, or, which he swallowed. 95b, to say 4 times, for n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of NFW cakes, fruit. 160. 95c, to say, Osiris n, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which he took from Set. Utterances 160 to 162. End of 160. 95d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of isd fruit. 161. 96a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the white eye of Horus, prevent him from tearing it out. 96b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of sh.t fruit. 162. 96c. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the green eye of Horus, prevent him from tearing it out. 96d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of sh.t fruit. Utterances 163 to 165. 163. 97a, to say, Osiris N. take to thyself the eye of Horus, prevent him from carrying it off. 97b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of swtg.t corn. 164. 97c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus. Prevent him from carrying it off. 97d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of g.t corn. 165. 98a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which is like nbb. Utterances 165 to 167. End of 165. 98b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets, of bb.tcd fruit. 166. 98c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which they swallowed. 98d, to say 4 times, 4n. A lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of nbs fruit. 167. 99a, to say, Osiris N, open thine eyes that thou mayest see with them. 99b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of tnbs fruit. Utterances 168 to 170. 168. 99c, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, prevent him from seizing it. 99d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of w fruit. 169. 100a, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the sweet eye of Horus, cause it to stay with thee. 100b, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of every sweet thing, fruit. 170. 100c. To say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, reclaim it for thyself. Utterances 170 to 171. End of 170. 100d, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. 2 baskets of all fresh plants. 171. 100e. To say, Osiris N, O may it be pleasing to thee, for thee, with thee. 100f, to say 4 times, 4n, a lifting up of the offering, 4 times. ank.t offering. Utterance 172. Heading. 101a, to say 4 times, an offering of a meal to N. 101b, to say, may Geb make an offering to N. 101c, I give to thee every festal offering, every oblation of food and drink, which thou canst desire. 101d, wherewith thou shalt be happy with the God for ever and ever. Utterance 173. 101e. To say, Osiris N, Horus is come to take care of thee, thou art his father. 101f b.t barley. Utterances 174 to 176. 174. 101g, to say, betake thee to Geb. 2 pots of natron. 175. 102a. Geb has given to thee thy 2 eyes, that thou mayest be satisfied. 1 table of offerings. 176. 102b, to say, Osiris N, thou art his ka. 1k loaf. Utterances 177 to 186. 177. 103a, to say, take the 2 eyes, great one, Osiris N. 2 wr. T loaves. 178. 103b, to say, be satisfied with them. 2 tables of offerings of the broad hull. 179. 103c, to say, be thou satisfied with Horus, thou art his father. 1 offering of bread. 180. 104a. To say, Nekbet takes the eye of Horus, nbb.s, Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of bb.t fruit. 181. 104b, to say, Nekbet takes the eye of Horus which they swallow. Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of nbs fruit. 182. 105a. To say, take the eye of Horus, which he seized, Horus has given it to thee. 1 basket of w fruit. 183. 105b, to say, take to thyself the liquid which goes out of Osiris. 2 jugs of bi.t. 184. 106a, to say, Osiris N. Take the water which is in thee, Horus has given it to thee. Of TNM. 185. 106b, to say, take to thyself the eye of Horus, open thy mouth with it. 2 bowls of wine of the north. 186. 107a, to say, Osiris N. Take the green eye of Horus, which he carried off, Horus has given it to thee. 2 dishes of fresh bread. Utterances 187 to 196. 187. 107b, to say, take the eye of Horus, honor it, Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of bn. Tea fruit. 188. 108a, to say, take the eye of Horus, which he possesses, Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of hrnf, or nfw fruit cake. 189. 108b, to say, take the white eye of Horus, which he tore out, Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of white sh.t fruit. 190. 108c, to say, take the green eye of Horus, which he tore out, Horus has given it to thee. 2 baskets of green sh.t fruit. 191. 109a, to say, take the eye of Horus, which he recognized. Horus has given it to thee. 2 nklat cakes. 192. 109b, to say, take the eye of Horus, which he hastily carried off, Horus has given it to thee. 2 pots of corn. 193. 110, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus. Regale thyself with it. 2 baskets of figs. 194. 111a, to say, O Osiris N, this eye of Horus which is sweet, cause it to stay with thee. 2 baskets of every sweet fruit. 195. 111b, to say, reclaim it for thyself. 2 baskets of all fresh fruit. 196. 112, to say, O may it be pleasing to thee. 2 libations. Utterances 197 to 198. 197. 113a, to say, Osiris N, this hard eye of Horus, take it for thyself, in thyself, in thyself. 113b. That thine enemy may fear thee, he who carried thee during his time. 198. 114, to say, Osiris N, Horus has completely filled thee with his eye, as an offering. Utterance 199. 115a, to say, O Osiris N, turn thyself towards this thy bread. 115b, receive it from my hand. To say 4 times, may the eye of Horus flourish for thee. 115c, a WDB offering which the god gives of bread, cake and liquid. Utterance 200. 116a, homage to thee, incense, greetings to thee, divine brother. Greetings to thee MNWR, incense, in the limbs of Horus. 116b, be great, my father, propagate thyself in thy name of PD, pellet of incense. 116c, thine odor is for N, thy perfume is F or N. 116d. Eye of Horus, thou art higher, thou art greater than N, incense. Utterances 201 to 203. 201. 117a, to say, Father N. Take to thyself the eye of Horus, the bread of the gods with which they nourish themselves. 202. 117b, to say, Father N. Take to thyself the liquid, which comes from Osiris. 203. 117c, to say, Osiris N, take it, the eye of Horus belongs to thee. 3. A group of prayers and charms. Utterances 204 to 212. Utterance 204. 118a, rejoice, O Horus, let the heart in the breasts of men be lifted up. 118b, they have swallowed the bright eye of Horus which is in Heliopolis. 118c. The little finger of N draws out that which is in the navel of Osiris. 119a, N, thirsts not, he hungers not, the heart of N, faints, not. 119b, for it is in the hands of, which hold off his hunger. O fill, him, O fillers of hearts. Utterance 205. 120a, to say, O ye who preside over food, ye who are attached to plentifulness, GB. 120b, commend N to ftk.t, the cupbearer of Ra, that he may commend him to Ra, himself. 120c. That Ra may commend him to the chiefs of the provisions of this year. 120d, that they may seize and give him, that they may take and give him barley, spelt, bread, beer. 121a. For as to N, it is his father who gives, to him. It is Ra, who gives to him barley, spelt, bread, beer. 121b, for he, N, is indeed the great bull which smote KNS.T. 121c, for to N, indeed belong the 5 portions of bread, liquid, cake, in the mansion. 121d. Of which 3 are in heaven with Ra, and 2 on earth with the Ennead. 122a, for he is one who is unbound, he is indeed set free, for he is one who is seen, he is one who is indeed observed. 122b, O Ra, he, N, is better today than yesterday. 123a, N has copulated with MW.T, N has kissed SWS.T. 123b, N has united with NBW.T. 123c, N has copulated with his beloved, deprived of TBTB, grain, seed, and of SSSS. 123d, but as to the beloved of N, she gives bread to N. 123e. She did well by him in that day. Utterance 206. 123f, to say, O ye who preside over food, ye who are attached to plentifulness. 1239, commend N to ftk.t, the cupbearer of Ra, that he may commend N to Ra, himself. 123h. That Ra may commend N to the chiefs of the provisions. 123i, that which he, Ra, bites, he gives to N, that which he nibbles, he gives to N. 123k, that N may sleep and be well every day. Utterance 207. 124a. To say, an offering of the butcher, an offering of the butcher, an offering of that which is in the eye of Ra. 124b. An offering of the bird-catcher, who is in the eye of the god. The cup-bearer who offers water. 124c. Let the fire be hot. Let the joint, of meat, be with the pastry. 124d. 4 hands, full, of water. Utterance 208. A variant of Utterance 207. 124e. To say, an offering to Adam, an offering to Adam, an offering of that which is in the eye of the boat of the god. 124f. Let the joint, of meat, be with pastry. 124g. 4 hands, full, of water. Utterance 209. 125a. Shu is well, green, N has not taken his food, meal. 125b. N is well, green, Shu has not taken his food, meal. 125c. Let the Eastern messengers repeat, double, thy bread. Utterance 210. 126a. To say, the judge is awake, thought is up. 126b. The sleepers are awake, they that are in KNS.T bestir themselves. 126c. Before the great bittern, which comes forth from the marsh and Wepwawet who comes forth from the tamarisk bush. 127a. The mouth of N is pure, the 2 Enneads purify N. 127b. Pure is this tongue which is in his mouth. 127c. The abomination of N is dung, N rejects urine. 127d. N loathes his abomination. 128a. The abomination of N, it is dung, he eateth not that abomination. 128b. Just as at the same time Set shrinks from these 2 companions who voyage over the sky. 128c. Ra, and thought, take N, with you. 129a. That he may eat of that which ye eat, that he may drink of that which ye drink. 129b. That he may live on that which ye live, that he may sit on that which ye sit. 129c. That he may be mighty by that whereby ye are mighty, that he may voyage in that wherein ye voyage. 130a. The booth of N is an arbor among the reeds. 130b. The abundance of N is in the marsh of offerings. 130c. His food is among you, ye gods. The water of N consists of wine like that of Ra. 130d. N compasses the sky like Ra, N traverses the sky like thought. Utterance 211. 131a. To say, the abomination of N is hunger, he does not eat it. 131b. The abomination of N is thirst. He does not drink it. 131c. It is N, who gives food to those who exist. 131d. His nurse is I.T. 131e. It is she who makes his life, through nourishment, it is she who gave birth to N. 132a. N was conceived in the night, N was born in the night. 132b. He belongs to the followers of Ra, who are before the morning star. 132c. N was conceived in Nun, he was born in Nun. 132d. He has come, he has brought to you, some, bread of that which he found there. Utterance 212. 133a. To say, the eye of Horus drips on the tuft of the DNW plant. 133b. Ntiantai came to him. 133c. He brought food to him, an offering of Horus who is chief of the houses. 133d. 4. He lives on that on which N lives. 133e. He eats that which N eats, he drinks, that which N drinks. 133f. 1 joint of meat and pastry, that is his meal. 4. A series of old Heliopolitan texts partly Osirianized. Utterances 213 to 222. Utterance 213. 134a. O N, thou didst not depart dead, thou didst depart living. 134b. So, thou sittest upon the throne of Osiris, thy B-scepter in thy hand, thou commandest the living. 134c, thy MKS scepter and thy NB.T scepter in thy hand, commanding those of secret places. 135a, thine arm is like that of Adam. Thy shoulders are like those of Adam, thy body is like that of Adam, thy back is like that of Adam. 135b, thy seat is like that of Adam, thy legs are like those of Adam, thy face is like that of Anubis. 135c. Thou travellest over the regions of Horus, thou travellest over the regions of Set, or, the regions of Horus serve thee, the regions of Set serve thee. Utterance 214. 136a, O.N., beware of the ocean, c. To say 4 times. 136b. The messengers of thy Ka are come for thee, the messengers of thy father are come for thee, the messengers of Ra, are come for thee. 137a, go after, pursue, thy son, days, purify thyself. 137b. 4, thy bones are, those of, female falcons, goddesses, who are in heaven. 137c, that thou mayest be at the side of the god, that thou mayest leave thy house to thy son. 137d, who is thine heir? Everyone who speaks, evil against the name of N. 138a, when he ascends, Geb reckons him as an evildoer in his own city. 138b, so that he weakens, he falters. Thou purifiest thyself in the dew of the stars. 138c, thou descendest on firm, copper cables, on the shoulders of Horus in his name of, he who is in the NW boat. 139a, the blessed dead, lament for thee, after, the imperishable stars bore thee, away. 139b, enter the abode of thy father, to the abode of Geb. 139c. That he may give to thee that which is on the brow of Horus, that thou mayest be a B.A. thereby, that thou mayest be a M. thereby. 139d, that thou mayest be an TMT thereby. Utterance 215. 140a, O.N. 140b, let thy messengers go. Let thine envoys hasten to thy father, to Adam. 140c, Adam, let him ascend to thee, enfold him in thine embrace. 141a, 4, there is no God, who has become, a star, who has not his companion. Shall I be thy companion? 146, look, at me. Thou hast regarded the form of the children of their fathers. 141c, who know their speech. They are now, imperishable stars. 141d, so, shalt thou see those who are in the palace, that is, Horus and Set. 142a. Mayest thou spit in the face of Horus, mayest thou drive away the injury from him. 142b, mayest thou catch the testicles of Set, mayest thou drive away his mutilation. 142c, that one was born to thee, this one was conceived by thee. 143a. Thou art born, O Horus, as one whose name is, him at whom the earth quakes. Thou art conceived, O Set, as one whose name is, him at whom heaven trembles. 143b, that one, Horus, has not a mutilation, this one, Set, has not an injury. This one, Set, has not an injury, that one, Horus, has not a mutilation. 144a, thou art born, Horus, of Osiris, thou art more Ba than he, thou art more M than he. 144b, thou art conceived, Set by Geb. Thou art more Ba than he, thou art more M than he. 145a, no seed of a god, which belongs to him, goes to ruin, so thou who belongest to him wilt not go to ruin. 145b, Re-Adam does not surrender thee to Osiris. He judges, lit. Numbers, not thy heart, he gains not power over thy heart. 145c, Re-Adam does not surrender thee to Horus. He judges, lit. Numbers, not thy heart, he gains not power over thy heart. 146a, Osiris, thou dost not gain power over him, Set. Thy son gains not power over him. 146b, Horus, thou dost not gain power over him, set, thy father gains not power over him. 147a, thou belongest, O Mn, to that God, of whom the twin children of Adam said, to him. 147b. Arise, said they, in thy name of God, and so thou becomest an Adam too, of every God. 148a, thy head is, that of, Horus of the D.T, O imperishable. 148b, thy face is that of Mtiurti, O imperishable. 148c. Thine ears are the twin children of Adam, O imperishable. Thine eyes are the twin children of Adam, O imperishable. 148d, thy nose is, that of, Anubis, O imperishable. Thy teeth are, those of, Sopdu, O imperishable. 149a. Thine arms are HP and DWMW.T.F, which thou needest to ascend to heaven, when thou ascendest. 149b, thy legs are IMS.TI and BSN.W.F, which thou needest to descend to the lower heaven, underworld, when thou descendest. 149c. Thy, other, members are the twin children of Adam, O imperishable. 149d, thou perishest not, thy ka perishes not, for, thou art a ka. Utterance 216. 150a, to say, I had come to thee Nephthys, I am come to thee boat of the evening, MSKT.T-boat. 150b, I am come to thee MRETR.WT. 150c, I am come to thee M.TK.W, remember him N. 151a, is enveloped by the D.T, pure and living, in the horizon. 151b, so this is enveloped by the D.T, pure and living, in the horizon. 151c n. Is enveloped by the D.T, pure and living, in the horizon. 151d, he is content because of them, he is cool because of them. 151e, in the arms of his father, in the arms of Adam. Utterance 217. 152a, to say, Re-Adam, n. Comes to thee, an imperishable spirit, Lord, by decree of the places of the four papyrus pillars. 152b, thy son comes to thee, n, comes to thee. 152c, that ye may stride over the sky, way, reunited in obscurity. 152d. That ye may arise in the horizon, in a place which is pleasing to you. 153a, Set and Nephthys, hasten, announce to the gods of Upper Egypt and their spirits. 153b, n, comes, an imperishable spirit. 153c, if he wills that ye die, you will die. If he wills that ye live, you will live. 154a, d equals 1152a, d. 155a, Osiris and Isis, hasten, announce to the gods of Lower Egypt and their spirits. 155b, n, comes, an imperishable spirit, like the morning star over the Nile. 155c. The spirits in the waters adore him. 155d, whom he wills that he live, be lives, whom he wills that be die, he dies. 156a, d equals 152a, d. 157a, thought, hasten, announce to the gods of the west and their spirits. 157b, n. Comes, an imperishable spirit, masked to the neck like an Anubis, chief of the western highland. 157c, that he may count hearts, that he may be powerful over the best of the hearts. 157d, whom he wills that he live, he lives. Whom he wills that he die, he dies. 1158a, d equals 152a, d. 159a, Horus, hasten, announce to the souls of the east and their spirits. 159b, n, comes, an imperishable spirit. 159c, whom he wills that he live, he lives. Whom he wills that he die, he dies. 160a, Re-Adam, thy son comes to thee, n, comes to thee. 160b, let him ascend to thee, enfold him in thy embrace. 160c, he is thy bodily son forever. Utterance 218. 161a, to say, Osiris, N, comes. He is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 161b, to count hearts, to seize Cas, to subdue Cas. Each of his functions. 161c obliges him whom he, himself, protected, as well as him who, asked him, to help him. There is no one who withdraws. 162a, such, would have no bread, his Ka would have no bread, his bread would be withheld from him. 162b, Geb has said, and it comes out of the mouth of the Ennead. 162c, Falcon, Mtati. F, said they, behold, thou art Ba, thou art M. 163a, N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 163b. Who surpasses thee, who is more like thee, who is more weary than thou, who is greater than thou, who is fresher than thou. 163c. Who is more praised than thou. Thy time of silence about it is no more. 163d. Behold what Set and Thought have done, thy 2 brothers, who knew not how to weep for thee. 164a. Isis and Nephthys embrace ye, embrace ye. 164b. Unite ye, unite ye. 164c. N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 164d. The Westerners, who are on the earth belong to N. 164e. N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 165a. The Easterners who are on the earth belong to N. 165b. N, comes, he is displeased. With the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 165c. The Southerners who are on the earth belong to N. 165d. N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 166a. The Northerners who are on the earth belong to N. 166b. N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. 166c. Those who are in the underworld belong to N. 166d. N, comes, he is displeased, with the 9, bows, an imperishable spirit. Utterance 219. 167a. To say, Adam, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 167b. He lives, N, also, lives, he dies not, N, also, dies not. 167c. He perishes not, N, also, perishes not, he is not judged, N. Also, is not judged. 167d. He judges, N, also, judges. 168a. Shu, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 168b. 168d equals 167b, 167d. 169a. Tefnut, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 169b. 169d equals 167b, 167d. 170a. Geb, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 170b. 170d equals 167b, 167d. 171a. Nut, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 171b. 171d equals 07b, 167d. 172a. Isis, this thy brother is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 172b. 172d equals 167b, 07d. 173a. Set, this thy brother is this one here, Osiris, who is made to endure and to live, that he may punish thee. 173b. 173d equals 167b, 167d. 174a. Nephthys, this thy brother is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 174b, 174d equals 167b, 167d. 175a, thought, this thy brother is this one here, Osiris, who is made to endure and to live, that he may punish thee. 175b, 175d equals 167b, 167d. 176a, Horus, this thy father is this one here, Osiris, whom thou hast made to endure and to live. 176b, 176d equals 167b, 167d. 177a, great Ennead, this one here is Osiris, whom ye have made to endure and to live. 177b, 177d equals 167b, 167d. 178a. Little Ennead, this one here is Osiris, whom ye have made to endure and to live. 178b, 178d equals 167b, 167d. 179a, Nut, this thy son is this one here, Osiris, of whom thou hast said, one born to your father. 179b, thou hast wiped for him his mouth. His mouth was opened by his son, Horus, whom he loves. 179c, his limbs are counted by the gods. 180a, 180c equals 167b, 167d. 181a, in thy name, he who is in Heliopolis, while he remains everlastingly in his necropolis. 181b, 181d equals 167b, 167d. 182a. In thy name, he who is in Busiris, chief of his gnomes. 182b, 182d equals 167b, 167d. 183a, in thy name, he who is in the house of Eret, the satisfied Ka. 183b, 183d equals 167b, 167d. 184a. In thy name, he who is in the divine hall, who is in fumigation. 184b, who is in the chest, who is in the portable chest, who is in the sack. 184c, 184e equals 167b, 167d. 185a. In thy name, he who is in the white chapel of Pr Wood. 185b, 185d equals 167b, 167d. 186a, in thy name, he who is in, thou sojournest in heaven, thou sojournest on earth. 186b, Osiris, turn thy face around, that thou mayest see n. 186c. Thy seed which came forth from thee, the pointed, spd.t. 187a, 187c equals 167b, 167d. 188a, in thy name, he who is in Buto. 188b, let thine arms be about provisions, thy daughter, equip thyself with her. 188c, 188e equals 167b, 167d. 189a. In thy name, he who is in the house of the great ox. 189b, let thine arms be about provisions, thy daughter, equip thyself with her. 189c, 189e equals 167b, 167d. 190a, in thy name, he who is in Hermopolis of the south. 190b. Let thine arms be about provisions, thy daughter, equip thyself with her. 190c, 190e equals 167b, 167d. 191a, in thy name, he who is in Hermopolis of the north. 191b, let thine arms be about provisions, thy daughter, equip thyself with her. 191c, 191d equals 167b, 167d. 192a, in thy name, he who is in the city of waters. 192b, that which thou hast eaten is an eye, thy body is full of it, thy son, Horus, parts with it for thee, that thou mayest live by it. 192c, 192d equals 167b, 167d. 193a. Thy body is the body of N, thy flesh is the flesh of N. 193b. Thy bones are the bones of N. 193c. Thou goest, N goes, thou goest. Utterance 220. 194a. The two doors of the horizon are open, its bolts slide. I-94b. He has come to thee, N.T, crown of Lower Egypt, he has come to thee, NSR.T, Urias. 194c. He has come to thee, Great One, he has come to thee, Great in Magic, crown of Lower Egypt. 194d. He is pure for thee, he is in awe of thee. 195a. Mayest thou be satisfied with him, mayest thou be satisfied with his purity. 195b. Mayest thou be satisfied with his word, which he speaks to thee. 195c. How beautiful is thy face, when it is peaceful, new, young, for a God, Father of the gods, has begotten thee. 195d. He has come to thee, Great in Magic, crown of Lower Egypt. 195e. It is Horus, who has fought in protection of his eye, Great in Magic. Utterance 221. 196a. To say, O.N.T, crown of Lower Egypt, O.N.W, crown of Lower Egypt, O Great One, crown of Lower Egypt. 196b. O Great in Magic, crown of Lower Egypt, O.N.S.R.T, Urias. 197a. Make thou the terror of N, to be like the terror of thee. 197b. Make thou the awe of N, to be like the awe of thee. 197c. Make thou the respect for N, to be like the respect for thee. 197d. Make thou the love for N, to be like the love for thee. 197e. Make thou that his B scepter be at the head of the living, make thou that his M scepter be at the head of the spirits. 197f. Make thou that his blade be firm against his enemies. 198a. O INW crown, thou hast come forth from him as he came forth from thee. 198b. The great I.T has given birth to thee, the I.TWT.T has adorned thee. 198c. The I.TWT T has given birth to thee, the great I.T has adorned thee. 198d. For as for thee, thou art like Horus, who fought in protection of his eye. Utterance 222. 199a. To say, stand thou upon it, this earth, which comes forth from Adam, the saliva which comes forth from Prr. 199b. Be thou above it, he thou high above it. 199c. That thou mayest see thy Father, that thou mayest see Ra. 200a. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Ra. 200b. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Ndi. 200c. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Pndn. 200d. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Dndn. 201a. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Mwr. 201b. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Snwr. 201c. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, Sopdu. 201d. He has come to thee, his Father, he has come to thee, sharp of teeth. 202a. Cause thou that N sees B.W, that he take the horizon. 202b. Cause thou that N govern the 9 bows, that he equip the Ennead. 202c. Cause thou that the shepherd's crook be in the hand of N, so that Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt may bow before him. 203a. He accepts, takes on, his opponent and stands up, the great chief, in his great kingdom. 203b. Nephthys praised him when he seized his opponent. 204a. Thou hast equipped thyself as the great in magic, Set, who is in Ombos, lord of the land of the south. 204b. Nothing is lacking in thee, nothing ceases with thee. 204c. For behold thou art more glorious, more powerful than the gods of Upper Egypt and their spirits. 205a, thou whom the pregnant brought forth, as thou didst cleave the night. 205b, thou art equipped like Set, who mightily broke forth. Fortunate is he whom Isis has praised. 206a, thou hast equipped thyself like Horus, the youthful. 206b, nor is there anything lacking in thee, nor anything ceases with thee. 206c. For behold thou art more glorious, more powerful than the northern gods and their spirits. 207a, thou puttiest away thine uncleanness for Adam in Heliopolis, thou ascendest with him. 207b, thou judgest distress in the underworld. Thou standest above the places of the abyss. 207c, thou art, king, with thy father Adam, thou art high with thy father Adam. 207d, thou appearest with thy father Adam, distress disappears. 207e, the midwife of Heliopolis, holds, thy head. 208a. Thou ascendest, thou openest thy way through the bones of Shu. 208b, thou envelopest thyself in the embrace of thy mother nut. 208c, thou purifiest thyself in the horizon, thou puttiest away thine impurity in the lakes of Shu. 209a. Thou risest, thou settest with Ra, in obscurity with Ndi. 209b, thou risest with Ra. 209c, thou appearest with Snwr. 210a. Thou risest with Nephthys, in obscurity with the Mskt.Tbot. 210b, thou risest with Isis. 210c, thou appearest with the Mnd.Tbot. 211a, thou art master of thyself. There is no one in thy way. 211b, thou art born because of, like, Horus, thou art conceived because of, like, Set. 211c, thou didst purify thyself in the falcon nome. Thou didst receive thy purification in the nome of the integral ruler, from thy father, from Adam. 212a, thou hast come into being, thou hast become high, thou hast become content. 212b. Thou hast become well in the embrace of thy father, in the embrace of Adam. 213a, Adam, let N ascend to thee, enfold him in thine embrace. 213b, for he is thy bodily son forever. V. The deceased king receives offerings and is re-established in his functions and possessions. Utterances 223-225. Utterance 223. 214a, to say, awake. Turn around. O. 214b, on, up, be seated before 1,000 loaves, 1,000 mugs of beer. 214c, the roast, thy double-rib piece, comes, from the slaughtering bench, the RT bread from the broad hall, W.T. 25a, as a god is provided with divine offerings, so N is provided with his bread. 215b. Thou art come to thy B.A., Osiris, a B.A. among the spirits, mighty in his domains. 215c, protected by the Ennead in the house of the prince. 216a, O.N., betake thyself to me, approach thyself to me. 216b. Be not far from the tomb, be not separated from me. 216c, I have given thee the eye of Horus, I have reckoned it to thee. O may it be pleasing to thee, with thee. 217a, O.N., up, receive thy bread from, my, hand. 217b, to say 4 times, O.N. I will be to thee a doorkeeper. Heading and postscript to Utterance 224. 218a, to say 4 times, an offering to him in all his dignities, in all his places. 218b, may Geb give an offering in all thy dignities, in all thy places. Utterance 224. 218c, to say, awake, N, turn around, N. 218d, thou hast come that thou mayest command in the regions of Horus. 218e, thou hast come that thou mayest command in the regions of Set. 2:18f. Thou hast come that thou mayest command in the regions of Osiris. 2:19a. May the king make an offering, in all thy dignities. 2:19b. Thy garment is a B loincloth, thy garment is a HSDD loincloth. 2:19c. Thou goest in sandals. Thou slaughterest an ox. 2:20a. Thou goest in the WDN boat, in all thy dignities, in all thy places. 2:20b. Thy NB.T scepter is at the head of the living, thy staff is at the head of the spirits. 2:20c. Like Anubis, first of the Westerners. Like ND.Ti, first of the Eastern gnomes. 2:21a. How fortunate is thy condition. Thou art a spirit, O N, among thy brothers, the gods. 2:21b. How changed it is. How changed it is. So, protect thy children, beware of. 2:21c. Thy border, limitation, which is in the earth. To say 4 times, clothe thy body, and, come into their presence. Utterance 225. A variant of Utterance 224. 222a. To say, awake, N. Turn around, N. 222b. Thou hast come that thou mayest command in the regions of Horus, thou hast come, that thou mayest command in the regions of Set. 222c. That thou mayest speak in the regions of Osiris. 223a. May the king make an offering, thy son is upon thy throne, thy garment is the P.Ti, thy garment is a DD loincloth. 223b. Thou goest in sandals, thou slaughterest an ox. 224a. Thou goest in the WDN boat, in all thy places, in all thy dignities. 224b. Thy NB.T scepter is at the head of the living, thy staff is at the head of the spirits. 224c. The aged is come, he protects his son. 224d. May thy body be clothed, so that thou mayest come to me, and may, the eye of Horus, be pleasing to thee. 6. Mostly serpent charms. Utterances 226 to 243. Utterance 226. 225a. To say, one serpent is encircled by another serpent. 225b. When a toothless, calf born on pasture land is encircled. 225c. Earth, devour that which has come forth from thee. Monster, beast, lie down, glide away. 226a. A servant, holy person, who belongs to the Ennead, pelican, is fallen in water. 226b. Serpent, turn over that may see thee. Utterance 227. 227a. To say, the head of the great black bull was cut off. 227b. HPN.W. Serpent, this is said to thee. NTR Scorpion, this is said to thee. 227c. Turn over, glide into the ground. I have said this to thee. Utterance 228. 228a. To say, face falls on face, face sees face. 228b. A knife, colored black and green, goes out against it, until it has swallowed that which it has licked. Utterance 229. 229a. To say, this is the fingernail of Adam. 229b. Which is upon the dorsal vertebra of the NB.WK.W, serpent, and which caused the strife in WN.W to cease. 229c. Fall, glide away. Utterance 230. 230a. To say, be thy 2 poison glands in the ground, be thy 2 rows of ribs in the hole. 230b. Pour out the liquid. The 2 kites stand there. 230c. Thy mouth is closed by the hangman's tool, the mouth of the hangman's tool is closed by the MFD.T, links. 230d. The one made tired is bitten by a serpent. 231a. Ora, N. Has bitten the earth, N. Has bitten Geb. 231b. N. Has bitten the father of him who bit him. 231c, this is the being who has bitten N, though, N, did not bite him. 232a, it is he who is come against N, though, N, does not go against him. 232b, the second moment after he saw N, the second moment after he perceived N. 232c, if thou bitest N, he will make one piece of thee, if thou regardest N, he will make two of thee. 233a, the NW serpent, male, is bitten by the N. T serpent, female, the N.T serpent is bitten by the NW serpent. 233b, heaven is protected magically, earth is protected magically, the manly, who is behind mankind is protected magically. 234a. The god whose head is blind is protected magically, thou thyself, Scorpion, art protected magically. 234b, these are the two knots, charm, of Elephantine which are in the mouth of Osiris. 234c, which Horus nodded concerning the backbone. Utterance 231. 235a, to say, thy bone is a harpoon point by which thou wilt be harpooned. Hearts are checked, the nomads are in the place of the spear. 235b, they are cast down. That is, the god Amen. Utterance 232. 236a. To say, MTI, 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 MTI. 236b, TIW, his mother, TIW, his mother, MIDI, MIDI. 236c, be thou watered, washed, O desert, let there be, water, not sand. Utterance 233. 237a, to say, the serpent which came forth from the earth is fallen. The flame which came forth from none is fallen. 237b, fall, glide away. Utterance 234. 238a, to say, a face is upon thee, thou who art on thy belly. Descend on thy backbone, thou who art in thy NW.T bush. 238b. Give away before the serpent who is provided with her two heads. Utterance 235. 239a, to say, Kutayu, Imu, Imu. 239b, thou hast raped the two keepers of the stone door jamb of XVIII. Utterance 236. 240. To say, Kbitadabaitai SS, son of If.T, that is thy name. Utterance 237. 241a, to say, spittle, which is not dried up, in dust, which has not, disappeared, flown, into the house of his mother. 241b, serpent, beast, lie down. Utterance 238. 242a, to say, the bread of thy father belongs to thee, Ikinai. 242b, thine own bread belongs to thy father and to thee, Nai. 242c, jewelry, oil, itw, that is thine ox, the renowned, for whose deed this is being done. Utterance 239. 243a, to say, the white crown is gone forth, she has devoured the great. 243b, the tongue of the white crown has devoured the great, yet the tongue was not seen. Utterance 240. 244a, to say, the Uria serpent belongs to heaven. The centipede of Horus, belongs in the earth. 244b, Horus was an oxherd when he trod on, things. N, treads upon the walk, gliding place, of Horus. 244c, while N, knows not him who is not known. 245a. A face is, upon thee, thou who art in his, thy, NW.T bush, mayest thou be lain on thy back, thou who art in his, thy, hole. 245b, meat cooker of Horus, escape into the earth. O let the beast, O desert, glide away. Utterance 241. 246a. To say, spitting of the wall, vomiting of the brick. 246b, that which comes out of thy mouth is thrown back against thyself. Utterance 242. 247a, to say, extinguished is the flame. The flame serpent is not found in the house of him who possesses ombos. 247b, it is a serpent, which will bite, which has slipped back into the house of him whom it will bite, that it may remain in it. Utterance 243. 248a. To say, 2 T-scepters and 2 T-scepters are for both DM chords, to say, twice, as bread which is withheld from thee. 248b, art thou then really here, art thou then really there? O slave, go away. 7. The deceased king arrives in heaven where he is established. Utterances 244 to 259. Utterance 244. 249a, to say, O Osiris N, this here is the hard eye of Horus. 249b. Take it to thee that thou mayest be strong, and, that he, Set, may fear thee. Rubric. Breaking of 2 red jars. Utterance 245. 250a, this N comes to thee nut, this N comes to thee nut. 250b, he has thrown his father to the ground. He has left Horus behind him. 250c, his 2 wings are grown as, those of, a falcon, his, 2 feathers as, those of, a GMW falcon. 250d, his BA has brought him, here, his magic power has equipped him. 251a. Thou openest thy place in heaven, among the stars of heaven. 251b, thou art the only star, the companion of W, thou lookest down on Osiris. 251c, as he commands the spirits. Thou standest there far from him. 251d, thou art not of them. Thou shalt not be of them. Utterance 246. 252a, see, how N stands there among you, the 2 horns on him, like 2 wild bulls. 252b, for thou art the black ram, son of a black sheep. 252c, born of a white sheep, nursed by 4 sheep. 253a. The blue-eyed Horus comes against you, guard yourselves against the red-eyed Horus. 253b, furious in wrath, whose might no one withstands. 253c, his messengers go, his runner hastens. 253d. They announce to him who lifts up his arm in the east. 254a, that this one passes in thee of whom down N.Y said, he shall command my fathers, the gods. 254b, the gods are silent before thee. The Ennead lay their hands upon their mouth. 254c, before this one in thee, of whom, down N.Y said, he shall command my fathers, the gods. 255a, stand at the doorway of the horizon, open the double doors of B.W. 255b. That thou mayest stand at there, the gods, head, as Geb at the head of his Ennead. 255c, they, the gods, enter, they are smitten with fear, they depart, they lift up their head. 256a, they see thee like Min, chief of the 2 Itr.T palaces. 256b, he stands behind thee, thy brother stands behind thee, thy relative, NS, stands behind thee. 256c, thou perishest not, thou art not destroyed. 256d, thy name remains among men, thy name has its being among the gods. Utterance 247. 257a, to say, thy son Horus has done, this, for thee. 257b, the great tremble when they have seen the sword which is in thy hand. 257c, as thou comest forth from the DWT. 258a, greetings to thee, wise one. 258b. Geb has created thee, the Ennead have engendered thee. 258c, Horus is satisfied with his father, as Adam is satisfied with his years. 258d. The gods of the east and west are satisfied with the great thing, which is come to pass in the embrace of the Divine Mother, Nut. 259a, N, O, N, thou, who hast seen, N, O, N, thou, who hast regarded. 259b, N, O, thou, who hast heard, N, O, N, thou, who hast been there. 260a, n, O n, lift thee up upon thy side, thou, doer of command. 260b, thou, who hatest sleep, thou, who art made tired, stand up, thou, who art in d.t. 260c, thy fine bread is made, i.e. offered, cf. ct, I spell 67, 286b, in Buto, take thy power in Heliopolis. 261a, this Horus commanded to do, this, for his father. The Lord of Tempest prevented the saliva of Set. 261b, when he, Set, should carry thee. It is he who will carry the one who is, again, complete. Utterance 248. 262a, to say, N, is great. N, has come forth from between the thighs of the Ennead. 262b, N, was, conceived by Sekhmet, it is SSMT.T who gave birth to N. 263a. As, the star with piercing front, glance, and wide of stride, who brings provisions for, his, journey to Ra, every day. 263b, N has come to his throne, which is higher than, or, over, above, the two protective goddesses of Upper and Lower Egypt. N appears, or, shines, as a star. Utterance 249. 264a, to say, O ye two contestants, announce now to the Honorable One in this his name. 264b, N is this SSSS plant which springs from the earth. 264c, the hand of N is cleansed by him who has prepared his throne. 265a, N, it is who is at the nose of the powerful Great One. 265b, N comes out of the Isle of Flame. 265c, after, he, N, had set truth therein in the place of error. 265d, N. It is who is the guardian of laundry, who protects the Uria serpents. 265e, in the night of the great flood, which proceeds from the great. 266a, N, appears as Nefertum, as the flower of the lotus at the nose of Ra. 266b. As he comes forth from the horizon every day, the gods purify themselves, when they see him. Utterance 250. 267a, to say, it is N. Who is chief of the Cas, who unites the hearts, so says B, or she, who is chief of the wise, the Great One. 267b, he who is in possession of the divine book, who knows, who is at the right of Ra. 267c, N. Comes to his throne, he is chief of the Cas, N, unites the hearts, so says she, who is chief of the wise, the Great One. 267d, N, comes into being, he who knows, being in possession of the divine book, he who is at the right of Ra. 268a. O thou who art vindicated by N. 268b, it is N, who says, is saying, what is in the heart of the Great One, not, at the feast of red clothes. 268c, for, it is N, who knows, who is at the right of Ra. 268d. Thus, the heart of the chief of the abyss of none is vexed. Utterance 251. 269a, to say, O ye, who are, set, over the hours, who are, go, before Ra, make, ready, the way for N. 269b, that N may pass through in the midst of the border guard of hostile mien. 270a, N is on the way to his throne, like, one whose places are in front, who is behind the god, with bowed head. 270b, adorned with a sharp, and, strong antelope's horn. 270c. Like one in possession of a sharp knife, which cuts the throat. 270d, the driver away, of suffering from the bull, the punisher of those in darkness. 270e, is, the strong antelope's horn, which is behind the great god. 271a, N. has reduced them to punishment, N has crushed their head. 271b, the arm of N, will not be resisted in the horizon. Utterance 252. 272a, to say, lift up your head, ye gods, who are in the dw.t. 272b, for N is come. Ye see him, how, he becomes as, a great God. 272c, introduce N with trembling, adorn N. 273a, who has honored ye all, as, he commanded mankind, also to do. 273b, N, judges those who live in the midst of the land of Ra. 273c, as N, speaks to this pure land, wherein he has established his residence, with the judge of the two gods. 274a, N, is mighty in his presence, N, bears the M scepter, when he, thought, would reject N. 274b, N, sits with those who row Ra. 274c, N, commands the good, and he, thought, does it, for, N, is the great God. Utterance 253. 275a, to say, he is pure, who was purified in the marsh of reeds. 275b, Ra is purified in the marsh of reeds. 275c. He is pure, who was purified in the marsh of reeds. 275d, this N is purified in the marsh of reeds. 275e, the hand of N is in the hand of Ra, Nut takes his arm. 275f, Shu lifts him up, Shu lifts him up. Utterance 254. 276a. The great, Urias, burns incense to the bull of NN. 276b, the heat of a flaming breath is against ye, who surround the chapel. 276c, O great God, whose name is unknown, an offering is on the place, i.e. in place, for the one Lord. 277a. O Lord of the horizon, make place for N. 277b, if thou makest not place for N, N will put a curse on his father Geb. 277c, the earth will no more speak, Geb will no more be able to defend himself. 278a, whom N finds on his way, him he eats for himself bit by bit. 278b, the N.T pelican announces, the PSD.Ti pelican comes forth, the great one arises. 278c, the 3 Enneads speak, a dam shall dam up the earth. 279a. Both boundaries of the cultivation shall be united, both riverbanks shall be joined. 279b, roads shall be closed against passengers. 279c, stairs for those who would ascend shall be destroyed. 279d, adjust the cable, traverse the M.T, hit the ball on the meadow of Pi. 280a, O, thy fields tremble, O, id star, at the column of the stars. 280b, when they see the column of KNS.T, the ox, or, bull, of heaven. 280c, and how the oxherd is terrified, overwhelmed, at him. 281a. O, be afraid, tremble, ye criminals, before the tempest of heaven. 281b, he opened the earth with that which he knew, on the day he loved to come. 282a, so said, he who is rich in arable land, he who inhabits the DT. 282b. Behold, she comes to meet thee, the beautiful West, to meet thee. 232c, with her beautiful tresses, she says, he comes whom I have borne. 283a, whose horn shines, the varnished column, the ox, or, bull, of heaven. 283b. Thy figure is, exalted, pass in peace. 284a, I have protected thee, says she, the beautiful West, to N. 284b, go, voyage to the marsh of offerings. 284c, bring thee o'er to re.t.f. 285a. So said he who is chief of his department, or, thy offering. Thou decayest in the earth. 285b, as to thy thickness, as to thy girt, as to thy length. 285c. But as spirit, thou sayest Ra, in his bonds, thou adorest Ra, in his freedom, from, his bonds. 285d, through the great protection which is in his red robes. 286a, the Lord of peace gives to thee his, with W, arm. 286b. O ye, his she-monkeys, who cut off heads. 286c May n pass by you in peace, for he has attached, again, his head to his neck. 286d 4 The neck of n is on his trunk, in his name of head attacher. 286e As he attached the head of the apis in it, that is, in his name, the day the bull was caught with a lasso. 287a Those whom n has made to eat, they eat of their food, and, in their drinking. 287b They drink of their abundance. 287c Oh that n be respected there by those who see him. 288a The knwt.t Serpent is on her dm scepter, the sister of n who holds Shu aloft. 288b She makes his place wide in Busiris, in Mendes, in the necropolis of Heliopolis. 288c She erects two standards before the great ones. 289a She digs a pool, for n, in the marsh of reeds. 289b She establishes his field in the two marshes of offerings. 289c n judges in the m.twr.t cow between the two wrestlers. 290a For his strength is the strength of the eye of Tbi, Ra. 290b His might is the might of the eye of Tbi. 290c n has freed himself from those who did this against him. 290d Who took from him his dinner. 291a When it was there, who took his supper from him. 291b When it was there, who took the breath from his nose. 291c Who brought to an end the days of his life. 291d n is mightier than they, appearing upon his shore. 292a Their hearts fall into his fingers. 292b Their entrails to the inhabitants of heaven, birds, their blood to the inhabitants of earth, beasts. 292c Their inheritance to the poor. 292d Their houses to fire, their farms to high Nile, inundation. 293a Let the heart of n be glad, let the heart of n be glad. 293b n is unique, the ox, or bull, of heaven. 293c He has exterminated those who have done this against him, he has destroyed those who are on the earth. 294a Belonging to his throne, what he will take, what he will lift up, is that which his father Shu has given him in the presence of Set. Utterance 255. 295a To say, the horizon burns incense to Horus of NN, provisions for the lords. 295b The horizon burns incense to Horus of NN. 295c The heat of its flaming breath is against you who surrounded the chapel. 295d The poison of its flaming breath is against you who wear the great, lower Egyptian crown. 296a The horizon burns incense to Horus of NN, provisions for the lords. 296b O the ugly of form, speech, the ugly of form. 297a Remove thyself from thy place, lay down on the ground the dignity for n. 297b If thou removest not thyself from thy place and layest, not, down on the ground thy dignity for n. 297c Then will n, come, his face like the Great One, Lord of the T-helmet. 297d Mighty through that in which he is, injured. 298a Then will he impart heat to his eye, which will surround you. 298b And will let go a tempest on those who did wrong. 298c And will let loose an inundation over the ancients. 299a Then will he strike away the arms of Shu under Nut. 299b And then will n put his arm on the wall, protection, on which thou leanest. 300a The great, Ra, stands tip in the interior of his chapel. 300b And lays down to the ground his dignity for n. 300c After n had taken command, w, and had laid hold of knowledge, I. Utterance 256. 301a To say, n has inherited Geb, n has inherited Geb. 301b He has inherited Adam. He is upon the throne of Horus, the eldest. 301c, his eye is his might, his protection consists in that which was done to him. 302a, the heat of the flaming breath of his Uriah serpent. 302b is like that of the RNNWT.T serpent on his forehead. 302c has put his fear in their heart. 302d in making a massacre among them. 303a, the gods saw it disrobed. 303b and they bowed themselves before N in homage, saying. 303c, his mother conducts him, his hometown tows him. 303d. Hi, let go thy rope. Utterance 257. 304a, to say, there is a clamor in heaven. 304b, we see a new thing, say the primordial gods. 304c, O Ennead, a Horus is in the rays of the sun. 304d, the lords of form serve him. 304e. The two Enneads entire serve him. 305a, as he sits in place of the All-Lord. N wins heaven, he cleaves its firmness. 305b, N is led along the ways of Khepri. 306a, N rests from life in the west, the dwellers in the D.T following him. 306b. Then, N rises renewed in the east. 306c, and, he who judged the quarrel comes to him with obeisance. 306d, serve N, ye gods, as he who is elder than the great, Ra. 306e, so says he, him, who has made himself mighty in his place. 307a, N, layeth hold on command, W, eternity is brought to him. 307b, and knowledge, I, is placed at his feet. 307c, shout for joy to N, B hath won the horizon. Utterance 258. 308a, to say, N is Osiris in a dust storm. 308b. His abomination is the earth, N has not entered into Geb. 308c, that he might be destroyed, nor has he slept in his house on earth. 308d, that his bones might be broken. His wounds are effaced. 308e, N has purified himself with the eye of Horus, his wound is effaced by the two mourners of Osiris. 308f, N has let the running, of his wound, flow to the ground at you. 309a, it is his sister, the Lady of P, who wept for him. 309b, N is on his way to heaven, N is on his way to heaven, on the wind, on the wind. 309c, he is not hindered, there is no one by whom he is hindered. 309d, N, he is, on his own, the eldest of the gods. 310a. His bread comes on high with, that of, Ra. 310b, his offering comes out of none. 310c, N is one who comes again. 310d, he goes, he comes with Ra. 310e, his houses are visited by him. 311a, N, seizes Cass, he frees Cass. 311b. He covers up evil, he abolishes evil. 311c, N spends the day, he spends, the night, while he appeases the two choppers in WN.W. 311d, nothing opposes his foot, nothing restrains his heart. Utterance 259. 312a, to say, N is Osiris in a dust storm. 3112b, the abomination of N is the earth, he has, not entered into Geb. 312c, that N might perish, nor has he slept in his house on earth. 312d, that the bones of N might be broken. His wounds are effaced. 312e, N has purified himself with the eye of Horus, his wound is effaced by the two mourners of Osiris. 312f, N has let the running, of his wound, flow to the ground at you. 313a, it is the sister of N, the Lady P, who wept for him. 313b. The two nurses, or, attendants, who wept for Osiris, wept for him. 313c, N is on his way to heaven, N is on his way to heaven, with shu and ra. 313d n is not hindered, there is no one who hinders him. 313e n is upon his feet, the eldest of the gods. 313f n has no session in the divine court. 314a the bread of n comes on high with that of ra. 314b his offering comes out of none. 314c n is one who comes again. 314d n goes with ra, n comes with ra. 314e his houses are visited by him. 315a he covers up evil, he abolishes evil. 315b he seizes Cas, he frees Cas. 315c n spends the day, he spends the night, n frees the two choppers in wn.w. 315d nothing opposes the feet of n, nothing restrains the heart of n. 8. The deceased king triumphs over his enemies and is recognized by the gods. Utterances 260-262. Utterance 260. 316a to say, O Geb, bull of Nut, n is a Horus, heir of his father. 316b n is the goer, the comer, the fourth of these four gods. 316c who have brought water, and made themselves clean, who rejoice over the power of their fathers. 316d he desires that he be justified by that which he has done. 317a since Tfn and Tefnut have judged n, since the two truths have heard him. 317b since Shu has been advocate, tongue, since the two truths have given verdict. 317c he has encompassed the thrones of Geb, he has raised himself to that which he wished. 318a so now that his limbs are united, which were hidden in the grave. 318b he unites himself with those who are in none. He puts an end to his words in Heliopolis. 318c as n goes forth on that day in the true form of an. 319a n destroys battle, he punishes revolt. 319b n goes forth as the protector of truth, he brings her, for she is with him. 319c those who were furious, now, busy themselves for him, those who are in none, now, give life over to him. 320a the refuge of n is in his eye, the protection of n is in his eye. 320b the power of n is in his eye, the strength of n is in his eye. 321a O gods of south, north, west, east, respect n, fear him. 321b he has sat in the T of the two courts. 321c that Uria serpent dnnwt.t might have burned you, for she attained your heart. 322a you, they, who might have come to n as an adversary, come to him, as a friend, come to him. 322b n is the dsds of his father, the nb of his mother. 323a the abomination of n is to walk in darkness. 323b lest he see those who are upside down. 323c n will come forth in this day, he will bring truth with him. 323d n will not be delivered up to your flame, O gods. Utterance 261. 324a to say, n is a heartbeat, son of the heart of Shu. 324b wide outstretched, a blinding light. 324c it is n, who is a flame, moving, before the wind to the ends of heaven and to the end of the earth. 324d as soon as the arms of the lightning are emptied of n. 325a he travels through Shu and strides through Kr. 325b he kisses the red crown, the divinely created. 326a those who are in the arbor, heaven, open for him their arms. 326b n stands on the eastern side of heaven. 326c where there is brought to him that which ascends to heaven. 326d n makes a separation of the tempest. Utterance 262. 327a to say, disown not n, O God, for thou knowest him and he knows thee. 327b Disown not n, O God, for he knows thee. 327c to thee, it is said, the transitory. 328a Disown not n, O Ra, for thou knowest him and he knows thee. 328b Disown not n, O Ra, for he knows thee. 328c To thee it is said, the Great One is altogether destroyed. 329a Disown not n, O Thought, for thou knowest him and he knows thee. 329b Disown not n, O Thought, for he knows thee. 329c To thee it is said, he rests, the solitary. 330a Disown not n, O Horus, the preeminent, pointed. For thou knowest him and he knows thee. 330b Disown not n, O Horus, the preeminent, pointed, for he knows thee. 330c To thee it is said, the unfortunate. 331a Disown not n, O thou who art in the d.t. For thou knowest him and he knows thee. 336 Disown not n, O thou who art in the d.t, for he knows thee. 331c To thee it is said, the damaged. 332a Disown not n, O Bull of heaven, for thou knowest him and he knows thee. 332b Disown not n, O Bull of heaven, for he knows thee. 332c To thee it is said, this n star. 333a Behold, n comes, behold, n comes, behold, n is ascended. 333b N is not come of himself. 333c It is a messenger who is come to him. It is a divine word which will cause him to arise. 334a N has passed by his broad house, the fury of the great sea has avoided him. 334b His fare is not accepted in the great ship. 334c The palace of the great cannot ward him off from the way of the d.w stars. 335a Behold, therefore, N has attained the heights of heaven. 335b He has seen his Uriah serpent in the boat of the evening sun, it is N who has journeyed in it. 335c He has recognized his Uriah serpent in the boat of the morning sun, it is N who has bailed it out. 336a The blessed dead have witnessed to him. 336b The hailstorm of heaven has taken him away, it lit. They causes N to approach Tura. 9 Means whereby the deceased king reaches heaven. Utterances 263 to 271. Utterance 263. 337a To say, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Ra, that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon. 337b The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Hereafter, that Hereafter may ferry over therewith to Ra. 337c The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N, that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Ra. 337d The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N, that he may ferry over therewith to Hereafter, to Ra. 338a It is good for N to be with his ka. N lives with his ka. 338b His loincloth is on him, his Horus weapon is on his arm. His scepter is in his hands. 339a He makes himself serviceable to those who have passed on. 339b They bring to him those four spirits, the eldest, the first of the wearers of sidelocks. 339c Who stand on the eastern side of the sky and lean upon their diem scepters. 340a That they may speak the good name of N to Ra. 340b And proclaim N to nbk.w. 340c So that the entrance of N may be greeted, or protected. The marshes of reeds were filled with water. 340d So that N might ferry over the winding watercourse. 341a N will certainly ferry over to the eastern side of the horizon. 341b N will certainly ferry over to the eastern side of heaven. 341c His sister is Sothis, his mother is the dw.t, morning star. Utterance 264. 342a, to say, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Horus that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Hereafter. 342b. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Hereafter. 342c. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for SSM.Ti that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Hereafter. 342d. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Hereafter. 343a. The Mn canal is open, the winding watercourse is inundated. 343b. The marshes of reeds are filled with water. 344a. N will certainly ferry over to yonder eastern side of heaven. 344b. To the place where the gods will give him birth, where he will certainly be born, new and young. 345a. When this hour of the morrow comes, the hour of the fifth day. 345b. The hour of the sixth day, the hour of the seventh day, the hour of the eighth day. 346a. N will be summoned by Ra, he will be given something to eat, by nbk.w. 346b. Like Horus, like him of the horizon. 346c. When this hour of the morrow comes, the hour of the third day, the hour of the fourth day. 347a. When N stands there like this star which is on the under side of the body of the sky. 347b. He judges as a god after he has listened like a prince. 348a. N calls to them and they bring to him those four gods. 348b. Who stand on the diem scepters of heaven. 348c. That they may speak the name of N to Ra, and announce his name to Horus who inhabits the horizon. 349a. He has come to thee. He has come to thee. 349b. That he may be loosed from the bands and unbound from the fastenings. 350a. He, Ra, has freed N from Herti, he has not given him to Osiris. 350b. N has not died the death. 350c. He has become in W, or, 3, in the horizon, he has become everlasting in the DDW.T. Utterance 265. 351a. To say, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Ra, that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Hereafter. 351b. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Hereafter that he may ferry over therewith to the horizon to Ra. 351c. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N himself. 351d. That he may ferry over therewith to the horizon, to Ra, to Hereafter. 352a. The Mn canal is open, the winding watercourse is inundated. 352b. The marshes of reeds are filled with water. 353a. N will certainly ferry over to the eastern side of heaven. 353b. To the place where the gods will be born. 353c. Where N will certainly be born with them, like Horus, like him of the horizon. 354a. N is justified. 354b. Praise be to N, praise be to the Ka of N. 355a. Let them be called to N. 355b. Let them be brought to N. Those four traffic guards, the wearers of sidelocks. 355c. Who stand on their diem scepters, on the eastern side of the sky. 356a. That they may speak the name of N, the good, to Ra. 356b. And, that they may proclaim the name of N, the good, to nbk.w. 356c. N is justified. 356d. Praise be to N, praise be to the Ka of N. 357a. The sister of N is Sothis, the mother of N is the morning star. 357b. N is that star which is with Ra on the under side of the body of the sky. 357c. N is justified. 357d. Praise be to N, praise be to the Ka of N. Utterance 266. 358a. To say, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Ra. 358b. that Ref may ferry over with them to the horizon, to Hereafter. 358c The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N. 358d That he may ferry over with them to the horizon, to Hereafter. 358e The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Hereafter. 358f That Hereafter may ferry over with them to the horizon, to Ra. 358g The two reed floats of heaven are placed for N. 358h That N may ferry over with them to the horizon, to Ra. 359a The Mn canal is open, the marsh of reeds is filled with water. 359b The winding watercourse is inundated. 360a N will certainly ferry over to the horizon, to Hereafter. 360b Let there be brought to N these four friendly ones. 360c The traffic guards, the wearers of sidelocks. 360d Who sit on their diem scepters on the eastern side of heaven. 361a Ye shall say it, namely, the good name of N to NBK.W. 361b Praise be to N, praise be to his Ka. 361c N is justified. The Ka of N is justified by the God. 362a Ra has taken N to himself to heaven, on the eastern side of heaven. 362b He is like Horus, of the D.T, he is like that star which radiates heaven. 363a The sister of N is Sothis. The mother of N is the morning star. 363b N sits between them. 363c Heaven will never be void of N, never shall the earth be void of N. 363d By command. 363e Bring this boat to N. 363f He will be your third in Heliopolis, or, as a Heliopolitan. Utterance 267. 364a Thy heart belong to thee, Osiris, thy legs belong to thee, Osiris. Thine arms belong to thee, Osiris. 364b The heart of N belongs to himself, his legs belong to himself, his arms belongs to himself. 365a A stairway to heaven shall be laid down for him, that he may ascend to heaven thereon. 365b He ascends on the smoke, incense, of the great censing. 366a N flies, as a goose, he alights as a scarab. 366b He flies as a goose, he alights as a scarab. 366c Upon the empty throne which is in thy boat, O Ra. 367a Stand up, remove thyself, thou who knowest not the reed thicket. 367b That N may sit in thy place and row, around, in heaven in thy boat, O Re. 368a N pushes off from the earth in thy boat, O Ra. 368b So when thou goest forth from the horizon, he, N, has his scepter in his hand. 368c As navigator of thy boat, O Ra. 369 Thou, N, mountest up to heaven, thou separatest thyself from the earth, a separation from wife and office, royal apron. Utterance 268. 370a To say, N washes himself, Ra appears, the great Ennead sparkles. 370b The Ombite is high as chief of the ITR.T palace. 371a N puts humanity off from him as a limb. 371b N seizes the WR.T crown from the hand of the Ennead. 371c Isis nurses him, Nephthys suckles him. 372a Horus takes him by his fingers, to his side. 372b He purifies N, in the lake of the jackal. 372c He makes, the Ka of N, clean in the lake of the D.T. 372d He rubs down the flesh of the Ka of N, and his own. 372e With that which is near Ra, in the horizon, that which he, Ra, took. 373a When the two lands beamed and when he bared the face of the gods. 373b He brings the Ka of N. And himself to the great palace. 373 c. After offices were made for him and the MTT was knotted for him. 374 a. N. leads the imperishable stars. 374 b. He ferries over to the marshes of reeds. 374 c. The inhabitants of the horizon row him, the inhabitants of B.W. navigate him. 375 a. N. is very capable, mighty, his arms will not desert him. 375 b. N. is very excellent, foremost, his ka comes to him, to his aid. Utterance 269. 376 a. To say, the fire is laid, the fire shines. 376 b. The incense is laid on the fire, the incense shines. 376 c. Thy fragrance comes to N, O incense, the fragrance of N comes to thee, O incense. 377 a. Your fragrance comes to N, O ye gods. The fragrance of N comes to you, O ye gods. 377 b. May N be with you, O ye gods, may you be with N, O ye gods. 377 c. May N live with you, O ye gods, may you live with N, O ye gods. 378 a. May N love you, O ye gods, love him, O ye gods. 378 b. The P pellet of incense comes, the PD pellet of incense comes, they come forth from the thigh, or lap, M3s.T, of Horus. 379 a. Those who have ascended are come, those who have ascended are come. Those who have climbed are come, those who have climbed are come. 379 b. Those who lifted themselves up like shoe are come, those who have lifted themselves up like shoe are come. 379 c. N ascends on the hips of Isis, N climbs up on the hips of Nephthys. 380 a. The father of N, Adam, lays hold of the arm of N, he assigns N. 380 b. To those gods, who are the nimble, the wise, the imperishable stars. 381 a. Mother of N, Epi. 381 b. Give to N, thy breast. 381 c. That N may pass it over his mouth, taste it. 381 d. And that N may suck thy milk, which is white, light and sweet. 382 a. That, yonder, land in which, where, N goes. 382 b. N will not thirst in it, N will not hunger in it forever. Utterance 270. 383 a. To say, awake thou in peace, thou, whose face is behind him in peace, thou, who sayest behind him in peace. 383 b. Ferryman of heaven in peace, ferryman of Nut in peace. 383 c. Ferryman of the gods in peace. 384 a. N comes to thee. 384 b. That thou mayest ferry him over in that ferry in which thou ferriest the gods over. 385 a. N comes to his side as a god comes to his side. 385 b. He comes to his temple as a god comes to his side. 385 c. N comes to his temple as a god comes to his temple. 386 a. There is no accuser of the living who is against N, there is no accuser of the dead who is against N. 386 b. There is no accuser of a goose who is against N. There is no accuser of an ox who is against N. 387 a. If thou dost not ferry N over, he will spring up. 387 b. And set himself upon the wing of thought. 387 c. He it is who will ferry N over to yonder side. Utterance 271. 388 a. It is N who inundated the land after it had come out of the ocean, it is N who pulled up the papyrus. 388 b. It is N who reconciled the two lands, it is N who united the two lands. 388 c. It is N with whom his mother, the great wild cow, will be united. 389 a. Mother of N, thou wild cow, who is upon the herb, overgrown, hill, who is upon the hill of the SS bird. 389 b. The two DD pillars are standing, the broken steps are falling down. 390 a. N ascends on the ladder which his father made for him. 390b. Horus and Set lay hold of the arm of N, they take him to the D.T. 391a. He, Horus, to whom it was signaled, winked, guard thyself against him to whom, this, is ordered. 391b. He, Set, to whom it was ordered, guard thyself against him to whom, this, is signaled, winked. 391c. The face of God is open, revealed, to N, N, sits, takes his place, upon the great throne at the side of the God. X. The deceased king in heaven. Utterances 272-274. Utterance 272. 392a. To say, O lofty one, which is not sharpened, thou door of none. 392b. N comes to thee. 'Cause this, door, to be opened for him. 392c. N, he is small. 392d. Yet, N is chief of the followers of Ra, he is not chief of the evil gods, demons. Utterances 273-274. 393a. To say, the sky is overcast, the stars are darkened. 393b. The bows are agitated, the bones of the earth gods quake. 393c. The agitations cease. 394a. After they have seen N, dawning, as, a B.A. 394b. As a god, who lives on his fathers and feeds on his mothers. 394c. N is lord of craftiness, whose name his mother knows not. 395a. The honor of N is in heaven, his might is in the horizon. 395b. Like his father, Adam, who begot him. He has begotten him mightier than he. 396a. The castes of N are behind him, his maid servants are under his feet. 396b. His gods are over him, his Uriah serpents are upon his brow. 396c. The leader serpent of N is on his forehead, she who perceives the soul of the enemy, as, a diadem, a flame of fire. 396d. The might of N is for his protection. 397a. N is the bull of heaven, who, once, suffered want and decided, gave in his heart, to live on the being of every god. 397b. Who ate their entrails, when it came, to pass, that their belly was full of magic. 397c. From the Isle of Flame. 398a. N is equipped, he who has incorporated his spirits. 398b. N dawns as the Great One, Lord of those with, ready, hands. 398c. He sits, his side towards Geb, the earth. 399a. It is N who judges with him whose name is hidden. 399b. On, this day of slaying the eldest, gods. 399c. N is Lord of offerings, who knots the cord. 399d. Who himself prepares his meal. 400a. N is he who eats men and lives on gods. 400b. Lords of messengers, who distributes orders. 401a. It is, grasper of the top knot, who is in K.W. who lassos them for N. 401b. It is, the serpent with raised head, DSRTP, who watches them, the gods, for N, who repels them for him. 401c. It is, he who is upon the willows, who binds them for N. 402a. It is, Khonsu who slaughters the lords, gods, in that he beheads them for N. 402b. And takes out for him what is in their body. 402c. He, Khonsu, is the messenger whom he, N, sends forth to punish. 403a. It is SSM. W who cuts them up for N. 403b. Cooking for him a meal of them in his evening cooking pots. 403c. It is N who eats their magic and swallows their spirits. 404a. Their great ones are for his morning meal. 404b. Their middle-sized ones are for his evening meal. 404c. Their little ones are for his night meal. 404d. Their old men and old women are for his incense burning, or, fire. 405a. It is the great ones in the north side of heaven, who lay for him the fire. 405b, to the kettles containing them, with the thighs of their eldest, as fuel. 406a, the inhabitants of heaven wait on n. 406b. When the hearth was constructed for him out of, the legs of their women. 406c, he has completely encircled the two heavens, he has revolved about the two lands. 407a, n, is the great mighty one, who has power over the mighty ones. 407b, n, is the falcon, who surpasses the falcons, the great falcon. 407c, whom he finds on his way, he eats for himself bit by bit. 407d, the respect of n is before, first of, all noble ones, who are in the horizon. 408a, n, is a god older than the eldest. 408b, thousands serve him, hundreds make offering to him. 408c, a certificate as, of, a mighty, great one is given to him by, Father of the gods. 409a, n, has dawned again in heaven. He is crowned with the upper Egyptian crown as Lord of the horizon. 409b, he has smashed the dorsal vertebra. 409c, he has carried off the hearts of the gods. 410a, he has eaten the red crown, he has swallowed the green one. 410b, n, feeds on the lungs of the wise ones. 410c, he is satisfied by living on hearts as well as their magic. 411a, n, is disgusted when he licks the emetics which are in the red crown. 411b, but, he is delighted when their magic is in his belly. 411c, the dignities of n shall not be taken from him. 411d, for, he has swallowed the intelligence of every god. 412a, the lifetime of n is eternity, its limit is everlastingness. 412b. In this his dignity of, if he wishes he does, if he wishes not he does not. 412c, who is within the boundary of the horizon for ever and ever. 413, behold, their soul, of the gods, is in the belly of n, their spirits are with n. 413b. As his soup a la ntr.w, cooked for n, from their bones. 413c, behold, their soul is, with n, their shadows are taken away from the hand of those to whom they belong. 414a, n, is as that which dawns, which endures, which endures. 414b, the doers of evil shall not be able to destroy. 414c, the favorite place of n among the living in this land for ever and ever. 11. Charms. Utterances 275 to 299. Utterance 275. 415a, to say, n, comes to you, ye falcons. 415b, since, your houses are barred off for n. 415c, his garment of ape skin on his back. 416a, n, opens the double doors, of heaven, n. Goes to the boundary of the horizon. 40b, n, laid down the MSD.T garment on the ground. 416c, n, became like the great one who is in Crocodilopolis. Utterance 276. 417a, to say, thy act is against thee, what thou doest is against thee. 417b. OSKSK serpent, which is in his, thy, whole, the opponent. Utterance 277. 418a, to say, Horus falls because of his eye, the bull, Set, collapses because of his testicles. 418b, fall, collapse. Utterances 278. 419a. To say, Bai is arisen, he is against the chief of Letopolis. 419b, whom that spittle protected, this, spittle, protects every one beloved of me. 419c, thou art loosed, O Serpent. Cause n, to be protected. Utterance 279. 420a, to say, n. I have trampled the mud of the watercourses. Thought is the protector of n. 420b, when it is dark, when it is dark. Utterance 280. 421a, to say, doer, doer, passer, passer. For 21b, thy face behind thee. Guard thyself against the great door. Utterance 281. For 22a, to say, punish the serpent, Kbrubi. For 22b, O lion of Tai, O lion of Tai, the Tai, and Tai. For 22c, give to me now, RWTWB, meat, now, one pot. For 22d, go, go, serpent, serpent. Utterance 282. For 23a, to say, lo, this foreign country of the mouth of the river, this is thy complaint. For 23b, this foreign country of the mouth of the river belongs to me, the Lord of KNW. For 23c. It is ITW of KNW, this thine ox god, the renowned, against whom this has been done. Utterance 283. For 24a, to say, truly, N wags his thumb, the left one, against thee. For 24b, he gives a sign with it to Min, with his thunderbolt. O robber, rob not. Utterance 284. For 25a, to say, he, serpent, whom Adam has bitten has filled the mouth of N. For 25b, while he wound himself up, lit. Wound a winding. For 25c. The centipede was smitten by the householder was smitten by the centipede. For 25d, that lion is inside this lion. For 25e, two bulls fight inside the ibis. Utterance 285. For 26a. Thy 2 drops of poison are on the way to thy 2 poison vessels. Spit both out now. For 26b, for they too are rich in water. O thou who winkest, thou who art adorned with a headband, O.W. For 26c. Rain, that the serpent may become cowardly and the throat, canal, of my heart may be safe. For 26d, storm, that the lion may drown himself in water and the throat of the heart of the king, may be wide. Utterance 286. For 27a. To say, O ye, who gurgle like the young of a water pest, crocodile, tumty, thn.w. For 27b, kbnw, those who glide away. The red crowns, i.e. water flowers, praise. For 27c, the TIWSII belong to him who has elevated the red crowns. For 27d. Hail, we too. Utterance 287. For 28a, to say, NNI, his mother, NNI, his mother. For 28b, art thou really here, art thou really here? Lion, get away. Utterance 288. For 29a, to say, key serpent or hkr.t serpent, go away. For 29b, with, face on the road. Eye of N, look not at him. For 29c, thou shalt not do thy will with N, get away. Utterance 289. For 30a, to say, a bull is fallen because of the D serpent, the D serpent is fallen because of the bull. For 30b, fall, glide away. Utterance 290. 43m, to say, face falls on face, a knife colored in black, goes out against it, until it has swallowed that. For 31b, which it has seized. Utterance 291. For 32a, to say, thine honor is effaced, O white hole, by him who has escaped the FNT worm. For 32b, thine honor is robbed, O white hole, by him who has escaped the FNT worm. Utterance 292. For 33a, to say, thou art seized, thou, O XVIII serpent. For 33b, thy neighbor, has seized thee, XVIII serpent. Utterance 293. For 34a. To say, back, hidden serpent, hide thyself. For 34b, and let N not see thee. For 34c, back, hidden serpent, hide thyself. For 34d, and come not to the place where N is. 434e, lest he pronounce against thee that name of thine, Nmi son of Nmi.t. 435a. A servant, holy person, as the Ennead's pelican, once, fell into the Nile, so, flee, flee. 435b, serpent, beast, lie down. Utterance 294. 436a, to say, N is Horus who comes forth from the acacia, who comes forth from the acacia. 436b. To whom it was commanded, be thou aware of the lion, he comes forth to whom it was commanded, be thou aware of the lion. 437a, N, has come forth from his dni.tjar, after he had passed the night in his dni.tjar. 437b, Nn. Appears in the morning. 437c. He has come forth from his dni.tjar, after he had passed the night in his dni.tjar. 437d, N appears in the morning. Utterance 295. 438a, to say, the mfd.t-link springs on the neck of the indf serpent. 438b, it repeats it on the neck of the serpent with the raised head, dsrtp. 438c, who is it who will remain? It is N, who will remain. Utterance 296. 439a, to say, tt.w serpent, where to? Thou shalt not go. Stand by N. 439b, N is Geb. HMT serpent, brother of HMT.t serpent. 439c, should thy father, the DMIW, die. Utterance 297. 440a, the hand of N which is come upon thee. 440b, it is a violent one which is come upon thee. 440c, it is the MFD. T-links, which is in the house of life. 440d, she strikes thee in thy face, she scratches thee in thine eyes. 441a, so that thou fallest in thy dung and glidest in thy urine. 441b, fall, lie down, glide away, so that thy mother nut may see thee. Utterance 298. 442a, to say, dawns, his uraeus on his head. 442b, against this serpent, which is come out of the earth, and, which is under the fingers of N. 442c, he, N. Cuts off thy head with this knife, which was in the hand of the mfd.t-links, which lives in the house of life. 443a, he draws, the teeth, which are upon, in, thy mouth, he saps thy poison. 443b. With those 4 strings, which were in the service of the sandals of Osiris. 443c, serpent, beast, lie down, bull, glide away. Utterance, 299. 444a, to say, the uraeus serpent is for heaven, the centipede of Horus is for the earth. 444b. Horus had a sandal as he advanced, towards, the master of the house, the bull of the whole. 444c, the combat serpent. N, will not be beaten. 444d, for, his protective sycamore is the protective sycamore of N, his refuge is the refuge of N. 444e. Whom N finds in his way, him he eats for himself bit by bit. 12. The Ferryman and the deceased king's ascension. Utterances 300 to 311. Utterance 300. 445a, to say, O Herti of ns.t, ferryman of the I.t boat, made by Knum. 445b, bring this, boat, to N is seeker of rt.w. 445c, N. Is on the way to the place of seeker, chief of PDWS. 445d, it is our brother who is bringing this, boat, for these bridge-girders, of the desert. Utterance 301. 446a, to say, thy established offering is thine, O Neu, none, together with NN. T, Nonit. 446b, ye 2 sources of the gods, protecting the gods with their, your, shade. 446c, thy established offering is thine, O Ammonius together with Amunet. 446d Ye two sources of the gods, protecting the gods with your shade. 447a Thy established offering is thine, O Adam, together with the two lions, ye double power of the gods, yourselves, who created yourselves. 447b, that is, Shu together with Tefnut, created the gods, begot the gods, established the gods. 448a Say ye to your father, Ta. 448b, that N has given to you your established offering, that N has satisfied you with your due. 448c, ye shall, or should, not hinder N when he ferries to the horizon to him. 449a, N knows him, knows his name. Ni is his name, Ni Lord of the Year is his name. 449b, he with the warrior's arm, Horus who is over the should.w of heaven, who causes Ra to live every day. 450a, he will rebuild N, he will cause N to live every day. 450b, N comes to thee, Horus of H.T, N comes to thee, Horus of SSM.T. 450c, N comes to thee, Horus of the East. 451 and behold, N brings to thee thy great left eye as healer. 451b Take it, the intact, one, to thyself from N. Its water is in it, being intact. 451c Its blood is in it, being intact, its breath is in it, being intact. 452a Enter into it, take possession of it, in this thy name of sacred 3s, a God. 452b That thou mayest approach to it in this thy name of Ra. 453a Put it on thy brow, in this, its name of choice oil. 453b That thou mayest rejoice in it, in this its name of willow tree. 454a That thou mayest sparkle thereby among the gods, in this its name of that which sparkles, or tnw.t oil. 454b That thou mayest be pleased with it in this its name of oil of pleasure, or kn.w oil. 454c Then will the rnnwt Serpent love thee. 455a Stand there, great reed float, like wpw.wt. 455b Filled with thy splendor, come forth from the horizon. 455c After thou hast taken possession of the white crown in the water springs, great and mighty, which are in the south of Libya. 456a Like Sebek, Lord of Bh.w. 456b Thou journeyest to thy fields, thou passayest through thy ksb.t woods. 456c Thy nose breathes the fragrance of the ssmt.t land. 456d Thou causest the ka of N to approach his side. 456e Like as thy wig, deified, approaches thee. 457a Purify N, make N bright. 457b In this thy jackal lake, O jackal, where thou purifiest the gods. 457c Thou art become a soul, thou art become preeminent, sharp, like Horus Lord of the green stone, to say, for times, like the two green falcons. Utterance 302. 458a To say, heaven is serene, Sothis lives, for it is N, who lives, the son of Sothis. 458b The two Enneads have purified themselves for him. 458c As, in the form of, the Mtuhukstar, the imperishable. 458d The house of N. In heaven will not go under, the throne of N on earth will never be destroyed. 459a Men bury themselves, in their grave, the gods fly up. 449b Sothis caused N to fly to heaven among his brothers the gods. 449c Nut, the great, uncovered her arms for N. 460a The two souls who are at the head of the souls of Heliopolis, who genuflected at sunrise. 460b Passed the night, while they did this, weeping for the god. 460c The throne of N is by thee, O Ra. He will not give it to anyone else. 461a N ascends to heaven, to thee, O Ra. 461b, the face of N is as that of falcons. 461c, the wings of N are as those of geese. 461d, his claws are as the fangs of the god of the DW.F gnome. 462a. There is not a word among men on earth against N. 462b, there is no condemnation of him among the gods in heaven. 462c, N has removed the word against him, N has destroyed it, so as to mount up to heaven. 463a, WPW.WT has caused N to fly to heaven among his brothers, the gods. 463b, N moved, flapped, his arms like a SM goose. 463c, N flaps his wings like a kite. 463d, he flies who flies, O men, N also flies away from you. Utterance 303. 464a. To say, gods of the west, gods of the east, gods of the south, gods of the north. 464b, these four pure reed floats, which he placed for Osiris. 464c, for his ascension to heaven. 465a, that he might ferry over to B.W., while his son Horus was at hand, at his fingers. 465b, whom he reared and whom he caused to dawn as a great god in B.W. 465c, placed them for N. 466a, art thou Horus, son of Osiris? Art thou, O N, the god, the eldest, son of Hathor? 466b. Art thou the seed of Geb? 467a, Osiris has ordained that N dawn as a second Horus. 467b, those four souls, spirits, who are in Heliopolis, have written it. 467c, in the register of the two great gods who are in B.W. Utterance 304. 468a. To say, greetings to thee, O daughter of Anubis, who is at the windows of heaven. 468b, thou friend of thought, who is at the double rail end of the ladder. 468c, open the way for N, that N may pass. 469a. Greetings to thee, O ostrich, who is on the shore of the winding watercourse. 469b, open the way for N, that N may pass. 470a, greetings to thee, O ox of Ra, with four horns. 470b. Thy horn in the west, thy horn in the east, thy horn in the south, thy horn in the north. 470c, incline thy western horn for N, that N may pass. 47m, art thou a pure westerner? I come from the Falcon City. 471b. Greetings to thee, O marsh of my offerings, or, O marsh of my peace. 471c, greetings to the honorable ones, dead, who are in thee. N will honor those who are there. 471d, comfortable are the pure who are in me. Utterance 305. 472a. To say, the ladder is fastened by Ra, in the presence of Osiris. 472b, the ladder is fastened by Horus in the presence of his father Osiris. 472c, as he goes to his spirit. 472d. One of them is on this side, one of them is on this side, while N is between them. 473a, art thou then a god, pure in dwellings, places? I am, come from a pure place. 473b, stand, here, O N, says Horus, sit, here, O N, says Set. 473c. Take his arm, certificate, says Ra. 474a, the spirit belongs to heaven, the body belongs to the earth. 474b, that which men receive when they are buried. 474c. Are there 1,000 loaves of bread, there 1,000 mugs of beer from the offering table of ntmd.w. 475a, if the heir is poor because he has no testament. 475b, then shall N, really, he, write with his great finger. 475c. But he shall not write with his little finger. Utterance 306. 476a, to say, how beautiful indeed is the sight, how pleasant indeed is the view, say they, say the gods. 476b, the ascension of this God to heaven, the ascension of N. to heaven. 477a, his renown over him, his terror on both sides of him. 477b, his magic preceding him. 477c, Geb has done for him as was done for himself, and 478a. The gods, the souls of Buto come to him, and, the gods, the souls of Hierakonpolis, the gods who are in heaven, the gods who are on the earth. 478b, they make for thee, they serve thee as, N, supports of their arms. 479a, and thou ascendest, N. to heaven, and thou climbest on it in this its name of ladder. 479b, let heaven be given to N, let the earth be given to him, said Adam. 480a, he who had spoken, with Adam, about it was Geb. 480b. The regions of the kingdom of Horus, the kingdom of Set, and 480c, the marshes of reeds, they adore thee. 480d, in this thy name of dw.m, as Sopdu, who lives, under his ksb.t trees. 481a. Has he killed thee after his heart had said that thou shouldst die for him? 481b, but, behold, thou for thy part become in spite of him as the remaining bull of the wild bulls. 481c, there remains the remaining bull. 481d. So, thou art remaining, O N, as their chief, as chief of the spirits, eternally. Utterance 307. 482a, to say, a Heliopolitan is in N, O God, a Heliopolitan as thou, art, is in N, O God. 482b, a Heliopolitan is in N, O Ra. A Heliopolitan as thou, art, is in N, O Ra. 482c, the mother of N is a Heliopolitan, the father of N is a Heliopolitan. 483a, N, himself is a Heliopolitan, who was born in Heliopolis. 483b. When Ra ruled the two Enneads, when Nefertum ruled men. 483c, as, one without an equal, the heir of his father Geb. 484a, any god who puts out his arm, menacingly. 484b, when the face of N turns to thee to adore thee. 484c, and, when N calls to thee on behalf of his person, O God, on behalf of his nose, O God. 484d, he shall have no bread, he shall have no cake among his brothers, the gods. 485a, he shall send no message, he shall not cover in heat among his brothers, the gods. 485b, the double doors of the MSKTE.T boat shall not be open for him, the double doors of the MND.T boat shall not be open for him. 485c, his speech shall not be judged as, that of one, in his city. The double doors of the destroyer, hell, shall not be open, again, for him. 486a, N, comes to thee. 486b, N, is the wild bull of the highlands, the bull with the large head, which comes from Heliopolis. 486c, N. Wild bull of the highlands, comes to thee. 486d, henceforth N is he who has given birth to thee and who gives birth to thee. Utterance 308. 487a, to say, greetings to thee, O Horus, in the regions of Horus. 487b. Greetings to thee, O Set, in the regions of Set. 487c, greetings to thee, O Ir.W, in the marshes of reeds. 488a, greetings to you, ye two harmonious, goddesses, daughters of the four gods, who dwell in the great palace, Heliopolis. 488b. Ye who are come forth at the voice of N, naked. 489a, N, has looked to you, as Horus looked to Isis. 489b, N has looked to you, as the NB.WK.W, Serpent, looked to R.TTW. 489c, N has looked to you, as Sebek looked to Neat. 489d, N has looked to you, as Set looked to the two harmonious, goddesses. Utterance 309. For 90a, to say, N is the D.I of the gods, who is behind the house of Ra. For 90b, born of the wish of the gods, which is in the prow of the boat of Ra. For 90c, N sits before him. For 91a, N opens his boxes, N breaks open his edicts. For 91b, N seals his rolls, of papyrus. For 91c, N sends forth his messengers, the indefatigables. For 91d, N does that which he, Ra, says to N. Utterance 310. For 92a. To say, if N should be bewitched, so will Adam be bewitched. For 92b, if N should be slandered, so will Adam be slandered. For 92c, if N should be beaten, so will Adam be beaten. For 92d, if N should be hindered on this road, so will Adam be hindered. For 93a, N is Horus. N comes after his father, in time, N comes after Osiris. For 93b, O thou, whose face is before him, whose face is behind him. For 94a, bring this boat to N. Which boat shall I bring to thee, O N? For 94b, bring to N that which flies up and alights. Utterance 311. For 95a, to say, look at N, O Ra, recognize N, O Ra. For 95b, he belongs to those who know thee. He knows that. For 95c, when his lord, Ra, goes forth, he should not forget the TPD. For 96a. So that she, who excludes whom she will exclude, may open the doors of the horizon for the going forth of the boat of the morning sun. For 96b, N knows the hall of the royal throne, which is in the midst of the platform of Iskn, whence thou goest forth. For 97a, that thou mayest enter, step down into, the boat of the evening sun. For 97b, commend N. Commend him to say 4 times one after another to those 4 raging ones, winds. For 97c, who are around thee, Ra, who see with 2 faces, who speak with 2 mouths. For 98a. Who are evil with those who are unfortunate, with those who would destroy them, the winds. For 98b, that they put not out their arm, when N turns to thee, when N comes to thee. For 99a. As one who says to thee this thy name of great flood, which proceeds from the great one. For 99b, N will not be blind when thou leavest him in darkness. For 99c, he will not be deaf when he does not hear thy voice. 500a, mayest thou take N with thee, with thee. 500b, he who drives away the storm for thee, B who chases off the clouds for thee, he who breaks up the hail for thee. 500c, N will do homage, upon, homage to thee, he will cause acclamation, upon, acclamation to thee. 500d, mayest thou set N over dt3.t. 13, a series of 5 charms. Utterances 312 to 316. Utterance 312. 501, to say, the bread flies to my houses, the houses of the lower Egyptian crown. Utterance 313. 502a, to say, the phallus of BBII is drawn. The double doors of heaven are opened. 502b, the double doors of heaven are locked, the way goes over the flames under that which the gods create. 503a, which allows each Horus to glide through, in which N will glide through, in this flame under that which the gods create. 503b, they make a way for N, that N may pass by it. N is a Horus. Utterance 314. 504a. To say, back, thou ox, which shall be killed, on whose horns the fingers of the earth god shall be. 504b, fall, glide away. Utterance 315. 505a, it is N, O Ionape, O Httape, O Pttape. 505b, the death of N is upon the desire of N. The beatitude of N, has come, on N, of himself. 505 C. N will do homage, the same homage, which ye do, he will sit among you, O ye. Tiw. Utterance 316. 506 A. O me, O D, N has not given to you his magic. 506 B. N will sit on the side of him who is revered in Heliopolis. 506 C. Take N, with, you, to heaven. 14. Miscellaneous utterances on the career of the deceased king in the hereafter. Utterances 317 to 337. Utterance 317. 507 A. To say, N, is come forth today at the head of the inundation of the flood. 507 B. N is a crocodile god, with green feather, with vigilant countenance, with forehead erect. 507 C. Effervescent, proceeding from leg and tail of the great one, who is in splendor. 508 A. N is come to his watercourses, which are in the land of the flood, in M.twr.t. 508 B. To the places of satisfaction, with green fields, which are in the horizon. 509 A. That N may make green the herbs in both lands of the horizon. 509 B. And, that N may bring the green to the great eye which is in the midst of the field. 509 C. N takes his throne which is in the horizon. 510 A. N appears as Sebek, son of Neat. 510 B. N eats with his mouth, N urinates, N cohabits with his phallus. 510 C. N is lord of semen, which women receive from their husband. 510 D. Wherever N wishes, according to the desire of his heart. Utterance 318. 511 A. To say, N is the NW serpent, the bull which letteth, which swallowed its 7 Uria serpents. 511 B. Through which came into being its 7 neck vertebrae. 511 C. Which commands its 7 Enneads who hear the words of the king. 511 D. And the mother of N is NW.T, N is her son. 512 A. N has come that he may swallow myrrh. 512 B. That N may take myrrh, his nostrils, being full of myrrh, the fingernail of N, being full of myrrh. 512 C. N has taken away your neck, O gods. 512 D. Serve N who will confer, upon you, your valor. Utterance 319. 513 A. To say, N is the bull of the 2 splendors which are in the middle of his eye. 513 B. The mouth of N is immune because of a flaming breath, the head of N because of horns, as, Lord of the South, Hereafter of you. 513 C. N leads the god, N rules over the Ennead. 513 D. N makes the lapis lazuli grow, N causes the Upper Egyptian TWN plant to sprout. 514 A. N has tied the cords of the SMSM T plant. 514 B. N has united the heavens, N rules over the lands, the southern and the northern. 514 C. As, the gods who were before. 514 D. N built a divine city, according to its merits. 514 E. N is the third in his dawning. Utterance 320. 515 A. To say, N has regulated the night, N has sent the hours on their way. 515 B. The powers, stars, dawn, they proclaim N as BBI. 515 C. N is that son of her who knew not that. 515 D. She had borne N to him of powerful visage, as Lord of Knights. 516 A. Humble yourselves, ye lords, hide yourselves, ye subjects, in the presence of N. 516 B. For, N is BBA, Lord of Night. 516 C. The bull, without whom life would cease. Utterance 321. 517 A. To say, O thou whose back is behind him, bring to N the SFR.TTP.T, which was upon the back of Osiris. 517b, that N may ascend to heaven upon it, that N may do service of courtier to Ra, in heaven. Utterance 322. 518a. To say, heaven is open, earth is open. 518b, the double doors of T are open to Horus, the double doors of B.WT are open to Set. 518c, turn thou for him as he who is in his fortress, N, has passed over you, B.WT, as Adam. 518d, N. Is IITW, who is, lives, in the midst of the Engi mountains. Utterance 323. 519a, to say, N, has purified himself with Ra, in the sea of reeds. 519b, Horus dries thy skin, O N, thought dries thy feet, O N. 519c, Shu, lift N, up on high. Nut, give thine arm to N. Utterance 324. 520a, to say, greetings to thee, doorkeeper of Horus, who art at the portal of Osiris. 520b, announce now the name of N, there to Horus. 521a. 4, he is come with temple saliva for this his temple, of the head. 521b, which is painful at the beginning of the months, which becomes bald at the beginning of half months. 521c. Wilt thou cool it with the magic, which thou didst make for the Great One, among the gods? 521d, in his former state, which is come upon him. 522a, greetings to thee, O hippopotamus, from everlasting. 522b, art, thou, come, to N. As hippopotamus from everlasting. 522c, after he had brandished one of the two clubs of Horus against thee and slain thee therewith. 522d, greetings to thee in his former state, which is come upon him. 523a, greetings to thee, braying, ass. 523b, art thou come to N as a braying ass. 523c, after he had slain thee with the tail, which grows, in the sea of Osiris. 524a, greetings to thee, O Knum, who was made harmless though he built N. 524b. Thou art his plant, which his foot trod upon. 524c, which cannot straighten up under his toes. 524d, thou art one of the two iron pillars of the great palace. Utterance 325. 525a, to say, the double doors of heaven are open. The double doors of B.W are open. 525b, for Horus of the gods, at daybreak. 525c, that he may ascend in the marsh of reeds and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 526a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open. 526b, for Hereafter at daybreak. 526c, that he may ascend in the marsh of reeds and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 527a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open. 527b. For Horus of the east at daybreak. 527c, that he may ascend in the marsh of reeds and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 528a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open. 528b, for Horus of the SSM. T-land at daybreak. 528c, that he may ascend in the marsh of reeds, and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 529a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open. 529b, for N himself at daybreak. 529c. That he may ascend in the marsh of reeds and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 530a, N, is clean, he takes his lasting, copper, bones. 530b, he has stretched out his imperishable limbs, which were, or, are, in the body of his mother Nut. 531a, Phra, give thine arm to N. 531b, Shu will draw him up to the companions of Shu. 531c, after he has caused N, to be nourished with the milk of two black cows, the two nurses of the souls of Heliopolis. 532a. OHPT, it is grievous for the body of Nut, because of the fury of the divine seed, which shall be in her. 532b. Behold also N is a divine seed which shall be in her. 533a. HPT, HNN, SMNN.W. 533b. N is purified. He has taken his divine W vestment. 533c. That N may establish himself there as a god like them. 533d. HPT, HNN, SMNN.W. 533e. Take N away, let him remain with you. Utterance 326. 534a. To say, collar, beloved of Horus, good-looking, which is on the neck of Ra. 534b. If thou goest to heaven, so will N go to heaven. Utterance 327. 535a. To say, the messenger of Horus, whom he loves, was N, who has brought back to him his eye. 535b. The messenger of Set, whom he loves, was N, who has brought back to him his testicles. 535c. The messenger of Thought, whom he loves, was N, who has brought back to him his arm. 536a. The two Enneads tremble for themselves. 536b. For they are the messengers, whom N loves, who should bring N to food. 536c. They bring N to food. Utterance 328. 537a. To say, N is the exalted, who is in the forefront, who lifts up the brow. 537b. The star before which the gods bow, before which the two Enneads tremble. 537c. It is the hand of N which will lift him, N, up. Utterance 329. 538a. N is the exalted, who is in the forefront, who lifts up the brow. 538b. The star before which the gods bow, before which the two Enneads tremble. 538c. The face of N is the face which sees his elevation. 538d. N is a nose which breathes. Utterance 330. 539a. To say, N ascends to heaven on, or, above, or, through, the SDSD, which was at the separation. 539b. After its, the heavens, sole, of the foot, was seized by the upreached hand. Utterance 331. 540a. To say, N ascends to heaven on the SDSD, which was at the separation. 540b. After its sole, of the foot, was seized. 540c. N is a nose which breathes. 540d. The face of N is the face which sees his elevation. Utterance 332. 541a. To say, this N is he who comes forth from the Mn jar. 541b. N has ascended as his warm breath and has returned. 541c. N has gone, O heaven, N has returned, O earth, O earth. 541d. N has walked upon the green dierb under the feet of Geb. 541e. He treads, again, upon the paths of Nut. Utterance 333. 542a. To say, N purified himself upon that appearing mound of the earth, on which Ra purified himself. 542b. He placed a bib stand and he set up the ladder. 542c. Those who are in the great heaven, they will take the arm of N. Utterance 334. 543a. To say, greetings to thee, O Ra, traverser of heaven, voyager through Nut. 543b. Thou hast traversed the winding watercourse. 543c. N has grasped thy tail. As to N, he is indeed a god, the son of a god. 544a. N is a flower, which comes out of the ka. 544b. A golden flower, which comes out of ntr.w. 544c. N has traversed Buto, he has voyaged through knm.wt. 545a. N has traversed Buto as Herti, ruler of ns.t. 545b He has voyaged through KNM.WT as SSM.W, who is in his ship of the oil press. May the god be pleased. 545c That N live as FTK.T lives. Utterance 335. 546a To say, how beautiful is the sight of N, adorned with the horns of Ra. 546b His apron on him like Hathor, his feather like the feather of a falcon. 546c When, or, as, he ascends to heaven among his brothers, the gods. Utterance 336. 547a To say, greeting to thee, ox of the oxen, when thou makest the ascension. 547b N seizes thee by thy tail, N takes thee by thy buttocks. 547c When thou makest the ascension, a great one is behind thee, a great one is before thee. 548a Greetings to thee, great one among the gods, take N, to thee, he belongs to thee. 548b Thy heart is whole, as to the parts of the corpse of N, they are young. Utterance 337. 549a To say, heaven speaks, the earth quakes on account of thy fear, Osiris. 549b When thou makest the ascension. 550a O ye milk cows there, O ye nurse cows there. 550b Go around him, weep for him, praise him, lament for him. 550c When he makes the ascension. He goes forth to heaven among his brothers, the gods. 15. Offerings for the deceased king. Utterances 338 to 349. Utterance 338. 551a To say, hunger, come not to N. 551b Go away to none, be off, begging, to the biflat. 551c N is sated. 551d N hungers not by reason of that bread of Horus which he has eaten. 551e Which his head made for him, with which he is satisfied, and, whereby he wins back his, normal, condition. 552a N thirsts not by reason of Shu, N hungers not by reason of Tefnut. 552b Pi, dwmw.t.f, bsn.w.f, ims.ti. 552c They will expel this hunger, which is in the body of N. 552d And this thirst which is on the lips of N. Utterance 339. 553a To say, the hunger of N is from the hand of Shu, the thirst of N is from the hand of Tefnut. 553b N lives on the morning bread, which comes at its appointed time. 553c N lives on that on which Shu lives. 553d N eats that which Tefnut eats. Utterance 340. 554a N comes to thee, N. 554b Mayest thou fall back before N, as the east wind falls back before, behind, the west wind. 554c Mayest thou come behind N, as the north wind comes behind the south wind. 554d To say, deposit, an offering. Utterance 341. 555a To say, the face of Horus is opened by Kr, the face of Kr is opened by Horus. 555b Abundance has extended her arm to N. 555c The arms of N have embraced fouling. 555d All which the marsh produces belongs to her son, B. 555e N has eaten with him today. Utterance 342. 556a To say, it is N, O Isis, it is N, O B.T, it is N, O Nephthys. 556b Come, see thy son. 556c He has passed through the nome of Athribis, after he has passed through the region of the WRR.T crown. 557a The handbag of N is of TWN plant. 557c N comes, he brings what is desired and what is given. 557b. The basket of N is of NN. T plant. Utterance 343. 558a. To say, BDS.T comes, the fire pan burns. 558b. Those with, ready, hands stand to give an offering to N. Utterance 344. 559a. To say, greetings to thee, O great flood, GBWR. 559b. Cupbearer of the gods, leader of men. 559c. Mayest thou make men and gods favorable to N, that they may give an offering to him. Utterance 345. 560a. To say, OWRK.F. 560b. Cupbearer of Horus, chief of the dining pavilion of Ra, chef of Ta. 560c. Give generously to N eats as much as thou givest. Utterance 346. 561a. To say, Cas are in Buto, Cas were in Buto as of old. 561b. Cas will be in Buto. The Ka of N is in Buto. 561c. Red as a flame, living as Kepri. 561d. Be cheerful, be cheerful. A meal, fit, for butchers. 562a. It is now thou givest, my lady, love to N, veneration to N. 562b. It is now thou givest, my lady, veneration to N, liking to N. 562c. In the body of all gods. Utterance 347. 563a. To say, the mouth of N is in incense, the lips of N are in myrrh. 563b. Descend, O N. From the field of thy Ka to the marsh of offerings. 563c. Of N is from the NR.T, the meal of N is like, that of, the divine boat. 564a. The life of N will be more than that of RNP.T, the food of N. Will be more than, that of, Pi, the inundation. 564b. O Ka of N, bring, food, that N may eat with thee. Utterance 348. 565a. To say, greeting to thee, O great flood. 565b. Cupbearer of the gods, leader of men. 565c. Mayest thou make the gods favorable to N, that they may refresh N. 565d. That they may love N, that they may render N well. Utterance 349. 566a. To say, OWRK.F. 566b. Cupbearer of Horus, chief of the dining pavilion of Ra, chef of Ta. 566c. Give generously to N eats as much as thou givest, a generous portion of his meat. 16. Miscellaneous utterances on the hereafter. Utterances 350 to 374. Utterance 350. 567a. To say, O thou who stridest very wide. 567b. As she sows the emerald, the malachite, the turquoise, as stars. 567c. If thou art green, well, N will be green, green as living plants. Utterance 351. 568a. To say, a vulture is become pregnant with N, in the night. 568b. He is, on thy horn, O pregnant cow. 568c. If thou art green, well, N will be green, green as living plants. Utterance 352. 569a. To say, a vulture has become pregnant with N, in the night. 569b. He is, on thy horn, O pregnant cow. 569c. He is, thy papyrus sprout, green as the turquoise of stars, thy green papyrus sprout is N. 569d. He is, green as living plants, N is green with thee. Utterance 353. 570. To say, N has come out of Buto, red as fire, living as Kepri. Utterance 354. 571a. To say, an offering of the butcher, an offering of the cupbearer, IMNW.T.F. 571b, Cupbearer, bring the water. Utterance 355. 572a, the double doors of heaven open. 572b on. 572c, thy head is joined for thee to thy bones are joined for thee to thy head. 572d. The double doors of heaven are open for thee, the great bolts are drawn back for thee. 572e, a brick is drawn out of the great tomb for thee. 573a, thy face is that of a jackal, thy tail is that of a lion. 573b, thou sittest upon this thy throne. Thou commandest the spirits. 573c, thou comest to me, thou comest to me, thou comest indeed to me. 573d, like, to, Horus after he had avenged his father, Osiris. 574a, I am thine Anubis priest. 574b, thou puttiest thy hand on the land. Thy warrior arm is over the great region. 574c, wherein thou goest, or, passest through, among the spirits. 574d, rise, lift up thyself like Osiris. Utterance 356. 575a, to say, O Osiris N, Horus has come that he may seek thee. 575b. He has caused that thought turn back for thee the followers of Set. 575c, and that he bring them to thee all together. 576a, he has made the heart of Set timid. Thou art greater, or, elder, than he. 576b. Thou didst come forth, from the womb, before him, thy qualifications are better than his. 576f, Geb has seen thy qualifications, he has put thee in thy place. 577a, Geb has brought to thee thy two sisters, to thy side, Isis and Nephthys. 577b. Horus has caused the gods to unite with thee. 577c, to fraternize with thee in thy name of he of the two SNW.T palaces. 577d, but not to reject thee in thy name of he of the two ITR.T palaces. 578a, he has caused the gods to avenge thee. 578b, Geb has put the sole of his foot on the head of thine enemy, who is afraid of thee. 578c, thy son Horus has smitten him. 578d, he has snatched back his eye from him, he has given it to thee. 579a. That thou mayest become glorious thereby, that thou mayest become mighty before the spirits. 579b, Horus has caused thee to seize thine enemy, that there should be none escaping among them from thee. 580a. Horus was indeed ingenious in that be recognized in thee his father, in thy name of bitrp.t. 580b, Nut has established thee as God, in spite of Set, in thy name of God. 580c. Thy mother Nut has spread herself over thee in her name of she of stp.t. 581a, Horus has seized Set, he has placed him under thee. 581b, that be may carry thee and that he may quake under thee like the quaking of the earth. 581c. For thou art more exalted than he, in thy name of he of the exalted land. 582a, Horus has caused that thou recognize him, Set, in himself without his getting away from thee. 582b. He has caused that thou seize him with thy hand without his escaping from thee. 582c, O Osiris N, Horus has avenged thee. 582d, he has done it, for his Ka in thee, that thou mayest be satisfied in thy name of satisfied Ka. Utterance 357. 583a, to say by Horus, may Geb make an offering to Osiris N, O Osiris N. 583b, Geb has given to thee thy two eyes that thou mayest be satisfied. Take in thee the two eyes of this great one. 583c. Geb has caused Horus to give them to thee that thou mayest be satisfied with them. 584a, Isis and Nephthys have seen thee, they have found thee. 584b, Horus has taken care of thee, Horus has caused Isis and Nephthys to protect thee. 584c. They have given thee to Horus that he may be satisfied with thee. 585a. It is pleasing to Horus, to be, with thee in thy name of, he of the horizon, whence Ra goes forth. 585b. In thine arms in thy name of, he from within the palace. 585c. Thou hast closed thine arms about him, about him. 585d. So that his bones stretch and he become proud. 586a. O Osiris N, betake thyself to Horus. 586b. Approach thyself to him, do not go far from him. 587a. Horus has come, he recognizes thee. 587b. He has smitten, and, bound set for thee, for thou art his Ka. 587c. Horus has made him afraid of thee, for thou art greater than he. 588a. He swims under thee, he carries in thee one greater than he. 588b. His followers have noticed thee how thy strength is greater. 588c. So that they dare not resist thee. Then his. 589a. Horus comes, he recognizes his father in thee, for thou art young in thy name of, he of the fresh water. 589b. Horus has opened for thee thy mouth. 590a. O Osiris N, be not in distress, groan not. 590b. Geb has brought Horus to thee, that he may count for thee their hearts. 590c. He has brought to thee all the gods together. There is not one among them who escapes him. 591a. Horus has avenged thee, it was not long till he avenged thee. 591b. Horus has snatched back his eye from Set, he has given it to thee. 591c. This his eye, the sweet one, cause it to stay with thee, reclaim it for thyself. O may it be pleasing to thee. 592a. Isis has taken care of thee. 592b. The heart of Horus is glad because of thee in thy name of, he who is first of the Westerners. 592c. It is Horus who will avenge what Set has done to thee. Utterance 358. 593a. To say, N, thou art the eldest, son, of Shu. 593b. Thy fetters are loosed by the two lords of Nun. Utterance 359. 594a. To say, Horus has moaned because of his eye, Set has moaned because of his testicles. 594b. The eye of Horus sprang up as he fell on yonder side of the winding watercourse. 594c. To protect itself against, or, free itself from, Set. 594d. Thought saw it on yonder side of the winding watercourse. 594e. The eye of Horus sprang up on yonder side of the winding watercourse. 594f. And fell upon the wing of thought on yonder side of the winding watercourse. 595a. O ye gods, ye who ferry over on the wing of thought. 595b. To yonder side of the winding watercourse, to the eastern side of heaven. 595c. To speak with Set about that eye of Horus. 596a. May N, ferry over with you on the wing of thought. 596b. To yonder side of the winding watercourse, to the eastern side of heaven. 596c. That he, N, may speak with Set about that eye of Horus. 597a. Mayest thou awake in peace, thou, face behind, in peace. 597b. Mayest thou awake in peace, thou who art within Nut, in peace, ferryman of the winding watercourse. 597c. Speak the name of N, to Ra, announce N, to Ra. 598a. N is on the way to yonder far-off palace of the lords of Kas. 598b. Where Ra is adored in the morning in the regions of Horus and in the regions of Set. 598c. As the god of those who are gone to their Kas. 599a. Ra recommends N to the face behind, the ferryman of the winding watercourse. 599b. That he may bring to N that ferry of the winding watercourse. 599c. In which he ferries the gods. 599d. To yonder side of the winding watercourse, to the eastern side of heaven. 600a and Ferryman. 600b. To yonder side of the winding watercourse, to the eastern side of heaven. 600e n is in search of the eye of Horus which is injured. 601a n is on the way to the numbering of fingers. 601b, the face of n, is washed by the gods, male as well as female. 601c, ims.ti, p.y, dwmu.t.f, bsn.w.f. 601d at the right side of n, which is Horus. 601e, wdndr.w, twd.y.f, nephthys, ntnrd. 601f at the left side of n, which is Set. 602a, n, is known by his seat, his helm remembers him. 602b, n has found his seat empty. 602c, in the bottom, hold, of the boat of gold, of Ra. Utterance 360. 603a. To say, O lofty one, which is not sharpened, rubbed, or touched, thou gate of Nut. 603b, n is Shu who came forth from Adam. 603c, none, nw, cause this, gate, to be opened for n. 603d, behold, n, comes, he is spiritual, i.e. soul-like, he is divine. Utterance 361. 604a, to say, none has recommended n, to Adam. 604b, pg has recommended n, to Shu. 604c, that he may cause those double doors of heaven to be opened for n, in spite of men. 604d. Who have no name, or, because they have no name. 604e sees n by his arm, take n, to heaven. 604f that he die not on earth among men. Utterance 362. 605a, to say, Father of n, in darkness. 605b, Father of n. Adam, in darkness, bring n to thy side. 606a, that he may kindle the light for thee and protect thee. 606b, as none protected these four goddesses. 606c, the day they protected the throne, bed. 606d, Isis, Nephthys, Neat, RTTW. Utterance 363. 607a, to say, Way of Horus. 607b, make ready thy tent for n, make ready thy arms for n. 607c, Ra, comes, ferry n over to yonder side. 607d, as thou ferriest thy follower over, the WNG plant, which thou lovest. 608a. If thou stretchest out thine arm towards the west, so wilt thou stretch out thine arm to n. 608b, if thou stretchest out thine arm toward the east, so wilt thou stretch out thine arm to n. 608c. As that which thou hast done to the Bt, ape, thine eldest son. Utterance 364. 609a, to say, O Osiris n, arise. 609b, Horus comes, he reclaims thee from the gods. Horus has loved thee. 609c, he has equipped thee with his eye. Horus has adapted to thee his eye. 610a, Horus has opened for thee thine eye that thou mayest see with it. 610b, the gods have bound to thee thy face, they have loved thee. 610c, Isis and Nephthys have healed thee. 610d. Horus is not far from thee, thou art his Ka. 611a, thy face is gracious unto him, hasten, accept the word of Horus and be satisfied with it. 611b, hearken unto Horus, it will not be harmful to thee, he has caused the gods to follow thee. 612a. Osiris n, awake. Geb has brought Horus to thee, and he recognizes thee. 612b, Horus has found thee, he rejoices over thee. 613a, Horus has caused the gods to ascend to thee. He has given them to thee that they may illuminate thy face, cheer thee. 613b, Horus has placed thee at the head of the gods, he has caused thee to take the wrr.t crown, the lady. 613c, Horus has accustomed himself to thee. He cannot part from thee. 64a, Horus has caused thee to live in this thy name of Ndi.ti. 614b, Horus has given thee his eye, the hard, one. 614c, he has placed it to thee, i.e. in thy hand, that thou mayest be strong, and that all thine enemies may fear thee. 614d, Horus has completely filled thee with his eye, in this its name of fullness of God. 615a, Horus has corralled the gods for thee. 615b, so that they cannot get away from thee, from the place where thou hast gone. 615c, Horus has counted the gods for thee. 615d, so that they cannot get away from thee, from the place where thou wast drowned. 616a, Nephthys has assembled for thee all thy limbs. 616b, in her name of .t, Lady of Builders. 616c, she has made them well for thee. 616d, thou art given over to thy mother Nut, in her name of Grave. 616e, she has embraced thee, in her name of Grave. 616f, thou art brought to her, in her name of Maba. 617a, Horus has united for thee thy limbs and does not allow thee to be sick. 617b, he has put thee together, so that there is no disorder in thee, or, without anything being disordered in thee. 617c, Horus has set thee up without staggering. 618a, O Osiris N, let thy heart be glad for him, Horus. Thy heart is great, thy mouth is opened. 618b, Horus has avenged thee, it was not long till he avenged thee. 619a, O Osiris N, thou art the mightiest God, there is no God like thee. 619b, Horus has given to thee his children, that they may carry thee. 620a, he has given to thee all gods that they may follow thee and that thou mayest have power over them. 620b, Horus has set thee up, in his name of Nwbot. 620c, he carries thee, in thy name of Seeker. 621a, thou livest, thou movest every day. 621b, thou art glorious, in thy name of Horizon whence Ra goes forth. 621c, thou art honored, thou art preeminent, thou art a soul, thou art mighty for ever and ever. Utterance 365. 622a, to say, lift thyself up and, hurry, thou great of power. 622b, sit at the head of the gods and do what Osiris did in the princely house, which is in Heliopolis. 622c, after thou hast received thy dignity. 622d, thy foot, step, will not be hindered in heaven, thou shalt not be restrained on earth. 623a, for thou art verily a spirit, born of Nut, nursed by Nephthys. 623b, they unite with thee. 623c, thou shalt stand in thy place, that thou mayest do what thou wast accustomed to do before. 624a, thou shalt be spirit more than all spirits. 624b, thou goest to Buto, thou findest him there whom thou hast to resist. 624c, thou comest to Hierakonpolis, thou findest him there whom thou hast to resist. 625a, thou doest what Osiris does, for thou art he who is on his throne. 625b, who stands there, as, this great and mighty spirit, N, bedecked as the great wild bull. 625c, thou wilt not be resisted at any place where thou goest. 625d, thy foot will not be hindered at any place where thou desirest, to be. Utterance 366. 626a, to say, O Osiris N, stand up, lift thyself up. 626b, thy mother Nut has brought thee forth, Geb has wiped thy mouth for thee. 626c, the great Ennead avenge thee. 626d, they put for thee thine enemy under thee. 627a, carry thou, him who is, greater than thou, said they to him, in thy name of he of the great saw palace. 627b Lift him up who is greater than thou, said they, in thy name of he of the great land gnome. 628a Thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys come to thee, they heal thee. 628b Complete and great, in thy name of great black. 628c Fresh and great, in thy name of great green. 629 and Behold, thou art great and round like the great round. 629b Behold, thou art bent around, and art round like the circle which encircles the NBWT. 629c Behold, thou art round and great like the great circle which sets. 630a Isis and Nephthys protected thee in Siat. 630b Even their Lord in thee, in thy name of Lord of Siat. 630c Even their God in thee, in thy name of God. 631a They adore thee, so that thou shalt not, again, withdraw from them, in thy name of DWNTR, or, Divine DW. 631b They take care of thee, so that thou mayest not, again, be angry, in thy name of DNDR.WBOT. 632a Thy sister comes to thee, rejoicing for love of thee. 632b Thou hast placed her on thy phallus. 632c That thy seed may go into her, while it is pointed like Sothis. 632d Horus the pointed has come forth from thee as Horus who was in Sothis. 633a Thou art pleased with him, in his name of Spirit who was in the DNDR.WBOT. 633b He avenges thee, in his name of Horus, the son, who avenges his father. Utterance 367. 634a To say, O Osiris N, Geb has brought Horus to thee that he may avenge thee. 634b And bring the hearts of the gods to thee. 634c That thou mayest not be in need, that thou mayest not groan. 634d Horus has given his eye to thee, that thou mayest take by it the WRR.T crown before the gods, i.e. as chief of the gods. 635a Horus has collected thy limbs for thee. He has put thee together. 635b Without any disorder in thee, or, without anything being disordered in thee. 635c Thought has seized thine enemy for thee, so that he is beheaded with his followers. 635d There is not one whom he has spared. Utterance 368. 636a To say, O Osiris N, this is Horus who is in thine arms. 636b He will avenge thee. 636c It is pleasing to him to be again with thee, in thy name of he of the horizon whence Ra goes forth. 636d Thou hast closed thine arms round and round him, he will not depart from thee. 637a Horus does not allow thee to be sick, Horus has placed thine enemy under thy feet. 637b That thou mayest live. Horus has given his children to thee. 637c That they may put themselves under thee, without one of them withdrawing, and that they may carry thee. 638d Thy mother Nut has spread herself over thee, in her name of she of stp.t. 638b She has caused thee to be as a god, in spite of thee, in thy name of God. 638c She protects thee against all evil things, in her name of Great Siv, Protectress. 638d Thou art the greatest among her children. 639a Geb is satisfied with thee, he has loved thee, he has protected thee. 639b He has given, back, to thee thy head, he has caused thought to take care of thee, so that what was against thee ceased. Utterance 369. 640a To say, O Osiris N, stand up. Horus has caused thee to stand up. 640b Geb has caused Horus to see his father in thee, in thy name of he of the royal castle. 641a Horus has given the gods to thee, he has brought them to thee, so that they may illuminate thy face. 641b. Horus has given his eye to thee, that thou mayest see with it. 642a. Horus has placed thine enemy under thee. 642b. That he may carry thee, that thou be not far from him. 642c. And that thou mayest come, again, in thy, former, state. The gods have bound, again, thy face to thee. 643a. Horus has opened thine eye for thee, that thou mayest see with it, in her, the eye, name of opener of the way. 643b. Thine enemy is smitten by the children of Horus. They made his smiting red, bloody. 643c. They have punished him, he is severely punished, so that his smell is evil. 644a. Horus has fitted thy mouth to thee, he has adjusted for thee thy mouth to thy bones. 644b. Horus has opened thy mouth for thee. 644c. Thy beloved son has reinstated thy two eyes for thee. 644d. Horus does not permit thy face to be without the power to see. 644e. In thy name of Horus chief of his subjects. Utterance 370. 645a. To say, O Osiris N, Horus has caused the gods to unite with thee. 645b. To fraternize with thee, in thy name of he of the two SNW.T palaces. 645c. Betake thyself to Horus, repair to him. 645d. Withdraw not thyself from him, in thy name of he of heaven. 646a. Horus has accustomed himself to thee, he cannot part from thee. 646b. He has caused thee to live. 646c. Hasten, accept his word and be satisfied with it. 646d. Hearken to him. It will not be harmful to thee. 647a. He has brought to thee the gods together, there is not one among them who escapes him. 647b. Horus has accustomed himself to his children, thou hast united thyself with those of his body, his children. 647c. They have loved thee. 647d. Horus has done it for his Ka in thee, that thou mayest be satisfied, in thy name of satisfied Ka. Utterance 371. 648a. To say, O Osiris N, Horus has placed thee in the heart of the gods. 648b. He has caused thee to take the white crown, the lady. 648c. Horus has found thee, he rejoices over thee. 648d. Go forth against thine enemy, thou art greater than he, in thy name of he of the great house, the itr.t palace. 649a. Horus has caused him to carry thee, in thy name of great carried one. 649b. He has delivered thee from thine enemy. 649c. He has avenged thee, as he who is avenged in his time. 649d. Geb has seen thy character. He has put thee in thy place. 650a. Horus has stretched thine enemy under thee, thou art older than he, for thou wast born before him. 650h. Thou art the father of Horus, who begot him, in thy name of bird-begetter. 650c. The heart of Horus is glad because of thee, in thy name of first of the Westerners. Utterances 372. 651a. To say, O Osiris N, awake. 651b. Horus has caused thought to bring thine enemy to thee. 651c. He has placed thee upon his back, so that he dare not resist thee. 651d. Sit down upon him. 652 at him mount, sit upon him, so that he may not escape thee. 652b. Dismount, for thou art mightier than he, do thou evil to him. 653a. Horus has loosed the hips, legs, of thine enemies. 653b. Horus has brought them to thee, cut up. 653c. Horus has chased their Ka from them. 653d. So then, thou mayest be powerful by means of that which thy heart will do to them, in thy name of powerful over the sea, as bull god. Utterance 373. 654a. To say, O, raise thyself up, N. 654b. Receive thy head, unite thy bones to thee. 654c. Collect thy limbs. 654d. Shake the earth, dust of the earth, from thy flesh. 655a. Receive thy bread which cannot mold, thy beer which cannot sour. 655b. Thou standest at the doors, which hold people back. 655c. He who is chief of his department, or, thy offering, comes out to thee, he lays hold of thine arm. 655d. And takes thee to heaven to thy father Geb. 656a. He rejoices at thy approach. He gives his arm to thee. 656b. He kisses thee, he embraces thee. 656c. He places thee at the head of the spirits, the imperishable stars. 656d. They of secret places adore thee. 656e. The great assemble for thee, the watchers stand before thee. 657a. Barley is threshed for thee, spelt is reaped for thee. 657b. Some is offered for the beginning of thy monthly feasts. 657c. Some is offered for the beginning of thy half-monthly feasts. 657d. As something commanded to thee to be done by thy father Geb. 657e. Lift thyself up, n. Thou shalt not die. Utterance 374. 658a. To say, thou art great, n. Thou art ferried over, n. 658b. Thy name is announced to Osiris. 658c. Thy foot, step, is great, thy foot is great, that it may traverse the great couch, sky. 658d. Thou art not seized by kr.w, earth gods. 658e. Thou art not rejected by the d.w, planets. 659a. The two doors of heaven are open for thee, that thou mayest go forth through them. 659b. Like Horus, like the jackal, on his side, belly, who concealed his forms from his enemies. 659c. Thou who hast no father, among men, who conceived thee. 659d. Thou who hast no mother, among mankind, who bore thee. 17. Conjurations and Charms. Utterances 375 to 400. Utterance 375. 660a. To say, n. Is he whom tw will protect, n. Is he whom XIII will deliver. 660b. Bring thy message, messenger of XIII, bring thy message while it is fresh, messenger of XIII. 660c. Mayest thou not come against n, son of a great one, as, a knife which castrates. Utterance 376. 661a. To say, the knife which castrates. 661b. Brilliant, brilliant, triumphant, triumphant. 661c. Let the seaman cast off his garments, as a sail, for the boat of the sun. Utterance 377. 662a. To say, thou shalt land, in thy name of fortress. 662b. Thou shalt capsize, in thy name of Gigi. 662c. For thou art indeed the HPI. W. Serpent, which is on his belly. 662d. Who lives on the hearts of those gods who are in Heliopolis. 662e. Give way, also, go away. Utterance 378. 663a. To say, the Uriah serpent belongs to heaven, the centipede of Horus belongs in the earth. 663b. It is the sandal, or, sole of the foot, of Horus which has trod upon the, dangerous, serpent. 663c. The serpent, dangerous, for Horus, a young child, his finger in his mouth. 664a. N. Is also a Horus, a little child, his finger in his mouth. 664b. If it is dangerous for n, he will tread upon thee, serpent. 664c. Be wise for n, so will he not tread upon thee. 665a. For thou art indeed the mysterious, the hidden, as the gods call thee. 665b. Because thou hast no legs, because thou hast no arms. 665 C with which thou mayest go in the following of thy brothers, thy gods. 666 A. O ye both who are unlucky, O ye both who are unlucky, O ye both who arise, O ye both who arise. 666 B. Ye who make the emptying out of the God, protect N, that he may protect you. Utterance 379. 667, to say, thy water is in heaven. Thy thousands are on earth, O XIII. Utterance 380. 668a, to say, doer, doer, passer, passer. 668b, thy foot, behind thee, guard thyself against the great great. Utterance 381. 669a. To say, the great centipede descends after he has charmed the householder. 669b, the householder is charmed by the centipede. Utterance 382. 670a, to say, Ir.W serpent or Ir.T serpent, go away from N, who is in the DMIW. 670b. Horus circulates behind his eye. 670c, reverse serpent, make ruin, in, the earth, decay, in, the earth. Utterance 383. 671a, to say, TT.W serpent, TT.W serpent, whereto, where wilt thou go? 671b, stand by N. He is the DMIW, should thy father, the DMIW, die. 671c, a servant, holy person, who belonged to the Ennead, pelican, once, fell into this Nile. Thou who art in HPNN, come here. Utterance 384. 672a, to say, this hand of N, which is come against thee. 672b is the hand of TT.T, the great, who is in the house of life. 672c, he who was seized by her has lived no longer, he who was struck by her has not fastened on his head, again. 672d, fall, glide away. Utterance 385. 673a, to say, dawns against thee. 673b, Horus bends his 9 bows against this spirit which comes out of the earth. 673c, with severed head and clipped tail. 673d, DSR serpent, DDI, son of R.TTW. 674a. Turn around, turn over, that one may forgive, thee in respect of him, the dead. 674b, FN.W serpent, FNN.T serpent. 675a, pay attention to him, pay attention to the earth, pay attention to thy father Geb. 675b. If thou payest not attention to him, his branding iron which is on, over, thy head will pay attention to thee. 675c, Sri.W serpent, lie down. 676a, spring up, KR, birth, seize him, hole in the earth, straighten thy tail. 676b, if N moves his arm against thee thou shalt die. 676c, if the arm of N lets thee go thou shalt not live. 677a, my watercourse is thy watercourse, says Shu. 677b, Shu stands on thy fetters. 677c, turn around, turn over. 677d, the fingers of N which are upon thee are the fingers of the MFD.T links, who lives in the house of life. 678a, that thou mayest spit out. Fall, flee, turn over. 678b, Horus would have struck thee down, and thou wouldst not be alive. 678c. Set would have cut thee to pieces, and thou wouldst not rise, again. Utterance 386. 679a, to say, N, comes to thee, Iwd.W. 679b, mayest thou let N pass by through the divided opening. 679c, if thou drivest N back, he will drive thee, back. 679d, Horus fell because of his eye, Set suffered because of his testicles. 679e, serpent with raised head, DSRTP, who is in the NW.T bush, fall, glide away. Utterance 387. 680a. To say, a great one is fallen, a servant, holy person, who belongs to the Ennead, pelican, is fallen. 680b. Monster, beast, lie down. Utterance 388. 681a. To say, Horus is risen, he escaped the combat serpent. Behold N. 681b. N. Is Horus, who escaped the combat serpent. Hurry. 681c. As, no messenger is given to him, and, his, boy, is taken away from him, and say. 681d. The serpent, fouling with the phallus. 681e. Horus has smashed its mouth with his foot, or, sole of his foot. Utterance 389. 682a. To say, a face is upon thee, thou who art in his, thy, hole. 682b. Lay thee on thy back, thou God, who art in it, the whole, before N. 682c. N. Is the great mistress, or, damsel. 682d. He whom N sees will not live. 682e. Upon whom the face of N falls, his head will not, again, be attached. 682f. Sri.W. Serpent, glide away, thou who art in the NW.T bush, turn over. Utterance 390. 683a. To say, N is pure, his ka is pure. 683b. How well is N, how well is N, the bodily health of Horus. 683c. How well is N, how well is N, the bodily health of Set. 683d. The bodily health of N is, to be, between you. 684a. It is N. Who stretched the cord, of a bow, as Horus, who draw the string as Osiris. 684b. It is that one, the dead, who has gone, it is this one, Osiris, who comes, again. 685a. Art thou Horus? A face is upon thee, thou shalt be set on thy head. 685b. Art thou Set? A face is upon thee, thou shalt be laid on thy back. 685c. This foot of N, which he has placed upon thee is the foot of MFD.T. 685d. That hand of N, which he has placed upon thee, is the hand of MFD. T, who lives in the house of life. 686a. N strikes thee in thy face. 686b. So that thy saliva runs away. He, so that, thy cheek. 686c. So serpent, lie down, NW serpent, glide away. Utterance 391. 687a. To say twice, on, thy, side. Thou shalt lie down. 687b. Escape, escape, hence, hence. 687c. Delive, N, protect N. 687d. Thy message is ready, thy testament is received, that which is before thee is restful. Utterance 392. 688. To say, the water of N is in heaven, the people of N are on earth. The heart is sad. Utterance 393. 689a. To say, thy protective sycamore is thy corn is thy protective sycamore. 689b. Thy tail shall be in thy mouth, combat serpent. Turn thyself. Around thy turning, great bull. 669c. His. The great escaped from him whom he had charmed. 689d. St. Serpent, protect thyself against the earth. St. Serpent, protect thyself against Geb. Utterance 394. 690. To say, a lion is behind a lion because of life. Two bulls are inside, the ibis. Utterance 395. 691a. To say twice, earth, protect thyself against the earth. St. Serpent, protect thyself against Geb. 691b. Protect thyself against thy father who begot Osiris, St. Serpent, protect thyself against Geb. Utterance 396. 692a. To say, turf serpent, there is a smell of the drawing, of the plough through the earth. Utterance 397. 692b. To say, art thou the DMW? 692c. He is effervescent, shew, let thy arms be about N. Utterance 398. 693a. To say, hoer, thou who hoest the earth, hoe not the earth. 693b. Protect thyself from the enemy. 693c. N is conceived of DMW. N is born to DMW. 693d. It is DMW who went to his mother with him. Utterance 399. 694. To say, thy water is in heaven, thy people are on earth, O ICI high. Utterance 400. 695a. To say, the eye of Horus drips on the tuft of the DNW plant. 695b. Ye two Horuses who are chief of the houses, great lord of food in Heliopolis. 695c. Mayest thou give bread to N, mayest thou give beer to N, mayest thou refresh N. 696a. While thou refreshest the dining table of N. 696b. While thou refreshest the slaughtering bench of N. 696c. If N is hungry, so will the two lions hunger. 696d. If N is thirsty, so will she of Elkab thirst. 696e. HDNW.T, HDNW.T. 696f. Bring not the smell of thy HDN to N. 696g. Thou shalt not bring the smell of thy HDN to N. 18. Utterances concerning well-being, especially food and clothes. Utterances 401 to 426. Utterance 401. 697a. To say, N is come from Buto, red as a flame, living as Kepri. 697b. N has seen the great Uria serpent, N has perceived the great Uria serpent. 697c. The face of N is fallen upon the great Uria serpent. 697d. W bowed his temples to N. 697e. When N ferried over his lake, his Uria serpent in his following. Utterance 402. 698a. To say, the place of N with Geb is enlarged. 698b. The D-star of N with Ra will be made high. 698c. That N may promenade in the marshes of offering. 698d. N is the eye of Ra, which was conceived in the night and born each day. Utterance 403. 699a. To say, O thou whose B-tree becomes green, who is over his field. 699b. O thou flower opener, who is on his sycamore. 699c. O thou with the green lands, who is over his tree. 700a. O Lord of the green fields, rejoice today. 700b. N will henceforth be among you, N will go forth in your neighborhood. 700c. N will live on that on which you live. 701a. O bulls of Adam. 701b. Make N fresh, refresh N more than the red crown which is upon his head. 701c. More than the inundation which is up to his breast, or lap, or knee, more than the dates, which are in his fist. Utterance 404. 702a. To say, N juggles about with thee, O juggler further, to say, for times he who was over the officials of Buto. 702b. N is greater than the Horus adorned with red, the red crown which was, once, on the head of Ra. 702c. The green eye paint of N consists in the papyrus symbol of thine eye, which is a flame. 702d. N is green, fresh, with, or, like, thee. Utterance 405. 703a. To say, O Ra, OWTI, OWTI, OPND.TI, OPND.TI. 703b. N is thou, thou art N. 704a, praise be to N. Praise be to the Ka of N. 704b, cause N to be well, F or N, causes thee to be well. 704c, cause N to be well, for N, causes thee to be well. 704d, cause N to be refreshed, for N, causes thee to be refreshed. 705a, N. Is that eye of thine which was on the horn of Hathor? 705b, which repeats the repeating, successive, years for, or, upon, N. 705c, while N is conceived in the night and born every day. Utterance 406. 706a. To say, greetings to thee Ra, in thy beauty, in thy beauties. 706b, in thy places, in thy 2/3 gold. 707a, mayest thou bring the milk of Isis to N, and the flood of Nephthys. 707b. The swishing of the lake, the primeval flood of the ocean. 707c, life, prosperity, health, happiness. 707d, bread, beer, clothing, food, that N may live thereof. 708a, may the brewers listen to, come to terms with, him. 708b. As they are long in days, patient at work, as they are satisfied in the nights. 708c, so he, the deceased, takes his place at the table, partakes of his meal, since they are satisfied with their nourishment, contentment. 709a, may N. Behold thee when thou goest forth as thought. 709b, when the course is set for the boat of Ra. 709c, to his fields which are in the I.W. part of heaven. 709d, and when thou stormest forth as he who is at the head of his eye-carriers. Utterance 407. 710a, to say, N, is pure, so that he can receive for himself his pure place which is in heaven. 710b, N will remain, the beautiful places, of N, will remain. 710c, N. Receives for himself his pure place which is in the bow of the boat of Ra. 711a, and the sailors who row Ra. 711b, they also will row N. 711c, and the sailors will take Ra round about the horizon. 711d, they also will take N. Round about the horizon. 712a, N's mouth is opened for him, N's nose is opened for him. 712b, N's ears are opened for him. 712c, that N may judge words, that he may separate the two contenders. 713a. That he may command words to him who is greater than he. 713b, Ra, purifies N, Ra, protects N, against the evil which is done against him. Utterance 408. 714a, to say, born in the night, come ye, N, is born. 714b. Ye two women, ye who conceived by day, that ye may be patient and bear him who dwells in the egg city. 715a, since ye have given birth to N, ye must also nourish N. 715b, the heart of N is glad as he who is chief of the D.T. 715c. The heart of the gods rejoices over N, as soon as they see N how rejuvenated he is. 716a, now the banquet of the 6th day of the month shall be for the breakfast of N. 716b. The banquet of the 7th day of the month shall be for the supper of N. 716c, cows shall be slaughtered for N, at the WG feast. 716d, the desideratum, that which is given of it, that is the gift for N. 716e, for N. Is indeed the bull of Heliopolis. Utterance 409. 717a, to say, N is the bull of the Ennead. 717b, Lord of the 5 meals, 3 in heaven, 2 on earth. 717c, it is the boat of the evening sun and the boat of the morning sun. 717d. Which convey this to N from the N house of the god. 718a, the abomination of N is awful, he rejects urine. 718b, he drinks it not. 718 N lives on sweet wood, i.e. sweets, and from fumigations which are in the earth. Utterance 410. 719a. To say, O Bizarite, thou DD, he who is in his grg.wb.f. 719b N is a wrw.t.k, N will be a wrw.t.k. 719c N finds thee, sitting on that fortress of T. 719d in which the gods sit, live, to which the lords of Cass are drawn. 719e. Comes. Utterance 411. 720a. 720b Bring it to N, put N, on that side of life and joy. Utterance 412. 721a To say, the Great One is fallen on his side. 721b He who is in D.T stirs. 721c His head is lifted up by Ra. 721d His abomination is to sleep, he hates to be tired. 722a Flesh of N. 722b Rot not, decay not, let not thy smell be bad. 722c Thy foot shall not pass over, thy step shall not stride through. 722d. Thou shalt not tread upon the corpse, secretion of Osiris. 723a Thou shalt tiptoe heaven-like, the toe-star, thy soul shall be pointed like Sothis, the pointed star. 723b Soul shalt thou be and soul thou art. Honored shalt thou be and honored thou art. 723c Thy soul stands there, like a king, among the gods, like Horus who lives in Heru. 724a Thy dread gets into the heart of the gods. 724b. Like, the dread, of the red crown which is on the head of the king of Lower Egypt, like the white crown which is on the head of the king of Upper Egypt. 724c Like the lock, of hair, which is upon the head of Mt.W. 724d. Thou layest hold of the hand, lit. Arm, of the imperishable stars. 725a Thy bones will not be destroyed, thy flesh will not sicken, N. 725b Thy limbs will not be distant from thee. 725c For thou art as one among the gods. 725d. Buto ferries up to thee, Hierakonpolis ferries down to thee. 726a The SMNT woman mourns for thee, the IMNT priest robes himself for thee. 726b A welcome comes out for thee, O N, on the part of thy father. A welcome comes out for thee on the part of Ra. 727a The double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of the D.W stars are open for thee. 727b After thou art descended, in the grave, as the jackal of Upper Egypt. 727c. As Anubis on his belly, as Pi.W who resides in Heliopolis. 728a The great damsel who lives in Heliopolis has given her arm to thee. 728b For thou hast no mother among mankind who has borne thee. 728c. For thou hast no father among men who has conceived thee. 729a Thy mother is the great wild cow who lives in El Kab, the white crown, the royal headdress. 729b She with the long feathers, she with the two hanging breasts. 729c. She will nurse thee, she will not wean thee. 730a Get up, from, on thy left side, sit, put thyself, on thy right side, O N. 730b Thy places among the gods will remain, while Ra leans upon thee with his arm. 730c. Thy fragrance is as their fragrance. 730d Thy sweetness is as the sweetness of the two Enneads. 731a Thou appearest, N, in the royal headdress, the things of the forehead. 731b. Thy hand seizes the Horus weapon, M, thy fist grasps the D-mace. 731c Thou standest, N, as he who is in, or, who is chief of, the two itr.t palaces, who judges the words of the gods. 732a thou belongest to the N. W, stars, the servants, of Ra, who are before the morning star. 732b, thou wilt be born, again, at thy new moons, feasts, like the moon. 732c, while Ra leans upon thee in the horizon, N. 733a, and the imperishable stars serve, follow, thee. 733b, command thyself until Ra comes, N. 733c, purify thyself, ascend to Ra. 733d, heaven will not be empty of thee, N, forever. Utterance 413. 734a, to say, raise thyself up, O king. Thy water belongs to thee. Thine abundance belongs to thee. 734b, thy milk belongs to thee, which is in the breasts of thy mother, Isis. 734c, the children of Horus raise thee up, the children of him who is in db.wtp, Buto. 734d, like Set who is in N. T, Hypsilus, or Ombos. 735a, this great one slept, after he had fallen to sleep. 735b, awake, N, raise thyself up, take to thee thy head. 735c, unite to thee thy bones, shake off thy dust. 736a, sit thou upon thy firm throne. 736b. That thou mayest eat the leg of meat, that thou mayest pass the cutlet, over thy mouth. 736c, that thou mayest nourish thyself with thy double-rib piece in heaven among the gods. Utterance 414. 737a, to say, O N. 737b. Take thy garment of light, take thy veil upon thee. 737c, clothe thyself with the eye of Horus, which was in T.T. 737d, that it may gain thy respect among the gods, that it make for thee a sign of recognition among the gods. 737e. That thou mayest take the WRR.T crown by means of it among the gods. 737f, that thou mayest take the WRR.T crown by means of it with Horus Lord of Men. Utterance 415. 738a, to say, greetings to thee T.T. 738b. Thou wast on the edge of the great nest which united the god with his brother. 738c, thou wilt be or not be, thou wilt be or not be. 739a, protect the head of N, that it may not detach itself. 739b, collect the bones of N, that they may not separate. 739c, mayest thou put the love for N in the body of every god who will see him. Utterance 416. 740, to say, this is a sound garment which Horus has made for his father, Osiris. Utterance 417. 741a. To say, a great one slept on his mother, Nut. 741b, thy mother T.T clothed thee. 741c, she carried thee to heaven, in her name of Kite. 741d, the fondling whom she found, her Horus. 741e, thy Horus is this one, O Isis. Mayest thou bring his certificate, lit. Arm, to Ra, to the horizon. Utterance 418. 742a, to say, greetings to thee, fine oil. 742b, greetings to thee which was on the brow of Horus, which Horus put on the head, horns, of his father, Osiris. 742c, N, put thee on his head, horns, as Horus put thee on the head, horns, of his father, Osiris. Utterance 419. 743a, to say, greetings to thee, N, on this thy day. 743b, as thou standest before Ra, when he ariseth in the east. 743c. Adorned with this thy dignity among the spirits. 743d, the arms interlace for thee, the feet agitate for thee, the hands wave for thee. 744a, Isis laid hold of thine arm, she caused thee to enter into the Min W. 744b, the earth is adorned. Thy mourners lament. 745a, may Anubis first of the Westerners give an offering. 745b, thy thousands of loaves of bread, thy thousands of mugs of beer, thy thousands of jars of ointment. 745c. Thy thousands of alabaster vases, of perfume, thy thousands of garments. 745d, thy thousands of heads of oxen. 746a, the SMN goose will be beheaded for thee, the TRP goose will be killed for thee. 746b. Horus has exterminated the evil which was in N, in his 4-day term. 746c. Set has annulled that which he did against N, in his 8-day term. 747a. The doors are open for those in secret places. 747b. Stand up, remove thy earth, shake off thy dust, raise thyself up. 748a. Voyage thou with the spirits. 748b. Thy wings are those of a falcon, thy brightness is that of a star. 748c. No enemy will bend over N. 748d. The heart of N will not be taken, his heart will not be carried off. 749a. N is a great one with an uninjured WRR.T crown. 749b. N equips himself with his firm, or iron, shining, limbs. 749c. N voyages, over the sky to the marsh of reeds. 249d. N makes his abode in the marsh of offerings. 749e. Among the imperishable stars in the following of Osiris. Utterance 420. 750a. To say, O N, be pure, sense thyself for Ra. 750b. How beautiful is thy purity today. 750c. Today, establish thyself among the gods, today. 750d. Today, establish thyself among those who are in the SNTR, today. Utterance 421. 751a. To say, N, thou climbest up, thou reachest the radiance. 751b. Thou art the brilliance which is upon the eastern quarter of the sky. Utterance 422. 752a. To say, O N. 752b. Thou art departed that thou mayest become a spirit, that thou mayest become mighty as a god, an enthroned one like Osiris. 753a. Since thou hast thy soul in thy body, since thou hast thy might behind thee. 753b. Since thou hast thy WRR.T crown on thy head, since thou hast thy Miso.T crown before thee, at hand. 753c. Thy face is before thee, thy homage is before thee. 754a. The followers of a god are behind thee, the nobles of a god are before thee. 754b. They recite, a god comes, N, comes, who shall be, on the throne of Osiris. 754c. That spirit comes who is in thee. T, that power which is in the Tenite Nome. 755a. Isis speaks to thee, Nephthys laments for thee. 755b. The spirits come to thee, bowing down, they kiss the earth at thy feet. 755c. Because the terror of thee, N, is in the cities of I. 756a. Thou ascendest to thy mother Nut, she lays hold of thine arm. 756b. She shows thee the way to the horizon, to the place where Ra is. 756c. The double doors of heaven are opened for thee, the double doors of B.W. are opened for thee. 757a. Thou findest Ra standing, while he waits for thee. 757b. He lays hold of thy hand, he leads thee into the double ITR.T palace of heaven. 757c. He places thee on the throne of Osiris. 758a. O.N. The eye of Horus comes to thee, it addresses thee. 758b. Thy soul which is among the gods comes to thee, thy might which is among the spirits comes to thee. 758c. A son has avenged his father, Horus has avenged Osiris. 758d. Horus has avenged N on his enemies. 759. thou standest, n, avenged, equipped as a god. 759b, endued with the form of Osiris, on the throne of him who is first of the Westerners. 759c. And doest what he was accustomed to do among the spirits, the imperishable stars. 760a, thy son stands on thy throne endued with thy form. 760b, he does what thou wast accustomed to do formerly at the head of the living. 760c. By the command of Ra, the great God. 761, he tills barley, he tills spelt, that he may present thee therewith. 762a, on, all life and health are given to thee, eternity is thine, Sethra, to thee. 762b. That thou thyself mayest speak after thou hast taken the form of a god. 762c, wherewith thou shalt be great among the gods who are over the lake, t.ws. 763a, on, thy soul stands among the gods, among the spirits. 763b. It is thus that thy fear is in their hearts. 763c, n, stands upon thy throne at the head of the living. 763d, it is thus that thy terror is in their hearts. 764a, thy name which is upon the earth lives. Thy name which is upon the earth endures. 764b, thou wilt not perish, thou wilt not pass away for ever and ever. Utterance 423. 765a, to say, O Osiris N, take to thyself this thy libation, which is offered to thee by Horus. 765b. In thy name of, he who is come from the cataract, take to thyself thy natron that thou mayest be divine. 765c, thy mother Nut has made thee to be as a god to thine enemy, or, in spite of thee, in thy name of, God. 766a. Take to thyself the efflux which goes forth from thee. 766b, Horus has made me assemble for thee the gods from every place to which thou hast gone. 766c, take to thyself the efflux which goes forth from thee. 766d. Horus has made me count for thee his children even to the place where thou wast drowned. 767a, RRNPY recognizes thee, for thou art made young again, ill this thy name of, fresh water. 767b. Horus is indeed a soul, for he recognizes his father in thee, in his name of, RBXRP.T. Utterance 424. 768a, to say, O.N., this thy going, these thy goings. 768b is that going of Horus, by this his going, by these his goings. 769a. As his runners hastened, so his envoys rushed on behind. 769b, so that they might announce him to him who lifts up the arm in the east. 769c, rejoice, n. 769d, thine arms are like those of Pi.W, thy face like that of WPWWT. 770a, on. May the king make an offering. 770b, that thou mayest occupy thy Horite regions, that thou mayest pass through thy Setite regions. 770c, thou sittest on thy firm throne. 770d. Thou directest their words to him who is at the head of the great Ennead, who are in Heliopolis. 771a, on, Mtnrd protects thee. 771b, thy herdsman, who is behind thy calves. 771c, on, R, protects thee against the spirits. 772a. On, no. 772b, that thou shalt take for thyself this thy divine offering, that thou mayest be satisfied with it every day. 773a, thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of mugs of beer, thousands of heads of oxen, thousands of geese. 773b. Thousands of all sweet things, thousands of all textures. 774a. On, thy water belongs to thee, thy abundance belongs to thee. 774b, thy natron belongs to thee, all, which is brought to thee by thy brother, N. Utterance 425. 775a. To say, Osiris N, thou art avenged, I have given all gods to thee. 775b together with their inheritance, together with their food. 775c together with all their things. Thou shalt not die. Utterance 426. 776a to say, Osiris N. Thou hast dawned as king of Upper and Lower Egypt. 776b for thou hast gained power over the gods together with their castes, attributes. 19. In praise of Nut. Utterances 427 to 435. Utterance 427. 777a to say, Nut, spread thyself over thy son, Osiris N. 777b hide him from Set, protect him, Nut. 777c thou art come, that thou mayest protect, Lit. Hide, thy son. Come now, protect this great one. Utterance 428. 778a to say, Nut, fall upon thy son, Osiris N. 778b protect him, great Siv, protectress, this great one among thy children. Utterance 429. 779a. To say by Geb, Nut, thou art become, spiritually, mighty. 779b, thou wast, already physically, mighty in the womb of thy mother, Tefnut, before thou wast born. 779c protect N with life and well-being. He shall not die. Utterance 430. 780a. To say, mighty was, thy heart. 780b when thou wast in the body of thy mother, in thy name of, Nut. Utterance 431. 781a, to say. Thou art the daughter, who has gained, physical, power over her mother, who dawned as king of Lower Egypt. 781b. Make N, spiritually, mighty in thy womb. He shall not die. Utterance 432. 782a, to say, Great Lady, who didst become heaven, thou didst become, physically, mighty. 782b, thou art become victorious, thou hast filled every place with thy beauty. 782c the whole earth lies, Lit. Is, under thee, thou hast taken possession of it. 782d, thou encompassest the earth and all things, therein, in thine arms. 782e, mayest thou establish this N in thee as an imperishable star. Utterance 433. 783a, to say, I have fertilized thee as Geb, in thy name of, heaven. 783b, I have united to thee the whole earth in every place. Utterance 434. 784a, to say, High one over the earth, thou art above thy father Shu, who hast the mastery over him. 784b, he has loved thee in that he has set himself under thee, all things are thine. 785a, thou hast taken each god to thyself with his boat. 785b, thou hast educated them as, she of 1,000 souls. 785c. So that they will not disappear from thee like stars. 785d, so let not N, leave thee, in thy name of, far off one, or, high one. Utterance 435. 786a, to say, I am Nut, the granary. I have proclaimed the name of Osiris N. 786b. Namely, Horus, beloved of the two lands, N, king of Upper and Lower Egypt, N. 786c NBTI, beloved of the corporation, N, falcon over gold, N. 787a heir of Geb, his beloved N, beloved of all the gods, N. 787b. Given all life, stability, prosperity, health, joy Lycra, thou livest forever. XX Miscellaneous text some largely Osirian. Utterances 436 to 442. Utterance 436. 788a, to make a libation. To say, thy water belongs to thee, thine abundance belongs to thee. 788b. The efflux goes forth from the god, the secretion which comes out of Osiris. 788c So that thy hands may be washed, so that thine ears may be open. 789a This power is spiritualized by means of its soul. 789b Wash thyself for thy ka washes itself. Let thy ka be seated. 789c That it may eat bread with thee, without ceasing eternally. 790a Thy going is as a successor of Osiris. 790b Thy face is before thee, thine homage is before thee. 791a It is agreeable to thy nose on account of the smell of I.twt.t. 791b For thy feet when they hit thy feast, carry thee to thy feast. 791c For thy teeth, for thy fingernails when thy bread is broken. 792a Thou farriest over as the great bull, the pillar, or column, of the serpent gnome. 792b To the fields of Ra which he loves. 792c Raise thyself up, n, thou shalt not die. Utterance 437. 793a To say, wake up for Horus, stand up against Set. 793b Raise thyself up as Osiris, like the spirit, son of Geb, his first, born. 793c And stand up as Anubis, who is on the Minw, shrine. 794a Before whom the Ennead tremble. The three beginnings, of the divisions of the year, will be celebrated for thee. 794b Thou purifiest thyself on the day of the new moon, thou dawnest on the first of the month. 794c The great Min-T, stake, mourns for thee. 794d As for him who stands without being tired, who resides in Abydos. 795a Earth, hear that which the gods have spoken. 795b What Ra says as he spiritualizes N. 795c That he may receive his spirituality as one at the head of the gods, like Horus, son of Osiris. 795d While he gives him his spirituality among the watchers of Buto. 795e While he dignifies him as a god among the watchers of Hierakonpolis. 796a The earth speaks. 796b The double doors of Acre are open for thee, the double doors of Geb are open for thee. 796c Thou goest forth at the voice of Anubis, while he has spiritualized thee, like thought. 797a That thou mayest judge the gods, that thou mayest set a boundary to the bows. 797b Between the two scepters, in this thy dignity of spirit, commanded by Anubis. 798a If thou goest, Horus, goes, if thou speakest, Set speaks. 798b Thou approachest the sea, lake, thou advancest to the Tenite nome. 798c Thou passest through Abydos. 799a A portal is open for thee in heaven, towards the horizon. 799b The heart of the gods rejoices at thy approach. 799c They take thee to heaven in thy capacity as soul, thou art a soul, mighty, among them. 800a Thou ascendest to heaven like Horus, who is over the SDSD of heaven. 800b In this thy dignity issuing from the mouth of Ra. 800c As Horus among the spirits. 800d Whilst thou sittest on thy firm throne. 801a Thou withdrawest thyself to heaven. 801b The ways, of the bows, which lead up to Horus, are made firm for thee. 801c The heart of Set fraternizes with thee as, with, the great one of Heliopolis. 802a Thou hast voyaged over the winding watercourse in the north of Nut. 802b As a star, which ferries over the ocean, which is under the body of Nut. 802c The D. T strikes, takes, thy hand, towards the place of. 803a After the bull of heaven had given thee his arm. 803b Thou nourishest thyself with the food of the gods, with which they nourish themselves. 803c The odor of ddwn is on thee, the upper Egyptian youth, who is come from Nubia. 803d, he gives thee the incense wherewith the gods sense themselves. 804a, the two children, twin of the king of Lower Egypt, who are on his head, the possessors of the great crown, have given birth to thee. 804b, Ra, has called thee out of the Iskn of heaven. 804c. As Horus, who is chief of his department, or, presides over his thigh offering, he of TWT, lord of SBW.T, the rebel city. 804d, as the jackal god, gnome governor of the bows, as Anubis who presides over the pure, holy, land. 805a. He appoints thee as the morning star, god of the morning, in the midst of the marsh of reeds. 805b, and thou sittest upon thy throne. 805c. Thy dismembered limbs are collected by the two mighty ones, the crowns of Upper and Lower Egypt, as lord of the bows. 805d, thine abundance is in the field of the gods where they nourish themselves. 806a, thou hast thy spiritualization. Thou hast thy messengers. 806b, thou hast thine understanding, thou hast thine earthly servants. 806c, may the king give an offering, may Anubis give an offering, of, thy 1,000 of the young of antelopes. 806d. From the desert, as they come to thee with bowed head. 807a, may the king give an offering, may Anubis give an offering, of, thy 1,000 loaves of bread, thy 1,000 mugs of beer. 807b. Thy 1,000 large loaves, which come from the broad hall, thy 1,000 of all sweet things. 807c, thy 1,000 of oxen, thy 1,000 of all things which thou eatest, on which thy heart is set. 808a. The im tree serves thee, the NBS tree bows its head to thee. 808b, such as Anubis will do for thee. Utterance 438. 809a, to say, oh, I will do it for thee, O, my father. 809b. For thou hast no father among men, thou hast no mother among mankind. 809c, thy father is the great wild bull, thy mother is the young cow, lit. Girl, or damsel. 810a, live a life, and thou shalt certainly not die a death. 810b. Like Horus lived, who dwelt in Letopolis. 810c, after the great grave, hole, of Heliopolis was opened for him. 811a, the great one of the T.Sidan chairman and the great one of the Sidan chairman of Ntm.Tiw. 811b. They give thee water on the beginning of the month and on the beginning of the half-month. 811c, that thou mayest give to the great and lead the small. 811d, thou hast thy double-rib piece, spt.w, from the slaughtering bench of Ntm. Tiw. 811e, in accordance with thy dignity among the lords of the Im. Utterance 439. 812a, to say, N is Satis who has taken possession of both lands. 812b, the burning one who has seized her two lands. 812c, N has ascended to heaven. 812d. He has found Rith standing, he approaches him. 813a, he sits down beside him. 813b, Ra, allows him not to throw himself on the ground. 813c, knowing that he, the king, is indeed greater than he, Ra. 813d, N. Is more spiritual than the spirits. 813e, more excellent than the excellent ones. 813f, N, is more enduring than the enduring ones. 814a, N, has triumphed over the lady of the TP.T. 814b, N, has taken his stand with him in the north of the sky. 814c, N, has taken possession of both lands as king of the gods. Utterance 440. 815a, to say, if thou desirest to live, Horus, who is in charge of his life staff, of truth. 815b. Then shalt thou not shut the double doors of heaven, then shalt thou not bind her, with, the heavens, hindrances. 815c, as soon as thou hast taken the Ka of N, to heaven. 815d. Among the august ones of the god, unto the beloved ones of the god. 816a, who lean upon their scepters, who guard the land of Upper Egypt. 816b, who clothe themselves in purple, who live on figs. 816c. Who drink wine, who anoint themselves with T oil. 816d, that he, the Ka, may speak for N to the great God, and cause N to climb up to the great God. Utterance 441. 817a, to say, the earth has been hoed for thee, the WDN. T offering before thee has been made for thee. 817b, as thou goest on that way whereon the gods go. 818a, turn thou and see this offering. 818b, which the king has made for thee, which the first of the westerners has made for thee. 818c. As thou goest to those gods in the north, the imperishable stars. Utterance 442. 819a, to say, that great one is certainly fallen on his side, B who is in D.T is thrown down. 819b, thine arm is seized by Ra. Thy head is lifted up by the two Enneads. 819c, behold, he is come, again, as, behold, Osiris is come as. 820a, Lord of the wine cellar at the WG feast. 820b, good, as his mother said, heir, as his father said. 820c. Conceived by heaven, born of the DW.T. 820d, heaven conceives thee together with S. 820e, N is born in the DW.T together with S. 821a, he lives who lives at the command of the gods, so wilt thou live. 821b. Thou ascendest with S on the eastern side of the sky. 821c, thou descendest with S on the western side of the sky. 822a, your third is Sothis of the pure places. 822b. She is your leader, or, who will lead you, by the beautiful ways in heaven. 822c, in the marsh of reeds. XXII, second series in praise of Nut. Utterances 443 to 452. Utterances 443. 823a, to say, Nut, two eyes are come forth from thy head. 823b, thou hast taken possession of Horus and his great in charms. 823c. Thou hast taken possession of Set and his great in charms. 823d, Nut, thou hast numbered thy children, in thy name of RP.Tsedan chair of Heliopolis. 823e, thou shalt reclaim N also for life, he shall not perish. Utterances 444 to 445. 824a. To say, Nut, thou hast dawned as king of Lower Egypt, because thou hast gained power over the gods. 824b, together with their castes, together with their heritage. 824c, together with their food, together with all their possessions. 824d. Nut, him thou causest to endure, he will live. 824e, Nut, if thou livest, N will live. Utterance 446. 825a, to say, Osiris N, thy mother, Nut, has spread herself over thee. 825b, that she may hide thee from all evil things. 825c. Nut has guarded thee from all evil. 825d, thou art the greatest among her children. Utterance 447. 826a, to say, he is gone who went to his Ka, Osiris is gone to his Ka, Set is gone to his Ka. 826b, Entirety is gone to his Ka. Thou thyself art gone to thy Ka. 827a, On, he who comes, thou shalt not be in need. 827b, thy mother comes, thou shalt not be in need, Nut, thou shalt not be in need. 827c, Protectress of the great, thou shalt not be in need. Protectress of the fearful, thou shalt not be in need. 828a, she protects thee, she prevents thy need, she gives back thy head to thee. 828b, she collects thy bones for thee. 828c, she brings thy heart into thy body for thee. 829a. Thou art, henceforth, chief of those who were before thee. 829b. Thou commandest those who will be after thee. 829c. Thou causest thy house to prosper after thee, thou protectest thy children from sorrow. 829d. Thy purity is the purity of the gods, who have gone to their caste. 829e. Thy purity is the purity of the gods who have passed on, and so do not suffer hardship. Utterance 448. 830a. To say, thought, he'll n, that he may live. 830b. That what is against him may cease. Thought, give him the eye of Horus. Utterance 449. 831. To say, Horus, who art in Osiris n, take the eye of Horus to thyself. Utterance 450. 832a. To say, he is gone, who went to his ka. Osiris is gone to his ka, Set is gone to his ka. 832b. Impurity is gone to his ka, N, is gone to his ka. 833a. O N, thou art gone, that thou mayest live, thou art gone, that thou mayest not die. 833b. Thou art gone, that thy spirit may be at the head of the spirits, that thou mayest be powerful at the head of the living. 833c. That thou mayest be mighty, a soul, and thou art mighty, a soul, that thou mayest be honored, and thou art honored. 834a. He who comes, thou shalt not be in need. 834b. Thy mother comes to thee, thou shalt not be in need, Nut comes to thee, thou shalt not be in need. 834c. The protectress of the great comes to thee, thou shalt not be in need. 835a. She protects thee, she prevents thy need, she gives back thy head to thee. 835b. She assembles thy bones for thee, she unites thy limbs for thee. 835c. She brings thy heart into thy body for thee. 836a. Thou art, henceforth, chief of those who were before thee. 836b. Thou commandest those who were before thee. 836c. Thou protectest thy children from sorrow. 836d. Thy purity is the purity of the gods. 836e. The lords of want, who have gone to their castes. Utterance 451. 837a. To say, O N, awake, raise thyself up. 837b. Stand up, that thou mayest be pure, that thy ka may be pure. 837c. That thy soul may be pure, that thy might may be pure. 838a. Thy mother comes to thee, Nut comes to thee, the great protectress comes to thee. 838b. She purifies thee, N, she protects thee, N. 838c. She prevents thy need. 839a. O N, thou art pure, thy ka is pure. 839b. Thy might which is among the spirits is pure, thy soul which is among the gods is pure. 840a. O N. 840b. Thy bones are united for thee, take to thee thy head, says Geb. 840c. Let him efface the evil which is in thee, N, says Adam. Utterance 452. 841a. To say, O N, stand up, that thou mayest be pure, that thy ka may be pure. 841b. Horus purifies thee in B.W. 842a. Thy purification is the purification of Shu, thy purification is the purification of Tefnut. 842b. Thy purification is the purification of the four spirits of the houses. 842c. When they rejoice in Buto because thou art pure. 842d. Thy mother Nut purifies thee, the great protectress, she protects thee. 843a. Take to thee thy head. Thy bones are united for thee, says Geb. 843b. Effaced be the evil which is within, destroyed shall be the evil which is with him, says Adam. XXII, a miscellaneous group. Utterances 453 to 486. Utterance 453. 844a. To say, O N, stand up. 844b. Put on thee the eye of Horus, take it to thyself. 844c. That it may stick to thee, that it may stick to thy flesh. 845a. That thou mayest go out in it, and that the gods may see thee adorned with it. 845b. That thou mayest take the great WRR.T crown among the great Ennead of Heliopolis. 846a. O.N. Live. 846b. For the eye of Horus is brought to thee. It will not depart from thee for ever and ever. Utterance 454. 847a. To say, Osiris N, thou hast encircled every god in thine arms. 847b. Their lands, all their possessions. 847c. Osiris N. Thou art great, thou art bent around like the circle which encircles the NBWT. Utterance 455. 848a. To say, the watercourses are full, the canals are inundated. 848b. On account of the purification, which comes forth from Osiris. 848c. SM Priest, hereditary prince, ye 10 great ones of the palace, ye 10 great ones of Heliopolis. 849a. Great Ennead, be seated. 849b. Behold this purification of the king, this Osiris N. 849c. Who is being purified by SMN, natron, and by BD, natron. 850a. The spittle which went out of the mouth of Horus, the sputum which went out of the mouth of Set. 850b. Whereby Horus was purified. 850c. Whereby the evil, which was in him, was poured to the ground, after Set had done it to him. 850d. Whereby Set was purified. 850e. Whereby the evil, which was in him, was poured to the ground, after Horus had done it to him. 851a. N. Is thereby purified, and the evil which was in him is poured to the ground. 851b. Which NWTKNW has done to thee, together with thy spirits. Utterance 456. 852a. To say, greetings to thee, great one, son of a great one. 852b. The W of the PRIWR run for thee. 852c. The pure NSR work for thee. 852d. The apertures of the heavenly windows are open for thee. 852e. The steps of light are revealed for thee. 853a. Greetings to thee, soul one, of whom it is said, he will live always. 853b. Horus comes, he with the long stride comes. 853c. He comes, he who wins power over the horizon, who wins power over the gods. 854a. Greetings to thee, soul, who is in his red blood. 854b. Soul one, as his father named him, wise one, as the gods called him. 854c. Who took his place, as the sky was separated, from the earth, at the place where thy heart was satisfied. 854d. That thou mayest stride over the sky according to thy stride. 854e. That thou mayest traverse lower and upper Egypt in the midst of that which thou stridest. 855a. He who really knows it this saying of Ra. 855b. He who uses them those charms of Hereafter. 855c. He shall be indeed an intimate of Ra. 855d. He shall be a friend of Hereafter. 856a. N. Knows this saying of Ra. 856b. N. Uses them these charms of Hereafter. 856c. N. Shall be an intimate of Ra. 856d. N. Shall be a friend of Hereafter. 856e. The arm of N. will be taken to heaven in the following of Ra. Utterance 497. 857a. To say, the watered fields are satisfied, the canals are inundated. 857b. For N. On this day. 857c. When his spirit is given to him, when his might is given to him. 858a. Raise thyself up, N. Take to thyself thy water, gather to thee thy bones. 858b. Stand up upon thy feet, spirit art thou at the head of the spirits. 859a. Raise thyself up for this thy bread, which cannot mold. 859b for thy beer, which cannot become sour. 859c. By which thou shalt become spiritually mighty, by which thou shalt become preeminent, by which thou shalt become physically mighty. 859d by which thou shalt give thereof to him who was, before thee. O.N. Thou art glorious and thy successor is glorious. Utterance 458. 860a. 860b. 861a, the keeper, Min. W. stands up before thee, so that the feast of the new moon may be celebrated for thee. 861b, so that the feast of the month may be celebrated for thee, so that the feast of the half-month may take place for thee. 861c. So that the feast of the sixth day may be celebrated for thee, so that, the feast of, may take place, for thee. 862a. 862b. 862c. 863a. Arms are given to thee, the dance comes down to thee. 863b, the great MNI.T speaks to thee. 863c. Utterance 459. 864a, to say, O.N. 864b. Take to thyself this thy pure water, which is come forth out of Elephantine. 864c, thy water from Elephantine, thy natron from Peru. 864d, thy SMN, natron, from the Oxyrhynchus nome, thine incense from Nubia. 865a. Thou sittest upon thy firm throne. 865b, thy forepart being as, that of a jackal, thy hinder part as that of a falcon. 865c, thou consumest the meat of the slaughtering bench of Osiris and the double-rib piece of the slaughtering bench of Set. 866a, thy bread is the bread of the god out of the broad hull, W.T hull. 866b, thou strikest with the B scepter, thou directest with the I.T scepter. 866c, thou commandest the gods. 866d. Thou layest hold for thyself of the arm of the imperishable stars. 867a, thou ascendest in the Tenite nome, thou descendest in the great valley. 867b, stand up, raise thyself up. Utterance 460. 868a, to say, O.N. 868b. Thy water, thy cool water libation is the inundation of the Great One, who, which is come forth from thee. 868c. Now be still, hear it, this word which is said, N. 869a. He shall be a spirit at the head of the spirits, he shall be mighty at the head of the living. 869b. B shall sit at the side, temple, of the head, of the TMD.W. 869c. Thy two PSN cakes come out of the broad hull. Thy two ribs from the slaughtering bench of the god. 870a, O.N., raise thyself up. 870b, receive for thyself this thy fresh bread, this thy fresh beer. 870c, which is come from thy house, which is given to thee. Utterance 461. 871a. To say, O.N. 871b, thou ascendest, or, goest forth, as the morning star, and voyagest as the T, master of the heavenly ocean. 871c, those who are in none fear thee. 871d, thou commandest the spirits. 872a. Isis laments for thee, Nephthys bemoans thee. 872b, the great MNI.T smites evil for thee. 872c, as for Osiris in his suffering. 872d, Nunite, guard thee against the great sea. 873a, be seated on this thy firm throne. 873b. That thou mayest command those of secret places. 873c, the double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of B.W. are open for thee. 873d, that thou mayest ferry over, pull the oar, to the marsh of reeds. 874a. Until the barley and reap the spelt. 874b, that thy livelihood may be secured thereby, like Horus, son of Adam. Utterance 462. 875a, to say, O N, thou who wast great in waking and who art great in sleep. 875b. Sweetness is too sweet for thee. 875c, raise thyself up, N, thou shalt not die. Utterance 463. 876a, to say, the double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of B.W. are open for thee. 876b, those which hold people back. 876c. The MNI.T laments for thee, NMM.WT bemoan thee. 876d, the imperishable stars stand up for thee. 877a, thine air is incense, thy north wind is, incense, smoke. 877b, thou art great in the Tenite nome. 877c. Thou art the only star, which comes forth in the eastern side of heaven. 877d, which does not surrender himself to Horus of the D.T. Utterance 464. 878a, further, to say, thou who art very high among the stars, the imperishable stars. 878b. Thou wilt not perish, go down, eternally. Utterance 465. 879a, to say, O ye gods of the horizon, who, live, at the end of the sky. 879b, as true as ye wish that Adam lives. 879c. That ye anoint yourselves with ointment, that ye clothe yourselves in linen. 879d, that ye receive your offering cakes. 880a, so shall ye take, lit. To yourselves, the arm of N. 880b, and put him in the marsh of offerings. 880c. After ye have caused him to be a spirit among the spirits. 880d, after ye have caused him to be mighty among the gods. 880e, that he may prepare for you a great meal and a great offering. 881a, he voyages over the sky, N. Leads those who are in the settlements, colonies. 881b, N. Takes possession of the WRR.T crown as Horus, son of Adam. Utterance 466. 882a, to say, O N. 882b, thou art the great star, the companion of. 882c. Who traverses the sky with, who voyages over the D.T with Osiris. 883a, thou, N, ascendest on the eastern side of the sky. 883b, renewed in thy time, rejuvenated in thine hour. 883c, Nut has borne thee, N, together with. 883d. The year has adorned thee together with Osiris. 884a, arms are given to thee, the dance comes down to thee, a meal is given to thee. 884b, the great MNI.T laments for thee, as for Osiris in his suffering. 885, O N. Sail, arrive, protect thyself against the great sea. Utterance 467. 886a, to say, O Ra, concerning these things which thou hast said, about it, Ra, O that I had a son, as thou wast king, Ra. 886b. Who is, spiritually, mighty, physically, mighty, honored. 886c, with carrying arms, with wide stride. 887a, behold N, Ra, N is thy son. 887b, N is, spiritually, mighty, N is honored, N is, physically, mighty. 887c, the arms of N are carrying, the stride of N is long. 888a, N shines in the east like Ra. 888b, he goes in the west like Khepri. 888c, N lives on that which Horus, Lord of Heaven, lives, by the command of Horus, Lord of Heaven. 888d, N purifies Ra. 889a, N mounts upon his throne. 889b, N takes his helm, or. 889c, N sails, rows, Ra, as him who strides over the sky. 889d, the D-star of gold, the adornment of the bull of light. 889e. The bifork, brother, of gold, the companion of him who strides over the sky. 890a, he flies, who flies, n, also flies away from you, O men. 890b, he belongs not to the earth, n, belongs to heaven. 891a, O thou his city god, may the ka of n be at thy fingers. 891b, n has flown as a cloud to heaven like the heron. 891c, n has kissed the sky like a falcon. 891d, n has reached the sky as the grasshopper, which makes the sun invisible. 892a, n has not reviled the king. 892b, he has not respected Batet. 892c, there is not an ib.w, which n has done as chief of the Sedan chairman. 893a, if it is the son of Ra, for whom he will prepare his place, then will he prepare a place for n. 893b, if it is the son of Ra, who will be well, then n will be well. 893c, who will hunger, then n will hunger. Utterance 468. 894a, to say, a great one is awake beside his ka, after this great one had fallen asleep by his ka. 894b, n is awake beside his ka, after this n had fallen asleep by his ka. 894c, this great one is awake, n is awake. 894d, the gods are awake, awakened are the mighty ones. 895a, O n, raise thyself up, stand up. 895b, the great Ennead, who are in Heliopolis, have assigned thee to thy great position. 895c, that thou mayest sit, n, at the head of the Ennead. 895d, like Geb, the hereditary prince of the gods, like Osiris at the head of the mighty ones, as Horus lord of men and gods. 896a, O n, who keeps secret his form like Anubis. 896b, take to thee thy face as jackal. 896c, the keeper, who presides in the two itr.t palaces, stands up before thee, as before Anubis, who presides in SNTR. 897a, thou causest the followers of Horus to be satisfied. 897b, Horus avenges thee, n, Horus causes thee to be satisfied, n, with the offering which he hath. 897c, that thy heart, n, may be satisfied with it, on the feast of the month and on the feast of the half-month. 897d, the joyful rejoices for thee, as for Anubis, who presides in SNTR. 898a, Isis laments for thee, Nephthys bemoans thee, as Horus who avenged his father, Osiris. 898b, a son who avenged his father, Horus has avenged n. 899a, Osiris lives, the spirit who is in d.t lives, n lives. 899b, O n, thy name lives among the living. 899c, thou wilt be a spirit, n, among the spirits, thou wilt be mighty among the mighty. 900a, O n, thy fear, i.e. the fear of thee, is the sound eye of Horus. 900b, that white crown, which is, the Wt. Teureus, which is in L-Cab, NB. 900c, she puts thy fear, n, in the eyes of all gods. 900d, in the eyes of the spirits, the imperishable stars, those of secret places. 900e, in the eyes of all things, beings, who will see thee and who will hear thy name. 901a, O n, equip thyself with the red eye of Horus, the red crown. 901b, which is great in fame, spirits, which is rich in appearances, beings. 901c, that it may protect thee, n, as it protected Horus. 902a, it gives thee fame, n, among the two Enneads. 902b, through the two weight Teureises, which are on thy forehead. 902c, they lift thee up, n. 902d, they lead thee to thy mother nut. It, the Uraeus of the north, lays hold of thine arm. 903a, that thou be not in need, that thou mayest not moan, like a cedar, that thou perish not. 903b, Horus has caused thee to be a spirit at the head of the spirits, that thou mayest be mighty at the head of the living. 903 See how beautiful is that which Horus has done for N. 903d. For this spirit, who was conceived by a god, who was conceived by two gods. 904a, O N, thou wilt be a soul like the souls of Heliopolis. 904b, thou wilt be a soul like the souls of Hierakonpolis, thou wilt be a soul like the souls of Buto. 904c. Thou wilt be a soul like the star of life, which is at the beat of his brothers. 905a, O N, I am thought. May the king give an offering, thy bread and thy beer are given to thee. 905b. These are thy 2 PD cakes, which are delivered by Horus, which are in the broad hall. 905c That he may cause thy heart to be satisfied thereby, N, for ever and ever. Utterance 469. 906a, N, purifies himself. 906b, N. Has taken his helm, or, he occupies his seat. 906c, N, seats himself in the bow of the boat of the 2 Enneads. 906d, N, rose Ra, to the west. 906e, he, Ra, establishes the seat of N, ever the lords of Cas. 906f, he writes, the name, of N. Over the living. 907a, the double doors of the BK, which is in B.W, are open for N. 907b The double doors of Bi, which is in D.W, are open for N. 907c This N goes through. 907d. With his panther skin loincloth on, and the M-scepter of N, in his hand. 906a N is unhurt, well, with his flesh, N, is pleased, is good, with his name. 906b N lives with his Ka. 908c It, the Ka, expels the evil which is before N. 908d. It drives away the evil which is behind N. 908e, like the boomerangs of him who presides over Letopolis. 908f which drove away the evil which was before him. 908g which expelled the evil which was behind him. 909a N sees what the N. W, stars, do, because, to be, on their side is so good. 909b N is pleased, to be, with them, they are pleased. 909c I am a, N.W, star, the side locks of a, N.W, star, N is a, N.W, star, a, N.W, star indeed. 909d This N will not suffer eternally. Utterance 470. 910a To say, N knows his mother, N forgets not his mother. 910b The white crown, the shining, the broad, which dwells in El-Kab, the lady of the great house. 910c The lady of the land worthy of honor, the lady of the secret land. 910d The lady of the marsh of fishermen, the lady of the valley of TP.TIW. 911a The red-colored, the red crown, the lady of the lands of Buto. 911b Mother of N. So said I. 911c Give thy breast to N, that N may suck therewith. 912a My son N, so said she, take to thee my breast, that thou mayest suck it, said she. 912b That thou mayest live again, so said she, that thou mayest be, again, small, so said she. 913a Thou shalt ascend to heaven as a falcon. 913b Thy feathers shall be as those of a goose, so said she. 913c HDHD Bring this to N. 913d He is the great wild bull. 914a Bull of offerings, bow thy horn. 914b Let N pass by, it is N. 914c Where goest thou? N goes to heaven, in possession of life and joy. 915a That N may see his father, that N may see Ra. 915b Thou art on the way to the high places, to the places of Set. 916a, the high places will put him on the places of Set. 916b, even, on that high sycamore cast of the sky, it having bent down, on which the gods sit. 917a, for n. Is indeed the living falcon, who has explored B.W. 917b, for n is indeed the great helmsman, who has voyaged over the two teaparts of heaven. 917c, for n is indeed he of the great foot, with long stride. 918a, n. Purifies himself in the marsh of reeds. 918b, n, dresses himself in the field of Kepri. 918c, n, finds Ra there. 919a, if Ra comes forth in the east, he finds n, in the horizon. 919b, if Ra comes to the west, he finds n. In the possession of life and endurance. 919c, every beautiful place where Ra goes, he finds n, there. Utterance 471. 920a, to say, n is the being of a god, the son of a god, the messenger of a god. 920b, n, comes, and n. Purifies himself in the marsh of reeds. 920c, n, comes down to the field of KNS.T. 921a, the followers of Horus purify n. 921b, they bathe n, they dry n. 921c, they recite for n the chapter of the right way. 921d, they recite for n the chapter of those who ascend for life and joy. 922a, n, ascends to heaven for life and joy. 922b, n, embarks, descends, for life and joy into the boat of Ra. 922c, n, commands for him those gods who transport him. 923a. Every god shall rejoice at the approach of n. 923b, as they rejoice at the approach of Ra. 923c, when he comes forth on the eastern side of the sky, in peace, in peace. Utterance 472. 924a, to say, heaven thunders, the earth trembles before n. 924b, n is a magician, n is he who is possessed of magic. 925a, n comes that he may glorify. 925b, that he may cause Osiris to be at the head, that he may put the gods in their places. 925c, m.f, bull of the gods, bring this, boat. To n. 925d, set n on that side for life and joy. Utterance 473. 926a, to say, the two reed floats of heaven are placed by the morning boat for Ra. 926b, that Ra may ferry over on them to Horus who inhabits the horizon, to the horizon. 926c. The two reed floats of heaven are placed by the evening boat for Horus who inhabits the horizon. 926d, that Horus who inhabits the horizon may ferry over on them to Ra, to the horizon. 927a. The two reed floats of heaven are caused to descend for n by the morning boat. 927b, that n may mount on them to Ra, to the horizon. 927c, the two reed floats of heaven are caused to descend for n by the evening boat. 927d, that n may mount on them to Horus, who inhabits the horizon, to the horizon. 928a, n mounts on high on this eastern side of heaven where the gods are born. 928b, n will be born, anew there, like Horus, like him of the horizon. 929a, n is justified. The Ka of n is justified. 929b, the sister of n is Sothis, the mother of n is the morning star. 930a, n hath found the spirits well equipped by reason of their mouth. 930b, sitting on the two shores of the lake. 930c. The drinking bowl of each spirit well equipped by reason of his mouth. 930d, hast thou no eyes, so said they to n. 930e, the spirits well equipped by reason of their mouth. 930f, said he, a spirit well equipped by reason of his mouth. 931a, how has this happened to thee, so said they to n. 931b The spirits well equipped by reason of their mouth. 931c That thou art come to this place which is more august than any place. 931d N. Is come to this place which is more august than any place. 932a The two reed floats of heaven are placed by the morning boat for Ra. 932b That Ra may ferry over on them to Horus who inhabits the horizon, to the horizon. 932c The two reed floats of heaven are placed by the evening boat for Horus who inhabits the horizon. 932d That Horus who inhabits the horizon may ferry over on them to Ra, to the horizon. 933a Because the two reed floats of heaven were caused to descend for N by the morning boat. 933b That N may mount on them for life and joy to Ra, to the horizon. 933c Because the two reed floats of heaven were caused to descend for N by the evening boat. 933d That N may mount on them to Horus who inhabits the horizon, to the horizon. 934a N mounts on high on this eastern side of heaven, where the gods are born. 934b N was born, anew there, like Horus, like him of the horizon. 935a N is justified, the Ka of N is justified. 935b Praise be to N, praise be to the Ka of N. 935c The sister of N is Sothis, the mother of N is the morning star. 936a N comes, to be, with you. 936b N walks with you in the marsh of reeds. 936c He pastures as you pasture in the field of malachite. 937a N eats of that which you eat. 937b N lives on that on which you live. 937c N clothes himself with that wherewith you clothe yourselves. 937d N anoints himself with that wherewith you anoint yourselves. 937e N takes water with you out of the Mn canal, or lake of the nurse, of N. 937f The drinking bowl of each spirit well equipped by reason of his mouth. 938a N sits as he who lives in the great Itr.T palace. 938b N commands, each spirit well equipped by reason of his mouth. 938c N sits on the two shores of the lake. 938d N commands, each spirit well equipped by reason of his mouth. Utterance 474. 939a To say, how beautiful indeed it is to see, says she, said Isis. 939b How fortunate indeed it is to see, says she, said Nephthys. 939c To the king, to this Osiris N. 940a As he ascends to heaven among the stars, among the imperishable stars. 940b The lion helmet, renown, of N on his head. 940c His terror on both sides of him, his magic preceding him. 941a N goes therewith to his mother Nut. 941b N climbs upon her, in this her name of ladder. 941c The gods who inhabit heaven are brought to thee. They unite for thee with the gods who inhabit the earth. 941d That thou mayest be with them, that thou mayest go on their arms. 942a The souls of Buto are brought to thee, the souls of Hierakonpolis are united for thee. 942b All belongs to N. 942c So said Geb, who has spoken thereof with Adam. So it was done for him. 943a The marshes of reeds. 943b The Horite regions, the regions of Set. 943c All belongs to N. 943d So said Geb, who has spoken thereof with Adam. So it was done for him. 944a He came against thee, he said he would kill thee. 944b He has not killed thee, it is thou who wilt kill him. 944c Thou holdest thine own against him, as the surviving bull of the wild bulls. 945a Further, to say 4 times, N, thou remainest in life and joy. 945 B.N. Thou shalt certainly remain in life and joy. Utterance 475. 946a, to say, O Ferryman. 946b. Who has brought this, boat, to Horus, that his, eye may be brought back. 946c. Who has brought this to Set, that his testicles may be brought back. 947a. The eye of Horus sprang up as he fell on the eastern side of the sky. 947b. Dost thou spring up with it, that thou mayest fall on, come to, the eastern side of the sky. 948a. N. Goes that he may do service of courtier to Ra. 948b. In the place of the gods, who are gone to their castes. 948c. Who have lived in the places of Horus, who have lived in the places of Set. 949. Behold N. is come, behold N. is ascended for life and joy. 949b. N. has attained the heights of heaven. 949c. N. is not warded off by the palace of the great ones, from the way of the D.W stars. 950a. The morning boat calls N. It is, N. who bails it out. 950b. Ra. appoints N. as Lord of life and joy. Utterance 476. 951a. To say, heaven purifies itself for Ra, the earth purifies itself for Horus. 951b. Every god who is between them purifies N. 951c. N. adores the god. 952a. O thou keeper of the way of N, who art at the great gate. 952b. Certify N to these two great and powerful gods. 952c. For N is indeed the WNG plant, the son of Ra. 952d. Which supports, the sky, which leads, governs, the earth, which will judge the gods. 953a. N will sit among you, ye stars who inhabit the D.TIW. 953b. You shall carry N like Ra, you shall serve N like Horus. 953c. You shall cause N to be high like WPW.WT, you shall love N like Min. 954a. Scribe, break thy writing kit. 954b. Break thy two pens, tear up thy papyrus rolls. 955a. Ra. Expel him from his post, put North in his place, living eternally. 955b. That N may be happy in possession of the staff of office. 955c. Ra. Expel him from his post, put North in his place. 955d. It is N, for life. Utterance 477. 956a. To say, the sky shakes, the earth quakes. 956b. Horus comes, thought appears. They raise Osiris from on his side. 956c. They cause him to stand, as chief, among the two Enneads. 957a. Remember, Set, put in thy heart. 957b. This word which Geb spoke, this threat which the gods made against thee. 957c. In the house of the prince, in Heliopolis, because thou didst strike Osiris to the ground. 958a. As thou, Set, didst say, I have not done this against him. 958b. That thou mayest prevail thereby, having been acquitted, that thou mayest prevail in spite of Horus. 959a. As thou, Set, didst say, it is he who defied me. 959b. And so arose his name of XVIII. 959c. As thou, Set, didst say, it is he who came too near to me. 959d. And so arose his name of 959e. He with outstretched leg, with long stride, who inhabits the land of Upper Egypt. 960a. Raise thyself up, Osiris. Set raised himself up. 960b. After he had heard the threat of the gods, who spoke concerning the father of the god. 960c. Isis has thine arm, Osiris, Nephthys has thy hand, thou goest between them. 961a. Heaven is given to thee, earth is given to thee, the marsh of reeds. 961b. The Horite regions, the Setite regions. 961c. The cities are given to thee, the nomes are united for thee, saith Adam. 961d. It is Geb who has spoken about it. 962a. Whet thy knife, thought, the sharp, the cutting. 962b. Which removes heads, which cuts out hearts. 963a. It shall remove the heads, it shall cut the hearts. 963b. Of those who would place themselves in the way of En, when he goes to thee, Osiris. 963c. Of those who would restrain En, when he goes to thee, Osiris. 963d. Give him life and joy. 964a. En, comes to thee, Lord of heaven, En, comes to thee, Osiris. 964b. That En may wipe thy face, that he may clothe thee with the clothes of a god. 964c. Serving as priest to thee in the DDI.T, necropolis. 965a. It is Sothis, thy daughter, who loves thee. 965b. Who secures thy livelihood, or, makes thy yearly offerings, in this her name of, year. 965c. Who conducts En, when En, comes to thee. 966a. En, comes to thee, Lord of heaven, En, comes to thee, Osiris. 966b. That En may wipe thy face, that En may clothe thee with the clothes of a god. 966c. While En serves as a priest to thee in the Gedi. 966d. That he may eat a limb of thine enemy. 966e. That he may cut it in pieces for Osiris, so that he may make him as he who is at the head of the butchers. 967a. En, comes to thee, Lord of heaven, En, comes to thee, Osiris. 967b. That En may wipe thy face, that En may clothe thee with the clothes of a god. 967c. That En may do for thee that which Geb commanded that he should do for thee. 967d. That he fasten thine arm on the NH scepter, that he lift up thine arm on the W scepter. 968a. En comes to thee, Lord of heaven, En, comes to thee, Osiris. 968b. That En may wipe thy face, that En may clothe thee with the clothes of a god. 968c. While En serves as priest to thee. 969a. It is Horus thy son, whom thou hast conceived. He has not put En over the dead. 969b. He puts him among the gods, for he is divine. 970a. Their water is the water of En, their bread is the bread of En. 970b. Their purification is the purification of En. 970c. What Horus has done for Osiris, he has done for En. Utterance 478. 971a. To say, Greetings to thee, ladder of God. 971b. Greetings to thee, ladder of Set. 971c. Stand up ladder of God. 971d. Stand up ladder of Set. Stand up ladder of Horus. 971e. Which was made for Osiris, that he may ascend upon it to heaven and do service of courtier to Ra. 972a. Thou art come in search of thy brother, Osiris. 972b. After his brother Set had cast him on his side. 972c. On yonder side of G.Ti. 973a. Horus comes, his lion helmet on his head, his face he turns towards his father, Geb. 973b. En is thy son, En is Horus. 974a. Thou hast conceived En as thou hast conceived the god, Lord of the ladder. 974b. To whom thou hast given the ladder of the god, to whom thou hast given the ladder of Set. 974c. That En may ascend to heaven on it and do service of courtier to Ra. 975a. Let also the ladder of God be given to En. Let the ladder of Set be given to En. 975b. That En may ascend to heaven on it, and do service of courtier to Ra. 975c. Just like gods who are gone to their Kas. 976a. The eye of Horus glowers, on the wing of thought. 976b. On the left side of the ladder of the god. 976c. O men, a Uriah serpent, goes, to heaven. N is the eye of Horus. 976d. After its foot has been stopped at every place where it was, N goes as the eye of Horus goes. 977a. Be pleased that N come among you, ye his brothers, the gods. 977b. Rejoice at the approach of N, ye his brothers, the gods. 977c. As Horus rejoiced at the approach of his eye. 977d. After his eye was given, back, to him in the presence of his father, Geb. 978a. Every spirit, every god, who shall oppose his arm to N. 978b. When he ascends to heaven on the ladder of the god. 978c. The earth shall not be hoed for him, the wdn.t offering shall not be made for him. 978d. He shall not ferry over to the evening meal in Heliopolis. 978e. He shall not ferry over to the morning meal in Heliopolis. 979a. He shall guard himself, he has obligated himself, he, who will see, he, who will hear. 979b. That he, the deceased, ascends to heaven on the ladder of the god. 979c. Appearing like the Uriah serpent which was on the forehead of Set. 980a. Every spirit, every god who shall open his arms to N, will be, on the ladder of the god. 980b. United for N are his bones, assembled for him are his limbs. 980c. N has sprung up to heaven on the fingers of the god, Lord of the ladder. Utterance 479. 981a. To say, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the gods. 981b. That he may ascend at daybreak and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 982a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the east. 982b. That he may ascend at daybreak and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 983a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the XVIII land. 983b. That he may ascend at daybreak and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 984a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Osiris. 984b. That he may ascend at daybreak and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 985a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for N. 985b. That he may ascend at daybreak and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 956a. Truly. 986b. He who ascended at daybreak and he has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 986c. Horus of the gods ascended at daybreak and he has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 987a. He who ascended at daybreak and he has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 987b. Horus of the XVIII land ascended at daybreak and B has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 988a. He who ascended at daybreak and he has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 988b. Osiris ascended at daybreak and B has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 989a. He who ascended at daybreak and he has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 989b. N ascended at the beginning of day and has purified himself in the marsh of reeds. 990a. Ra, impregnate the body of Nut with the seed of the Spirit, which shall be in her. 990b. The earth shall rise under the feet of N, Tefnut shall lay bold of the arm of N. 990c. It is Seeker who will purify N. It is Ra, who will give his certificate, lit. Arm, to N. 991a. N will be more at the head than he who is at the head of the Ennead. 991b. N takes his place he is in B.W. 991c. Ni, Ipti, Ipti. 991d. Take N. With you, living eternally. Utterance 480. 992a, to say, how beautiful indeed is the sight, how elevating indeed is the sight. 992b, the ascension of this God, n, to heaven, like the ascension of Father Adam to heaven. 992c. His renown over him, his magic on both sides of him, his terror before him. 993a, after he, Adam, has brought to n, the cities, assembled for n, the gnomes. 993b, united for n, the MSM.W lands. 993c. He who had spoken concerning it is Geb, hereditary prince of the gods. 994a, the regions of Horus, the regions of Set, the marsh of reeds. 994b, they praise n, as dw.w. 994c, as I, who is chief of the land of Upper Egypt. 994d. As ddwn, who is chief of the land of Nubia. 994e, as Saptu, who lives, under his ksb.t trees. 995a, they bring the ladder for n. 995b, they set up the ladder for n. 995c, they raise up the ladder for n. 995d, the m.t ladder comes, the p. T ladder comes, thy name comes, as, the gods named, it. 996a, those who have ascended are come, those who have ascended are come, those who have climbed up are come, those who have climbed up are come. 996b. Those who have lifted themselves up like Shu are come, those who have lifted themselves up like Shu are come. 996c, n ascends on the hips of Isis, n climbs up on the hips of Nephthys. 997a, the father of n, Adam, lays bold of the arm of n. 997b, he appoints n, as, chief of those gods. 997c, the nimble, the wise, the imperishables. 998a, behold this which you have said, ye gods, that n would not again be at your head. 998b, behold, n remains as he who is at your head, as the surviving bull of the wild bulls. Utterance 481. 999a, to say, look out, his face behind him, ferry n, over. 999b, the two reed floats of heaven are placed, that n may ferry over therewith to Ra, to the horizon. 999c, the two reed floats of heaven were placed for Ra, that he might ferry over therewith to Horus of the gods, to the horizon. 1000a, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for n. 1000b. That n may ferry over therewith to Ra, to the horizon. 1000c, n will ferry over to his station on the eastern side of the sky. 1000d, in its northern region, among the imperishable stars. 1000e, who stand on, by their dm scepters, who stand, on their eastern standard. 1001a, n will stand among them. 1001b, the brother of n is the moon, the mother, mstw, of n is the morning star. 1001c, give thine arm to n, that he may live. Utterance 482. 1002a, to say, O Father, Osiris n. 1002b, raise thyself from thy left side, put thyself on thy right side. 1002c, toward this fresh water, which I have given to thee. 1003a, O Father, Osiris n. 1003b. Raise thyself from thy left side, put thyself on thy right side. 1003c, toward this warm bread, which I have made for thee. 1004a, O Father, Osiris n. 1004b, the double doors of heaven are open for thee. The double doors of the bows are open for thee. 1004c, the gods of Buto are filled with compassion. 1004d, when they come to Osiris at the voice of lamentation of Isis and Nephthys. 1005a, the souls of Buto dance for thee. 1005b. They beat their flesh for thee, they smite their arms for thee. 1005c, they dishevel their hair for thee. 1005d they say to Osiris. 1006, Thou art gone, thou art come, thou art awake, thou wast asleep, thou remainest alive. 1007a. Stand up, see this, stand up, hear this. 1007b What thy son has done for thee, what Horus has done for thee. 1007c, He beats him who beats thee, he binds him who binds thee. 1008a, He puts him under his great daughter who is in DM. 1008b. It is, thy great sister who collected thy flesh, who gathered thy hands. 1008c Who sought thee, who found thee upon thy side on the shore of D.T. 1009a So that morning ceased in the two itr.t palaces. 1009b. Ye gods, speak to him, bring him to you. 1009c But thou shalt ascend to heaven, thou shalt become wp.w.wt. 1010a Thy son Horus leads thee on the ways of heaven. 1010b Heaven is given to thee, earth is given to thee. The marsh of reeds is given to thee. 1010c Together with those two great gods who come from Heliopolis. Utterance 483. 1011a To say, the libation is poured which should be poured. wp.w.wt is up. 1011b. The sleeping ones are awake, awakened are those who should awake, Horus is awake. 1012a Raise thyself up, Osiris N, son of Geb, his first born. 1012b Before whom the great Ennead tremble. 1012c. Thou purifiest thyself on the first of the month, thou dawnest on the day of the new moon, for thee will be celebrated the three beginnings, of the divisions of the year. 1012d The great Min. T mourns for thee, as for him who stands there without being tired, who resides at Abydos. 1013a Earth, hear that which Geb said, that he spiritualized Osiris as God. 1013b. As the watchers of Buto appointed him, and the watchers of Hierakonpolis proclaimed him. 1013c Like Seeker, who is at the head of PDWS. 1013b, like Horus, and, like Mn. 1014a, the earth speaks, the portal of the D.T, var. Kr, is open. 1014b, the double doors of Geb are open for thee, before thee. Thy speech goes forth before Anubis. 1015a, thy dignity, which is come out of the mouth of Anubis, is Horus, who is chief of his department, or, thy offering. 1015b, he of TW. T, the lord of SBW.T, the rebel city. 1015c, the upper Egyptian jackal god, gnome governor of the great Ennead. 1016a, thou withdrawest thyself to heaven on thy firm throne. 1016b. Thou ferriest over the winding watercourse, while thy face is in the north of Nut. 1016c Ra calls thee out of the Iskn of heaven. 1016d, thou approachest the god, Set fraternizes with thee. 1017a. The odor of DDWN is on thee, the upper Egyptian youth. 1017b, he gives thee his pure incense wherewith he senses the gods. 1017c At the birth of the two children, twins. Of the king of Lower Egypt, who are on the head of the lord of the great crown. 1018a, thou hast abundance in the green herb. 1018b, where abundance came to the children of Geb. 1018c. Thy dismembered limbs are collected, thou who hast might over the bows. 1019a, may Anubis give an offering, that tree serves thee, the NBS tree turns its head to thee. 1019b, thou encirclest the sky like SWNTW, or, SWNT. Utterance 484. 1020a, to say, N is the great one who is ascended to heaven. 1020b. 1021a, a god is come, in peace, so says she. 1021b, my son, N, is come in peace, so says she, Nut. 1021c. He on whose back no strap, has fallen, he on whose hands nothing evil has fallen. 1021d, I will also not permit him to fall, I will also not permit him to leave me. 1022a, n. Is the appearing, mound, of the earth in the midst of the sea, whose hand the inhabitants of the earth have not grasped. 1022b, the inhabitants of the earth have not grasped the hand, of n. 1022c. The inhabitants of the earth. 1022d, Shu bends the earth under the feet. 1022e. 1023a, also that which he has done is that. 1023b, he separates n from his brother n.ti. He unites him with my brother f.ti. 1024a, his name lives on account of natron offerings and he is divine. 1024b, n lives also on that which he lives, on the wr.t loaf, behind the god. 1024c, it is n, who has transgressed the order, it is n. Who has transgressed the order, who is at your feet, ye gods. Utterance 485. 1025a, to say, the two doors of heaven, are open, the two doors of BW are open. 1025b. 1025c. 1025d, take n, to heaven to the house, of Horus, which is in heaven. 1026a, each god who will take n, to heaven, living, enduring. 1026b. For him oxen shall be slaughtered, to him legs shall be offered. 1026c, and he shall ascend to the house of Horus, which is in heaven. 1027a, each god who will not take him to heaven. 1027b. He shall not be respected, he shall have no ba loincloth, he shall smell, taste, no pea cake. 1027c, he shall not ascend to the house of Horus, which is in heaven, on the day of the hearing of the word, trial. 1028a. 1028b. 1028c. 1029a, n, has come, to thee, Ra. 1029b, calf of gold, born of heaven. 1029c. Fattened, calf, of gold, created by the s.t cow. 1030a, Horus, take n, with thee, living, enduring. 1030b, Horus, let not n, be without a boat. 1030c, n, comes to thee, Father, n, comes to thee, Geb. 1030d, give thine arm to n, that n may ascend to heaven to his mother Nut. 1031a. 1031b. 1031c. 1032a. That we, the two Enneads, may find an avenger beside him, lit. At his hand. 1032b. Although we, the two Enneads, did not find him who, seized him, from behind, lit. On his hinder part. 1032c. Geb comes, his lion helmet on his head, his two angry eyes, lit. Yellow eyes, in his face. 1033a, that he may smite you and count, search, foreign lands in search of Osiris. 1033b, he found him lying on his side in g.ti. 1033c. Osiris, stand up for thy father, Geb, that he may protect thee against Set. 1034a, none. 1034b. 1035a. I have protected, Osiris against his brother, Set. 1035b, I am that which bound his feet, bound his hands. 1035c, which laid him on his side in trw. 1036a, Horus who is over the sdsd of heaven, give thou thine arm to n. 1036b. That n, may ascend to heaven to Nut, Nut, give thine arm to n, in life and satisfaction. 1036c. That thou mayest unite his bones and collect his limbs. 1037a. Thou unitest his bones, too. 1037b. 1037c. 1037d. There is not a limb to n, which is without a god. 1038. When he ascends, when he lifts himself up to the sky as the great star which is in the east. Utterance 486. 1039a, to say, greetings to you, waters, which were brought by Shu and lifted up by the two sources. 1039b. In which Geb bathed his limbs. 1039c. So that hearts were in the following of fear and hearts were in the following of terror. 1040a. N. was born in Nun. 1040b. When the sky had not yet come into being, when the earth had not yet come into being. 1040c. When the two supports, of the sky, had not yet come into being, when unrest had not yet come into being. 1040d. When fear had not yet come into being, which came into being on account of the eye of Horus. 1041a. N. is one of that great corporation who was born before all others, in Heliopolis. 1041b. Who will not be taken away for, on account of a king. 1041c. Who, lit. They, will, not, be confiscated for, on account of, high officials. 1041d. Who will not be executed, who will not be pronounced guilty. 1042a. N. is such as has not been executed. 1042b. He has not been taken away for, on account of, a king. 1042c. He has not been confiscated for, on account of, high officials. 1042d. His enemy has not been justified against him. 1043a. N. has not become poor, his fingernails have not become long. 1043b. No bones of N. have been broken. 1044a. If N. descends into the water. 1044b. Osiris raises him up and the two Enneads bear him up. 1044c. Ra. gives his arm to N. to the place where a god should be. 1045a. If N. descends into the earth. 1045b. Geb raises him up and the two Enneads bear him up. 1045c. Ra. gives his arm to north to every place where a god should be. XIII. A series of food texts. Utterances 487 to 502. Utterance 487. 1046a. To say, O my father, Osiris N. 1046b. Thou art spiritualized on the horizon, thou endurest in the ddi.t. 1046c. Thou commandest, with words as he who is at the head of the living, eternally. 1047 Get, lit. Stand up, from thy left side, put thyself on thy right side. 1047b. Take this thy bread, which I am giving thee, I am thy son and thine heir. Utterance 488. 1048a. To say, O N, free, course is given to thee by Horus. 1048b. Thou art adorned as the only, unique, star in the sky. 1048c. Thy two wings are grown as, those of, a falcon, great of breast. 1048d. Like the GNW falcon, whose descent was seen, after he had traversed the sky. 1049a. Thou voyagest the B.W. by the watercourse of Hereafter. 1049b. Nut gives, to thee, her arm. 1049c. Utterance 489. 1050a. To say, if thou desirest that N. say who sees the tribute of the land. 1050b. Then mayest thou be. 1051. C. Order. Utterance 490. 1052. To say. 1053. N. is the bull herd. 1054. Since you two have given birth to. Utterance 491. 1055a. To say, when N. dies, his, Ka will gain power. 1055b. 1056a. Who descend into the earth, as two serpents, and I descend on, their, Koi, ls. 1056b. 1057a. It is N, who knelt in Nun, it is N, who sat in M. 1057b. 1058a. Horus gives me this his bread, with which he has satisfied his subjects. 1058b. And I eat of it with them. Utterance 492. 1058c. To say. Utterance 493. 1059a. To say, greetings to you, who rule over abundance. 1059b, who look after food, who reside as ruler of the green field. 1059b plus 1, n, 14 1055 plus 47. Near the Lord of Splendor. 1059b plus 2, nt, XXVII 701 to 702. Cos n. To eat of the corn which originates there. 1059b plus 3, n, 1055 plus 48. Like the equipment which was made in mtwr.t. 1059b plus 4, n, 1055 plus 48. By him who sees with his face. 1059b plus 5, n, 1055 plus 48. It, the corn, will be brought in for n. And for him who eats with his mouth. 1059c, 1060a. Those who are attached to the offerings of the oldest gods. 1060a, b, they introduce me to abundance, they introduce me to food. 1060b plus 1, n, 1055 plus 49. That n may eat with his mouth like him who separates WPSN.y, the two tufts, of hair. 1061a, nt, XXVII 704. And drop with my, or, his, anus like erect. 1061a plus 1, nt, 704. I give offerings and distribute food. 1061a plus 2, n, 1055 plus 50. Like him with the long wings who lives in the marsh of reeds. 1061b, wind is in my nose, seed is in my phallus. 1061c, as, seed is in the phallus, of him of mysterious form, who lives in splendor. 1061c plus 1, n, 1055 plus 50. N. Sees none. 1061c plus 2, nt, 705. When she appears on her way. 1061c plus 3, n, 1055 plus 51. Honor will be given to n. 1061c plus 4, nt, 706. N will be great because of her power, there will be a 6 days feast in Hry. 1062, nt, 706. N. Will eat of the pregnant cow like those who are in Heliopolis. Utterance 494. 1063a, he sat, who was seated to eat bread, sat to eat bread. 1063b, water was given by the two Enneads. 1063c, the flood, stood, on the bank. 1063d. Firth gun, 235, 19, Laco tr4. I come to thee, O flood. 1063e, Firth gun, 235, 19 to 20, Laco tr4. That thou mayest give me bread when I am hungry, that thou mayest give me beer when I am thirsty. Utterance 495. 1064a. To say, O great Ennead in Heliopolis. 1064b, Lady of the 3 Enneads. 1064c, his meal, shall be, as his who is chief of the itr.t palace. 1064d, 2 of ns meals, shall be, in the ddi.t. 1064e. 3 of his meals, shall be, in the horizon. Utterance 496. 1065a, to say, greetings to thee, O food, greetings to thee, O abundance. 1065b, greetings to thee, O corn, greetings to thee, O flour. 1065c. Greetings to you, ye gods, who put the meal before Ra. 1065d, who with w, who are at the m.twr.t. 1065e, I will eat of the morsel of Ra, sitting on the throne of splendor. 1066a, I am she of Tentyra, I am come from Tentyra. 1066b, Shu is behind N, Tefnut is before him. 1066c, it is WPW.WT, who serves as a protection, on the right of N. 1066d, they cause this field of food of Ra, to keep me alive so that I may eat. 1066e. After it is collected for me, as for him who rules over the Ennead, who lives at, or, on, m.twr.t. Utterance 497. 1067a, to say, O.N., stand up, be seated, shake the earth, i.e. dust of the earth, from thee. 1067b. Remove the two arms from behind thee, as, those of, Set. 1067c. The eye of Horus will come to thee at the beginning of the decade, because thou art eager for it. 1067d. Utterance 498. 1068a. To say, awake, Osiris, awake. 1068b. O.N., stand up, be seated, shake the earth, i.e. the dust of the earth, from thee. 1068c. I come, I give, the eye, of Horus to thee, it will be lasting with thee, or, it will be pleasing to thee. 1068d. 1069a. Stand up, for this joint of, sw.t, meat, which is from the broad hull, come out, receive this thy bread from my hand. 1069b. O Osiris N, I am thy son, conceived of thee. 1069c. I am come with. Utterance 499. 1070a. To say, back, O spittle, which is not fallen, discharged. 1070b. It, the serpent, is lying outstretched. Protect thyself. Stand, firm. Smite. Utterance 500. 1071a. To say, a heart is there, one who will lock himself in, one who will lock himself in is there. 1071b. Back, thou great hidden one, who has come out of a hidden member. 1071c. The man sees it. Protect thyself. Bar the way. Utterance 501. 1072a. To say, for me 3 meals. 1072b. 1 in heaven, 2 on earth. 1072c. A lion helmet, green. Utterance 502. 1073, 4. 1074. A point. 1075, darkness. 1076, be not. 1077, come. Ziv, a series of reed floats and ferryman texts. Utterances 503 to 522. Utterance 503. 1078a. To say, the door of heaven is open, the door of earth is open. 1078b. Apertures of the heavenly windows are open. 1078c. The steps of none are open. 1078d. The steps of light are revealed. 1078e. By that one who endures always. 1079a. I say this to myself when I ascend to heaven. 1079b. That I may anoint myself with the best ointment and clothe myself with the best linen. 1079c. And seat myself upon the throne of truth which makes alive. 1080a. While my side is against the side of those gods who are in the north of the sky. 1080b. The imperishable stars, and I will not set. 1080c. The untiring, in swimming, and I will not tire, in swimming. 1080d. The one not drawn out of the water, and I will not be drawn out of the water. 1081a. If MNTW, a star, is high, I will be high with him. 1081b. If MNW hastens away, I will hasten away with him. Utterance 504. 1082a. To say, the sky is pregnant with the wine juice of the vine. 1082b. Nut has given birth to it, as her daughter, the morning star. 1082c. I also arise. 1082d. The third is Sothis of the pure places. 1083a. I have purified myself in the lakes of the dancers, singers, or panegyrists. 1083b. I have cleansed myself in the lakes of the jackal. 1083c. Thorn bush, remove thyself from my way. 1084a. That I may take the south side of the marsh of reeds. 1084b. The M3 canal is opened, the winding watercourse is inundated. 1084 C. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Horus. 1084 D. That he may ferry over to Ra, to the horizon. 1085 A. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for him of the horizon. 1085 B. That he may ferry over to Ra, to the horizon. 1085 C. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Horus SSM.T. 1085 D. That he may ferry over to Ra, to the horizon. 1085 E. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Horus of the east. 1085 F. That he may ferry over to Ra, to the horizon. 1086 A. The two reed floats of heaven shall be placed for me, I, Horus of the gods. 1086 B. That I also may ferry over to Ra, to the horizon. 1086 C. And that I may take my throne, which is in the marsh of reeds. 1087 A. I descend to the south side of the marsh of offerings. 1087 B. I am a great one, son of a great one. 1087 C. I am come forth from between the thighs of the two Enneads. 1087 D. I have adored Ra, I have adored Horus of the east. 1087 E. I have adored Horus of the horizon. 1088 A. As he girded himself with the apron. 1088 B. That he might be gracious to me, that he might be gracious to Horus on his throne. 1088 C. That he might be gracious to Horus on his throne, that he might be gracious to me. Utterance 505. 1089 A. To say, I am come forth from Buto, to the souls of Buto. 1089 B. Adorned with the adornment of Horus. 1089 C. Clothed with the clothes of thought. 1089 D. Isis is before me, Nephthys is behind me. 1090 A. WPWWT opens the way for me. 1090 B. Shu lifts me up. 1090 C. The souls of Heliopolis construct a stairway for me. 1090 D. To unite with the above, i.e. to reach the top. 1090 E. Nut gives her arm to me as she did for Osiris. 1090 F. The day that he landed there. 1091 A. O thou whose face is behind thee, ferry me over to the marsh of reeds. 1091 B. Whence art thou come here? I am come from WR.T. 1091 C. My companion is the Uriah Serpent, who comes forth from the god, the IR.T Serpent, who comes forth from Ra. 1092 A. Ferry me over, put me in the marsh of reeds. 1092 B. Those four spirits who are with me. 1092 C. Pi, DWMWTF, IMS.TI, BSN.W.F. 1092 D. 2 on this side, 2 on that side. 1093 A. And, I will be the rudder. I find the two Enneads. 1093 B. It is, they who give me their arm. 1093 C. I sit between them to give judgment. 1093 D. I command those whom I find there. Utterance 506. 1094 A. To say, I am STTI, I am STST. 1094 B. I am the SWSW Lake. 1094 C. I am SWNT, the chest of heaven. 1095 A. I am IRK, the most spiritual of the kings of Lower Egypt. 1095 B. I am, he who shall remain hidden, the Im of this land. 1095 C. I am he who made, the two lands. 1095 D. I am RR, I am RRW. 1096 A. I am praise, I am appearance. 1096 B. I am Hathor, symbol of the female soul, who has two faces. 1096 C. I am he who is to be delivered, I have delivered myself from all evil things. 1097 A. Further, to say, I am WNS.T, the female wolf. I am he who belongs to the female wolf. 1097 B. I am HPI, I am DWMU.T.F. 1097 C. I am IMS.TI, I am BSN.W.F. 1098 A. I am down N.Y, he who stretches out the wings. 1098b, I am those great gods who rule over the lake. 1098c. I am the B.N., living soul, with bearded face. 1098d, who has stretched his head high, who has freed himself, who has removed himself. 1099a, by, the interruption of the action of him who would act. 1099b. By, putting to sleep the action of him who would act, the command of him who would command. 1099c, I do, good, to him who does what is good, I command, good, to him who commands what is good. 1100a, my lips are as the two Enneads. 1100b. I am the great spoken word. 1100c, I am a delivered one, I am one worthy of deliverance. 1100d, I am delivered from all evil things. 1101a, further, to say, men and gods, your arms under me. 1101b. While you raise me and lift me up to heaven. 1101c, as the arms of Shu, were, under the sky as he lifted her up. 1101d, to heaven, to the great seat, among the gods. Utterance 507. 1102a. To say, empty, say to him who had what is, and to him who has it not, the entrance of. 1102b, the Bien Canal is open. 1102c, the marsh of reeds is inundated. 1102d, the winding watercourse is full of water. 1103a. The two reed floats of heaven are placed for Horus that he may ferry over therewith to Ra. 1103b, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Ra that he may ferry over therewith to Horus who inhabits the horizon. 1104a, he, empty, commends N. to his father, the moon. 1104b, and to, the mother of N, the morning star. 1104c, he commends N to those four youths. 1104d, who sit on the eastern side of the sky. 1105a, he commends N to those four youths. 1105b, who sit on the eastern side of the sky. 1105c, to those four youths with hair black as coal. 1105d, who sit in the shade, shadow, of the fortress T. 1106a, further, to say, great is the father of N, great is the father of N. 1106b, N. is great like his father, or, in the greatness of his father. Utterance 508. 1107a, to say, he ascends, who ascends, and ascends. 1107b, let the Lady of Buto rejoice, let the heart of her who dwells in Elkab be glad. 1107c, the day that N. ascends there in the place of, or, as representative of, Ra. 1108a, N has trodden down for himself thy splendor. 1108b, as stairs under his feet. 1108c, that N may ascend thereon to his mother, the living Uraeus which is on the head of Ra. 1109a, her heart has pity for him, she gives her breast to him, that he may suck it. 1109b, my son, says she, take to thee my breast, that thou mayest suck it, says she. 1109c, since thou comest not on every one of thy days. 1110a. Heaven speaks, the earth quakes, the gods, of Heliopolis shudder. 1110b, at the voice of the WDN.T offering, made, before N. 1111a, his mother has nourished him she of Bubastis. 1111b, she who dwells in Elkab has reared him. 1111c. She who dwells in Buto has given him her arm. 1112a, behold, he is come, behold, he is come. 1112b, behold, N, is come, for life and joy. 1112c, and he makes his repast on figs. 1112d, and on wine which is in the divine vineyard. 1113a. The chef who is beside him, he prepares a repast of it for him. 1113b, N, runs, his herdsman runs. 1113c, his sweetness is the sweetness of Horus, his fragrance is the fragrance of Horus. 1114a. to heaven, together with the gods of the house of the lion and the falcon. 1114b, to heaven, together with the gods of the house of the lion and the falcon. 1114c, those at my side accompanying me. 1115a, so says Geb, as he seizes N. by his arm. 1115b, and as he guides him through the portals of heaven. 1115c, the God is on his throne, it is well that the God is on his throne. 1116a, Satis has washed him. 1116b, with her 4 bt pictures from Elephantine. 1116c. Ho, whence, pray, art thou come, my son, O king? 1116d, he is come to the Ennead, to heaven, that he may eat of its bread. 1117a, ho, whence, pray, art thou come, my son, O king? 1117b. He is come to the Ennead, to the earth, that he may eat of its bread. 1117c, ho, whence, pray, art thou come, my son, O king? 1117d, he is come to the Dnddndiarbot. 1118a, ho, whence, pray, art thou come, my son, O king? 1118b. He is come to these his 2 mothers, the 2 vultures. 1118c, they of the long hair and hanging breasts. 1118d, who are on the hill of. 1119a, they draw their breasts over the mouth of N. 1119b, but they do not wean him for ever. Utterance 509. 1120a, to say, heaven speaks, the earth quakes. 1120b, Geb trembles, the 2 gnomes of the god shout. 1120c, the ground is hoed, the wdn.t offering is made before N, living, enduring. 1121a. When he ascends to heaven, when he ferries over the vault, for life and joy. 1121b, also when he traverses the foaming sea, destroying the walls of Shu. 1122a, he ascends to heaven. 1122b. The tip of his wings being like, that of, a great bird. 1122c, his entrails having been washed by Anubis. 1122d, the services of Horus having been rendered, lit. Served, in Abydos, even, the embalming of Osiris. 1123a. He ascends to heaven among the imperishable stars. 1123b, his sister is Sothis, his guide is the morning star. 1123c, they too take his arm as far as the marsh of offerings. 1124a, he sits upon that, his, firm throne. 1124b. Whose knobs are lions. 1124c, whose feet are the hoofs of a great wild bull. 1125a, he stands, or, he is erect, upon his elevated throne, which is between the 2 great gods. 1125b, with his scepter, b, the knee, in his hand. 1126a. When he lifts his arm toward the blessed dead. 1126b, the gods come to him bowing. 1126c, and the 2 great gods watch at their side. 1127a, they find him between the 2 Enneads in giving judgment. 1127b. A prince of all princes this is, they say of him. 1127c, and, they appointed N among the gods. Utterance 510. 1128a, to say, it is certainly not N, who asks to see thee. 1128b, in the form which has become thine. 1128c. Osiris asks to see thee in the form which has become thine. 1129a, it is thy son who asks to see thee in the form which has become thine. 1129b, it is Horus who asks to see thee in the form which has become thine. 1130a. When thou sayest, statues, in respect to these stones. 1130b, which are like fledglings of swallows under the river bank. 1130c, when thou sayest, his beloved son is coming, in the form which had become that of his beloved son. 1131a. They, the statues, transport Horus, they row Horus over. 1131b as Horus ascends, lit. In. The Ascent of Horus, in the MTWR.T cow. 1132a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for Horus of the East. 1132b. At daybreak, that he may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1133a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for N. 1133b at daybreak, that N may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1134a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for Horus of the D.T. 1134b at daybreak, that he may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1135a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for N. 1135b at daybreak, that B may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1136a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for Horus of the SSM.T land. 1136b at daybreak, that he may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1137a, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W are open for N. 1137b at daybreak, that N may descend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1138a, the ground is hoed for him, the WDN.T offering is made for him. 1138b when he dawns as king and takes charge of his throne. 1138c, he ferries over the PTR.TIC. 1138d. He traverses the winding watercourse. 1139a, IMT.T lays hold of the arm of N. 1139b, beginning with her chapel, beginning with her hidden place, which the god made for her. 1139c for N is pure, a priest, the son of a pure one, a priest. 1140a, N is purified with these four NMS.T jars. 1140b filled at the divine lake in NTR.W. 1140c, he is dried, by the wind of the great Isis, together with, which, the great Isis dried, him, like Horus. 1141a. Let him come, he is pure. 1141b, so said the priest of Ra, concerning N, to the doorkeeper of B.W. 1141c, who, was to announce him to these four gods, who are over the lake of KNS.T. 1142a, they recite, how just is N, to his father, Geb. 1142b they recite, how just is N, to Ra. 1142c, his frontiers exist not, his boundary stones are not to be found. 1142d, also, Geb, whose, one, arm, reaches, to heaven, whose, other, arm is on earth. 1142e announces N, to Ra. 1143a, N leads the gods, N directs the divine boat. 1143b, N seizes heaven, its pillars and its stars. 1144a, the gods come to him bowing. 1144b, the spirits escort N, to his B.A. 1144c, they reckon, gather up, their war clubs. 1144d. They destroy their weapons. 1145a, for behold N is a great one, the son of a great one, whom Nut has borne. 1145b, the power of N is the power of Set of Ombos. 1145c, this N is the great wild bull, who comes forth like TMD.W. 1146a. N is the pouring down of rain, he came forth as the coming into being of water. 1146b, for he is the NBK.W serpent with the many coils. 1146c, N is the scribe of the divine book, who says what is and causes to exist what is not. 1147a, N is the red bandage, who comes forth from the great I.T. 1147b, N is that eye of Horus. 1147c, stronger than men, mightier than the gods. 1148a, Horus carries n, Set lifts him up. 1148b, let n, make an offering which a star gives. 1148c. He satisfies the two gods, let them be satisfied, he satisfies the two gods, and so they are satisfied. Utterance 511. 1149a, to say, Geb laughs, Nut smiles. 1149b, before him, when, n, ascends to heaven. 1150a, heaven rejoices for him. The earth quakes for him. 1150b, the tempest roars, lit. Drives, for him. 1150c, he howls, or, roars, like Set. 1151a, the guardians of the parts, of heaven open the doors of heaven for him. 1151b, he stands on shoe. 1151c. He upholds the stars, in the shadow of the walls of God. 1152a, he crosses the sky like SWT. 1152b, the third, with him, is Sothis of the pure places. 1152c, for he purifies himself in the lakes of the DW.T. 1153a. The NMTS cow will make his ways pleasant. 1153b, she will guide him to the great seat, which the gods made, which Horus made, which thought begot. 1154a, Isis will conceive him, Nephthys will bear him. 154b. Then he will take his seat on the great throne which the gods made. 1155a, DWW in jubilation and the gods in homage will come to him. 1155b, the gods of the horizon will come to him on their face. 1155c, and the imperishable stars, bowing. 1156a, he takes the offering table, he directs the mouth of the gods. 1156b, he supports the sky in life, he sustains the earth in joy. 1156c, his right arm, it supports the sky in satisfaction, might. 1156d. His left arm, it sustains the earth in joy. 1157a, he finds STT. 1157b, the crier, the doorkeeper of Osiris. 1157c, his abomination is ferrying over without doing isna.t. 1158a, he receives the wind of life, he breathes joy. 1158b. And he abounds in divine offerings. 1158c, he inhales wind and breathes out the wind of the north. 1158d, he prospers among the gods. 1158a, he is sharp like the great SPD. 1159b, he advances towards the two itr.t palaces. 1159c. He strikes with the B scepter and directs with the I.T scepter. 1160a, he puts his record among men, and his love among the gods. 1160b, saying, say what is, do not say what is not. 1161a, the abomination of a god is a deceitful word. 1161b, let him be tested. Thou shalt not speak, thus of him. 1161c, this N is thy son, this N is thine heir. Utterance 512. 1162a. To say, my father made for himself his heart, after the other, heart, was taken from him, since it was opposed thereto. 1162b, as he ascended to heaven. 1162c, and traversed the billows of the winding watercourse. 1162d. Anubis comes, meeting thee. 1163a, Geb gives thee his arm, Father N. 1163b, guardian of the earth, leader of spirits. 1163c, he mourns him, who was mourned, his father. 1164a, O, raise thyself up, N. 1164b, receive these thy four NMS. WT jars and B.WT jars. 1164c, purify thyself in the lake of the jackal, purify thyself by incense in the lake of the D.T. 1164d, purify thyself before thy B.T bush in the marsh of reeds. 1165a, thou voyagest over the sky. 1165b. Thou makest thy abode in the marsh of offerings, among the gods who are gone to their casts. 1165c. Seat thyself upon thy firm throne. 1166a. Take thy mace and thy scepter. 1166b. That thou mayest lead those who are in none, that thou mayest command the gods. 1166c. And that thou mayest put a spirit in his spirit. 1167a. Take thy walk, voyage over thine ocean. 1167b. Like Ra on the shores, or lands, of the sky. 1107c. N. Lift thyself up, hasten to thy spirit. Utterance 513. 1168a. To say, when Father N. ascends to heaven among the gods who are in heaven. 1168b. And when he stands by the great Wr.T. 1168c. He hears the words of the blessed dead. 1169a. Ra finds thee on the shores, or lands, of the sky, in the ocean, in Nut. 1169b. He comes, who should come, say the gods. 1170a. He gives thee his arm on, at, the isthm of the sky. 1170b. He comes who knows his place, say the gods. 1171a. Pure One, assume thy throne in the boat of Ra. 1171b. That thou mayest sail the sky, that thou mayest mount above the ways, or, the far-off ways. 1171c. That thou mayest sail with the imperishable stars. 1171d. And that thou mayest voyage with the indefatigable stars. 1172a. Thou receivest the tribute of the evening boat. 1172b. Thou becomest a spirit in the D.T. 1172c. Thou livest in this sweet life in which the Lord of the horizon lives. 1173a. Great flood dwelling in Nut, who indeed has done this for thee. 1173b. Say the gods who follow Adam. 1174a. A greater than he hath done that for him, he who is north of the ocean of Nut. 1174b. He has heard his appeal. He has done for him what he said. 1174c. He has received his body in the court of the Prince of None. 1174d. Before the great Ennead. Utterance 514. 1175a. To say, Ni, Serpent. 1175b. Who is before Litany-Like. His living ones are at his neck. 1175c. Thy place is for thy son, thy place is for thy son. 1175d. Geb has called. Utterance 515. 1176a. To say, two legs of Horus, two wings of thought. 1176b. Ferry N. over. Leave him not without a boat. 1177a. Give thou bread to N, give thou beer to N. 1177b. From thy eternal bread, this thy everlasting beer. 1178a. N. Is by these two obelisks of Ra, which are on earth. 1178b. N. Is by these two holy signs of Ra, which are in heaven. 1179a. N. Goes on these two reed floats of the sky which are before Ra. 1179b. He brings this jar of the libation of Ra. 1179c. Which purifies the land of the south before Ra, when he ascends in his horizon. 1180a. When N. comes to the field of life, to the birthplace of Ra, in B.W. 1180b. N. finds B.W.T, daughter of Anubis. 1180c. She approaches him with these her 4 nms.t jars. 1180d. With which she refreshes the heart of the great God, on the day of awakening. 1181. She, also, refreshes the heart of N, therewith to life. 1181b. She purifies N, she senses N. 1182a. N. receives his provision from that which is in the granary of the great God. 1182b. N. is clothed with imperishable stars. 1182c. N. presides over the two itr.t palaces. 1182d. he sits at the place of him equipped with the form of a man. Utterance 516. 1183a, further, to say, O NWRW, ferryman of the marsh of Pt. 1183b, N is the herdsman of thy cattle, who is over thy birthplace. 1184a, N is thy potter who is on earth. 1184b, who will break the jar, the child of Nut. 1185a. N is come, he brought to thee this thy house here which he made for thee. 1185b, on the night of thy birth, on the day of thy MSN.T. 1185c, it is a jar. 1186a, thou art Bess who knows not his father, thou knowest not thy mother. 1186b. Let him not announce thee to those who do not know thee that they may know thee. 1187a, ferry him over rapidly. 1187b, to the land of Sm, to this field where the gods were begotten. 1187c. Over which the gods rejoice on these their New Year's days. Utterance 517. 1188a, further, to say, O thou who ferriest over the just, who is without a boat. 1188b, ferryman of the marsh of reeds. 1188c, N. Is just before heaven, before the earth. 1188d, N is just before this isle of the earth. 1188e, to which he has been swimming, and has arrived there. 1188f, and which is between the two thighs of Nut. 1189a, it is N. A pygmy, a dancer of the god. 1189b, who makes glad the heart of the god, before his great throne. 1189c, this is what thou hast heard in the houses. 1189d, and what thou hast learned in the streets. 1189e, that day when N. was summoned to life. 1189f, to hear the sentence. 1190a, behold, the two who are on the throne of the great God. 1190b, they summon N, to life and joy forever. 1190c, they are prosperity and health. 1191a, so, ferry N. over to the field, the beautiful seat of the great God. 1191b, where he does the things to be done among the im.w, venerable ones. 1191c appoints them to food and assigns them to fowling. 1192a, it is N. 1192b. Whom he appoints to food and assigns to fowling. Utterance 518. 1193a, further, to say, O, I.W., ferryman of the marsh of offerings. 1193b, bring for N this, boat, N goes, N should come. 1194a. The son of the morning boat whom she bore before the earth, his happy birth. 1194b, whereby the two lands live, on the right side of Osiris. 1195a, N is the annual messenger of Osiris. 1195b. Behold, he is come with a message from thy father Geb. 1195c, if the year's yield is welcome, how welcome is the year's yield, the year's yield is good, how good is the year's yield. 1196a, N has descended with the two Enneads in B.W. 1196b. N is the measuring line of the two Enneads. 1196c, by which the marsh of offerings is established. 1197a, N found the gods standing. 1197b, wrapped in their garments. 1197c, their white sandals on their feet. 1197d. Then they threw their white sandals on the ground. 1197e, they cast off their garments. 1198a, our heart was not joyful until thou didst descend, say they. 1198b, may that which was said of you be that which you now are. 11199a. Stand up, Osiris. 1199b, commend N to those who are on, M is joyous, north of the marsh of offerings. 1199c, like as thou didst commend Horus to Isis the day that thou didst impregnate her. 1200a, that they may give food to N. In the fields. 1200b and that he may drink at the sources. 1200c in the marsh of offerings. Utterance 519. 1201a, further, to say, O R.F.F., doorkeeper of Osiris. 1201b Osiris has said, Let this thy boat be brought for N. 1201c. In which thy pure ones ferry. 1201d, that thou mayest receive a libation in this eastern quarter of the imperishable stars. 1202a, that N may ferry in it. 1202b with that band of green tissue. 1202c, woven, as an eye of Horus. 1202d. To bandage with it that finger of Osiris which became affected. 1203a, N, arrives, SSW, SSW. 1203b, the shoals of the great sea protect him. 1203c, the double doors with windows, of heaven, are open. The double doors of the lower region are open. 1203d ye two Enneads, take N with you. 1203e to the marsh of offerings, in accordance with the dignity, quality, of N, of the Lord of the im.w. 1204a, N, strikes with the B scepter, N. Directs with the IT scepter. 1204b, N, conducts the servants of Ra. 1204c, the earth has been refreshed, Geb has been sensed. 1204d, the two Enneads have been NDSDS. 1205a, N, is a BA which passes among you, O gods. 1205b. The PT pool, has been opened up, the PT pool has been filled with water. 1205c, the marsh of reeds has been inundated. 1205d, the marsh of offerings has been filled with water. 1206a, they come to these four long-haired youths. 1206b. Who stand on the eastern side of the sky. 1206c, and who prepare the two reed floats for Ra. 1206d, that Ra may go thereby to his horizon. 1206e, they prepare the two reed floats for N. 1206f, that N may go thereby to the horizon, to Ra. 1207a, O morning star, Horus of the D.T, the divine falcon, the great green. 1207b, children of heaven, greetings to thee in these thy four faces, which are satisfied. 1207c, when they see those who are in KNS.T. 1207d. Who drive away the storm from those who are satisfied. 1208a, give thou these thy two fingers to N. 1208b, which thou gavest to the beautiful one, NFR.T, daughter of the great God. 1208c. When the sky was separated from the earth, and when the gods ascended to heaven. 1209a, whilst thou was a soul appearing in the bow of thy boat of 770 cubits, long. 1209b. Which the gods of Buto constructed for thee, which the eastern gods shaped for thee. 1210a, N is son of Khepri, born from the vulva. 1210b, under the curls of IW.S.S, north of Heliopolis, out of the forehead of Geb. 1211a, N. Is he who was between the legs of Mtiurti. 1211b, that night when be made the bread plain. 1211c, that day when the heads of the mottled serpents were cut off. 1212a, take thou to thyself thy favorite MB harpoon. 1212b. Thy spear which seizes the canals. 1212c, whose 2 points are the rays of the sun. 1212d, whose 2 barbs are the claws of MFD.T. 1212e, with which N cuts off the heads. 1212f, of the adversaries, who are in the marsh of offerings. 1213a. When he descended to the ocean, great green. 1214b, bow thy head, decline thine arms, bow in humility, great green. 1213c, the children of Nut are those who descend to thee. 1213d, their garlands on their heads. 1213e. Their garlands of leaves on their necks. 1214a, those, who cause to flourish the crowns, of the north, of the canals of the marsh of offerings. 1214b, for the great Isis, who fastened on the girdle in Chemis. 1214c. When she brought her garment and burned incense before her son, Horus, the young child. 1215a, when he was journeying through the land in his 2 white sandals. 1215b, and went to see his father, Osiris. 1215c, n opened his way like fowlers. 1215d, n exchanged greetings with the lords of Cas. 1216a, n went to the great island in the midst of the marsh of offerings. 1216b, on which the gods cause the swallows to alight. 1216c, the swallows are the imperishable stars. 1216d. They give to n, the tree of life whereof they live. 1216e, that n may, at the same time, live thereof. 1217e, morning star, cause thou n, to ferry over with thee. 1217b. To this thy great field, which thou didst subdue with the aid of the gods. 1217c, where, thou eatest at evening and at dawn, which is full of food. 1218a, n eats of that which thou eatest. 1218b. N drinks of that which thou drinkest. 1218c. Put thou the back of n. 1218d, against the post, against it who is before its sisters. 1219a, thou, morning star, makest n, to sit down because of his truth. 1219b, and, to stand up because of his venerableness. 1219c, n, stands. He has taken, his, venerableness in thy presence. 1219d, like Horus who took the house, heritage, of his father from the brother of his father, Set, in the presence of Geb. 1220a, put thou n as a prince among the spirits. 1220b. The imperishable stars of the north of the sky. 1220c, who direct the offerings and protect the gifts. 1220d, who cause to come those things, offerings and gifts, for those who preside over the Cas in heaven. Utterance 520. 1221a. Further, to say, O ye four who are in possession of curls. 1221b, your curls are in front of you, or, on your forehead. 1221c, your curls are at your temples. 1221d, your curls are at the back of your head. 1221e. And that which is, in the middle of your head are braids. 1222a, bring this boat to n, bring this boat to n. 1222b, it is RR and C's behind him who will ferry n over. 1222c, when, n ferries over to that side where the imperishable stars are. 1222d, that n may be with them. 1223a, if you do not at once ferry over in the ferry boat of n. 1223b, then n will tell this your name to the people whom he knows. 1223c. To the wicked men. 1223d, so then n will pluck out those braids, which are in the middle of your head. 1223e, like lotus flowers in the lotus pond. Utterance 521. 1224a, to say, he who journeys over the sea, the messenger. He who journeys over the sea, the messenger. 1224b, it is a Sargander, who brings himself, it is a St goose, who brings herself. 1224c, it is a Ingbull, who brings himself. 1225a, n flies, as a cloud, like a heron. 1225b, thou fliest low. Like the father of a heron. 1225c, n goes off. 1225d, to these his fathers, who are over, chief of, PDWS. 1226a, n brings his bread which cannot mold. 1226b, his beer which cannot sour. 1226c, n eats this his one bread alone. 1226d, n gives it not to one at his back. 1226e, he rescues it from the KNM.T bird. Utterance 522. 1227a, to say, sees behind him, his face behind him. 1227b, behold thou, N, is come to life. 1227 c. He has brought to thee this eye of Horus, bound in the field of wrestlers. 1227 d, bring it to N, namely, the work of Cnum. 1228 a, o pi, ims.ti, dwmut.f, bsn.w.f. 1228 b, bring it to N, namely, the work of Cnum. 1228 c. Which is in the winding watercourse. 1229 a, o devourer, open the way to N. 1229 b, o rr serpent, open the way to N. 1229 c, o neckbet, open the way to N. 1238 greetings to thee, good one, come, in peace. 1230 b, love N as N loves thee. 1230 c, unwanted, art thou, evil one. 1230 d, if thou avoidest N, N will avoid thee. XXII, miscellaneous texts chiefly about the deceased king's reception and life in heaven. Utterances 523 to 533. Utterance 523. 1231a, to say, the sky has strengthened the radiance for N. 1231b, that N may lift himself to heaven as the eye of Ra. 1231c, and that N may stand at this left eye of Horus. 1231d, where the word of the gods is heard. 1232a, thou shalt stand in the presence of the spirits. 1232b. As Horus stood in the presence of the living. 1232c, N shall stand in the presence of the spirits, the imperishable stars. 1232d, as Osiris stands in the presence of the spirits. Utterance 524. 1233a, to say, N is pure with the purification which Horus did to his eye. 1233b, N is thought who avenges thee, the eye, N is not set who seizes it. 1233c, rejoice, O gods, rejoice, O two Enneads. 1234a, let Horus approach N. 1234b, N is crowned with the white crown, the eye of Horus wherewith he is powerful. 1234c, the gods rejoice for him who ascends. 1235a, the face of N is as that of a jackal, the two arms of N are as those of a falcon. 1235b. The extremities of the wings of N are as those of thought. 1235c, may Geb let N fly to heaven. 1235d, that this N may take the eye of Horus, to himself. 1236a, N has penetrated your frontier, ye dead. 1236b, N has overturned your boundary stones, ye who are before and with Osiris. 1236c, N has conjured the paths of Set. 1236d, N has passed by the messengers of Osiris. 1237a, no god can hold N. 1237b, no opponent stands in the way of N. 1237c, N is thought, the strongest of the gods. 1237d, Adam calls N to heaven for life. 1237e, N has taken the eye of Horus to himself. 1238a, N is the son of Cnum, there is nothing evil which N has done. 1238b, weighty is this word before thee, O Ra. 1238c, hear it, bull of the Ennead. 1239a, open the way of N, enlarge the place of N before the gods. 1239b, N has taken the eye of Horus to himself, N has attached to himself that which went forth from his head. 1240a, N has caused him to see with both his eyes complete. 1240b, that he may punish his enemies therewith. 1240c, Horus has taken his eye and has given it to N. 1241a, his odor is the odor of a god. The odor of the eye of Horus appertains to the flesh of N. 1241b, N is in front with it, N sits upon your great throne, O gods. 1241c, N is side by side with Adam, between the two scepters. 1242a, N is the WNNW, messenger of the gods in search of the eye of Horus. 1242 B.N. searched for it at Buto, he found it at Heliopolis. 1242 C.N. snatched it from the head of Set, at the place where they fought. 1243 A. Horus, give thine arm to N. Horus, take to thyself thine eye. 1243 B. It mounts up to thee, it ascends to thee, it comes to thee, N. For life. 1243 C. The eye of Horus comes to thee with N, before N, forever. Utterance 525. 1244 A. To say, Ra purified himself for thee. Horus adorned himself for thee. 1244 B. So that blindness might cease and that sleeplessness might be repelled. 1244 C. Before there existed a God, a Son of God, a Messenger of God. 1245 A. N. Descends in the lake of KNS.T. 1245 B. N. Purifies himself in the marsh of reeds. 1245 C. N. Is purified by the followers of Horus. 1245 D. Who recite for N the chapter of those who ascend. 1245 E. Who recite for N the chapter of those who raise themselves up. 1246 A. Descend, N. Into this thy boat of Ra which the gods row. 1246 B. When N. rises they, the gods, rejoice at the approach of N. 1246 C. As they rejoice at the approach of Ra. 1246 D. When he comes forth in the east, mounting. Utterance 526. 1247 A. To say, N. has purified himself in the lake of reeds. 1247 B. Wherein Ra was purified. 1247 C. Horus dries the back of N, the back of thought, the legs of N, the legs of Shu. 1247 D. Shu, take N, to heaven, Nut, give thine arm to N. Utterance 527. 1248 A. To say, Adam created by his masturbation in Heliopolis. 1248 B. He put his phallus in his fist. 1248 C. To excite desire thereby. 1248 D. The twins were born, Shu and Tefnut. 1249 A. They put N between them. 1249 B. They put N among the gods in the marsh of offerings. 1249 C. To say 4 times, N mounts to heaven. 1249 D. N descends to the earth, for life everlasting. Utterance 528. 1250 A. Further, to say, OSWNT, who traverses the sky 9 times in the night. 1250 B. Lay hold of the arm of N for life. 1250 C. Ferry him on this sea. 1250 D. So, N descends into this boat of the god. 1250 E. In which the corporation of the Ennead rows. 1250 F. To row N in it. 1251 A. The chapter of BDW is recited for thee. 1251 B. The chapter of Natron is recited for thee. 1251 C. Incense stands, as chief, before the great Ennead. 1251 D. While BDW is seated before, or, in, the great ITR.T palace. Utterance 529. 1252 A. Further, to say, O this doorkeeper of heaven. 1252 B. Pay attention to this messenger of a god, ascending. 1252 C. When he goes forth by the western portal of the sky. 1252 D. Bring him to the southern portal of the sky. 1252 E. When he ascends by the eastern portal of the sky. 1252 F. Bring him to the northern portal of the sky. Utterance 530. 1253 A. To say, Greetings to thee, ladder, which the souls of Buto and the souls of Nekhen have set up and built. 1253 B. Give thou thine arm to N. 1253 C. That N may sit between the 2 great gods. 1253 D. That the places of N be in front, and that his arm be held as far as the marsh of offerings. 1253 E. So that he may sit among the stars which are in the sky. Utterance 531. 1254 A. To say, O ye two kites who are on the wing of thought. 1254b who are WHNNW.ti and DNDNW.ti. 1254c bring this message to N, put him on that side. 1254d N comes for life as messenger of Horus, the rapid one, or, in, his, service. Utterance 532. 1255a, to say, O mooring post of the morning boat of its Lord. 1255b, O mooring post of the morning boat of him who is in it. 1255c. Isis comes, Nephthys comes, one of them on the right, one of them on the left. 1255d, one of them as a T-bird, one of them, Nephthys, as a kite. 1256a, they found Osiris. 1256b, after his brother Set had felled him to the earth in T. 1256c, when Osiris, N, said, Come to me, hence comes his name as Seeker. 1257a, they prevent thee from rotting, in accordance with this thy name of Anubis. 1257b, they prevent thy putrefaction from flowing to the ground. 1257c. In accordance with this thy name of Jackal of the South. 1257d, they prevent the smell of thy corpse from being bad, in accordance with this thy name of RH.ti. 1258a, they prevent Horus of the East from rotting. They prevent Horus, Lord of Men, from rotting. 125.8b. They prevent Horus of the D.T from rotting, they prevent Horus, Lord of the Two Lands from rotting. 1258c, and Set will not ever free himself from carrying thee, Osiris N. 1259a. Wake up for Horus, stand up against Set. 1259b, raise thyself up, Osiris N, son of Geb, his first, born. 1259c, before whom the two Enneads tremble. 1260a, the keeper, Min. W, stands up before thee, so that, the feast, of the new moon may be celebrated for thee, thou appearest for, the feast of, the month. 1260b, thou advancest to the sea, of N, thou traversest to the great green. 1261a. For thou art, he who stands without being tired, in Abydos. 1261b, thou art spiritualized on the horizon, thou endurest in DD.T, Mendes. 1261c, thine arm is taken by the souls of Heliopolis, thine arm is seized by Ra. 1262a, thy head, N, is raised up by the two Enneads. 1262b, they have put thee, Osiris N, as chief of the double ITR.T palace of the souls of Heliopolis. 1262c, thou livest, raise thyself up. Utterance 533. 1263a. To say. 1263b, which goes forth. 1263c N is the blood, which goes forth from Ra, the sweat which goes forth from Isis. XXVIII, for the protection of the pyramid enclosure against Osiris and his cycle. Utterance 534. Utterance 534. 1264a, to say by Horus, may Geb make an offering. 1264b, be gone, flee, thou, whom Horus guards, whom Set protects. 1264c. Be gone, flee, thou, whom Osiris guards, whom Herti protects. 1265a, be gone, flee, thou, whom Isis guards, whom Nephthys protects. 1265b, flee, chief, thou, whom Mtiurti guards, whom Thought protects. 1265c, be gone, flee, thou, whom the TIW guard, whom the IMI.WU.W protect. 1266a, I have come, I have dedicated this house to N. 1266b, purer is this broad hall than B.W. 1266c. At its door, or entrance, is an obelisk, the door is double, i.e. with two leaves, and is sealed with two evil eyes. 1267a, let not Osiris come in this his evil coming. 1267b. Do not open to him thine arms. 1267c. Let him be gone, let him go to d.t, at once, let him be gone to d. 1268a. Let not Horus come in this his evil coming. 1268b. Do not open to him thine arms, that which is said to him is his name of spri.w. 1268c. Let him go to np.t, at once, let him go to ntr. 1269. Let not Set come in this his evil coming. 1269b. Do not open to him thine arms, that which is said to him is his name of ss. 1269c. Let him go to dw.t, at once, let him go to n.t. 1270a. If mtirti comes in this his evil coming. 1270b. Do not open to him thine arms. That which is said to him is his name of ns, driveler. 1270c. Let him go to ddnw-, him whom, they found in, the condition of, quaking. 1270d. At once, let him go to m. 1271a. If thought comes in this his evil coming. 1271b. Do not open to him thine arms, that which is said to him is his name of, thou hast no mother. 1271c. Let him go, let him be gone to his, 2, int.y, let him go to buto, to hry-duty. 1272a. If Isis comes in this her evil coming. 1272b. Do not open to her thine arms, that which is said to her is her name, of, wide of wt, evil smelling. 1272c. Let her, lit. Him, be gone, let her go to the houses of MNW. 1272d. At once, let her go to db. T, to the place where thou hast, she has, been struck. 1273a. If Nephthys comes in this her evil coming. 1273b. That which is said to her is this her name of, substitute without vulva. 1273c. Go thou to the house of Eret, to the place where thou didst strike thy 2 nn.chui, thighs. 1274a. If enemies come with those who are among the elders. 1274b. That which is said to them, lit. Her, is this there, lit. Her, name of sp.w. 1274c. Go to, tw.t. 1275a. If n, comes with his ka. 1275b. The mouth of his gods opens, if, he desires to descend to the, underworld, let him descend. 1275c. To the place where there are gods. 1276a. If n comes with his ka, open thou thine arms to him. 1276b. The mouth of his gods opens, if, he desires to ascend to heaven, let him ascend. 1277a. I am come as judge, may Geb make offerings, and Adam. 1277b. I consecrate this pyramid, this temple, to N, and to his ka. 1277c. That which this pyramid, this temple, contains is for N, and for his ka. 1277d. Pure is this pyramid enclosure, of Horus. 1278a. O may it be pleasing to thee. He who puts his finger against this pyramid, this temple of N and of his ka. 1278b. He who will put his finger against the house of Horus in b.w. 1278c. May Nephthys and Isis go against him, Geb. 1279a. His case will be heard by the Ennead. 1279b. He will be without support, his house will be without support. 1279c. He is accursed, he is one who eats his own body. XXII. Texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 535 to 538. Utterance 535. 1280a. To say by Isis and Nephthys. 1280b. The T-bird comes, the kite comes, they are Isis and Nephthys. 1280c. They are come in search of their brother Osiris. 1280d. They are come, in search of their brother N. 1281a. Thou who art, here, thou who art, there, weep for thy brother, Isis, weep for thy brother, Nephthys, weep for thy brother. 1281b. Isis sits, her hands upon her head. 1282a. Nephthys has indeed seized the tip of her two breasts because of her brother, N. 1282b. Anubis being on his belly, Osiris being wounded, Anubis being before the fist. 1283a. Thy putrefaction, N, is not, thy sweat, N, is not. 1283b. Thy outflowing, N, is not, thy dust, N, is not. 1284a. Ti son of Ti, is, at nigh, coming as Mn.Ti. 1284b. To divide in three these your 4 days and your 8 nights. 1285a. The stars follow thy beloved Beat.Wt. 1285b. Who is chief of thy NM, attendants, thou art chief of those who are chief of the NM.W, attendants, thou hast made NM the NM.W. 1285c. Loose Horus from his bonds, that he may punish the followers of Set. 1286a. That he may seize them. That he may remove their heads, that he may take off their legs. 1286b. Cut thou them up, take thou out their hearts. 1286c. Drink thou of their blood. 1287a. Count their hearts, in this thy name of Anubis counter of hearts. 1287b. Thy 2 eyes have been given to thee as thy 2 Uria serpents. 1287c. For thou art like Wepwawet on his standard, Anubis who presides in SNTR. 1288a. O.N. The houses of the great who are in Heliopolis make thee first. 1288b. The spirits and even the imperishable stars fear thee. 1288c. The dead fall on their face before thee, the blessed dead, care for thee. 1289a. Eldest, son, Im is for N, say the souls of Heliopolis. 1289b. Who furnish thee with life and satisfaction. 1289c. He lives with the living as Seeker lives with the living. 1289d. He lives with the living as N lives with the living. 1290a. O N, come, live thy life there, in thy name, in thy time. 1290b. In these years, which are to be peaceful, according to thy wish. Utterance 536. 1291a. To say, thy water belongs to thee, thine abundance belongs to thee, thine efflux comes out of Osiris to thee. 1291b. The double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of Nut are open for thee. 1291c. The double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of B.W are open for thee. 1292a. Welcome, says Isis. Come, in peace, says Nephthys, when they see their brother. 1292b. Raise thyself up. 1292c. Untie thy bandages, shake off thy dust. 1293a. Sit thou upon this thy firm throne. 1293b. Thou art pure with thy 4 nms.tjars and thy 4 b. tjars. 1293c. Which come for thee out of thy chapel of natron, which were filled for thee in the natron lake. 1293d. And which Horus of Nekhen has given thee. 1294a. He has given to thee his spirits, the jackals. 1294b. Like, to, Horus who is in his house, like, to, Osiris, chief of the mighty. 1294c. A durable offering is made for thee. 1295a. Anubis, chief of the SNTR, has commanded that thou come in as a star, as god of the morning, or, as god of the morning star. 1295b. That thou pass through the region of Horus of the south and that thou pass through the region of Horus of the north. 1296a. And, men will construct with their arms a stairway to thy throne. 1296b. He comes to thee his father. He comes to thee Geb. 1297a. Do for him that which thou hast done for his brother, Osiris. 1297b. On this day of thy feast, the water being full, i.e. at inundation. 1297c. When, his, bones are counted, when, his, sandals are repaired. 1297d. When his nails, upper and lower, are clean for him. 1297e. There will come to him, people of the upper Egyptian Itr.T palace and of the northern Itr.T palace, bowing. Utterance 537. 11298a, to say, O.N. Arise, sit thou on the throne of Osiris. 1298b. Thy flesh is complete like that of Adam, thy face like that of a jackal. 1299a. Give thou thy mouth to Ra. 1299b. He congratulates thee on what thou hast said, he praises thy words. 1299c. Arise, thou ceasest not to be, thou perishest not. 1300 live, N. Thy mother Nut lays hold of thee, she unites her self with thee. 1300b. Geb seizes thine arm. Thou comest in peace, say thy fathers. 1300c. Thou art possessed of thy body. Thou art clothed in thy body. 1301a. Thou ascendest like Horus of the D.T, chief of the imperishable stars. 1301b. Thou sittest upon thy firm throne at the head of thy canal of B.W. 1301c. Thou livest as the Coleoptera, lives. Thou endurest as the DD, eternally. Utterance 538. 1302a. To say, back, thou lowing ox. 1302b. Thy head is in the hand of Horus, thy tail is in the hand of Isis. 1302c. The fingers of Adam are at thy horns. 18ei. A litany of Ascension. Utterance 539. Utterance 539. 1303a. To say, the head of N is like that of the vulture. 1303b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1303c. The skull of N is like that of divine stars. 1303d. When it ascends and lifts itself to the sky. 1304a. The forehead of N is like that of Nu. 1304b. When it ascends and lifts itself to the sky. 1304c. The face of N is like that of Wepwawet. 1304d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1305a. The eyes of N are like those of the Great One who is chief of the souls of Heliopolis. 1305b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1305c. The nose of N is like that of Thought. 1305d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1306a. The mouth of N is like that of him who traverses the great lake. 1306b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1306c. The tongue of N is like that of Truth in the boat of truth. 1306d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1307a. The teeth of N are like those of spirits. 1307b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1307c. The lips of N are like those of 1307d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1308a. The chin of N is like that of Hertintm. 1308b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1308c. The back of N is like that of the wild bull. 1308d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1309a. The arms of N are like those of Set. 1309b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1309c. 1309d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1310a. Like Bebu. 1310b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1310c. The heart of N is like that of Batet. 1310d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1311a. The belly of N is like that of Nut. 1311b. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1311c. 1311d. When he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1312a, of n, like, of the two Enneads. 1312b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1312c. The seat of n is like that of eat. 1312d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1313a, the buttocks of n are like those of the boat of the evening, and the boat of the morning. 1313b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1313c, the phallus of n is like that of ap. 1313d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1314a, the thighs of n are like those of neat and eret. 1314b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1314c, the legs of n are like those of the two souls who are before the field dr. 1314d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1315a, the feet of n are like those of the two morning boats of the sun. 1315b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1315c, the toes of n are like those of the souls of Heliopolis. 1315d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1316a, n is he who belongs to a god, the son of a god. 1316b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1316c, n is the son of Ra, his beloved. 1316d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1317a, n is begotten of Ra. 1317b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1317c, n is conceived of Ra. 1317d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 131a, n is born of Ra. 1318b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1318c, this magic is in the body of n. 1318d, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1319a, n is the great scepter in the great court in Heliopolis. 1319b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1320a, he is, HNNW. 1320b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1320c, he is, Horus, the child, the youth. 1320d, when this n ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1321a, Nut, is, she who cannot be fertilized without putting down her arms. 1321b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1321c, Geb is not diverted from his way. 1321d, when n ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1322a, each god who constructs not a stairway for n. 1322b, when he ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1322c, he shall have no pea cake, he shall have no shade. 1323a, he shall not wash himself in the W-bowl. 1323b, he shall not smell, taste, a leg, of meat, he shall not pass a cutlet, over the mouth, i.e., he shall not taste a cutlet. 1323c, the earth shall not be hoed for him, the WDN. Tea offerings shall not be made for him. 1323d, when this n ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1324a, it is certainly not n who says that against you, O gods. 1324b, it is magic which says that against you, O gods. 1324c, n belongs to a region under magic. 1325a, each god who constructs stairs, or stairway, for n. 1325b, when n ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1325c, each god who vacates his throne in his boat. 1325d, when this n ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1326a, the earth shall be hoed for him, the WDN.T offering shall be made for him. 1326b, a NMT.T bowl shall be made for him. 1326c, he shall smell a leg, of meat, he shall pass a cutlet, over the mouth. 1326d when this N ascends and lifts himself to the sky. 1327a each god who takes the arm of N to the sky. 1327b when he comes to the house of Horus which is in B.W. 1327c his cause shall be justified before Geb. XVIII texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 540 to 552. Utterance 540. 1328a to say, N comes to thee, his father, he comes to thee, Osiris. 1328b he has brought to thee this thy ka, how wonderful it is. 1328c his mother Nut has punished him who shines on her forehead. 1329a tmw.t has raised thee up. 1329b thy mouth is opened by, chief of the city of Sn.t. 1329c thy mouth is opened by dwwr in the house of gold. 1329d thy mouth is opened by the tte.y which are before the house of Natron. 1330a thy mouth is opened by Horus with his little finger. 1330b with which he opened the mouth of his father, with which he opened the mouth of Osiris. 1331a N is thy son, N is Horus. 1331b N is the beloved son of his father, in this his name of son whom he loves. 1332a thou art purified, thou art dried. Thy clothing is given to thee. 1332b thy 1,000 of alabaster vessels, thy 1,000 of garments. 1332c which N has brought to thee, that he might clothe thee therewith. Utterance 541. 1333a to say, children of Horus. 1333b pi dwmu.t.f ims.ti bsn.w.f. 1333c protect life for your father, Osiris N. 1333d from the time that he is given his endurance, or, that he endure, among the gods. 1334a smite Set, protect this Osiris N from him before the earth is brightened. 1334b Horus is powerful. He himself will avenge this his father, Osiris N. 1334c the father has caused that you honor him. Utterance 542. 1335a to say, it is Horus, he is come to reclaim his father, Osiris N. 1335b he has proclaimed a royal death decree in the places of Anubis, everyone recognizing it, he shall not live. 1336a thought, spare not any among those who wronged the king. 1336b thought, hasten that thou mayest see, grasp this. O Father, thought, announce to him his death decree. Utterance 543. 1337a to say, bring him to this Osiris N. 1337b Osiris N, he who killed thee is brought to thee, let him not escape from thee. 1337c Osiris N, he who killed thee is brought to thee, perform his execution. 1337d Osiris N, he who killed thee is brought to thee, cut him in three. Utterance 544. 1338a to say, children of Horus, go to this Osiris N. 1338b children of Horus, hurry, put yourselves under this Osiris N, let there be none among you who shall withdraw. 1338c carry him. Utterance 545. 1339a to say, Osiris N, he who killed thee is brought to thee, cut him up, perform his execution. 1339b children of Horus. 1339c pi dwmu.t.f ims.ti bsn.w.f. 1340a carry your father, this Osiris N, lead him. 1340b Osiris N, make thy endurance, open thy mouth, stand up. Utterance 546. 1341a to say, I am Nut. Bring to me, Osiris N. 1341b Give him to me, that I may embrace him. Utterance 547. 1342a To say, O Father, Osiris N, I betake myself to thee. 1342b Osiris N, approach thyself to me. Utterance 548. 1343a To say, the mouth of the earth opens for Osiris N, Geb said to him. 1343b N is great like a king, mighty like Ra. 1343c Come in peace, say the two Enneads to N. 1343d The eastern door of heaven is open for him, to the abode of Cas. 1344a The great nut gives her arms to him, she of the long horn, she of the protruding breast. 1344b She will nurse N, she will not wean him. 1345a She takes him to herself to heaven, she does not cast him down to the earth. 1345b She makes this N remain as chief of the two T palaces. 1345c He descends into the boat like Ra, on the shores of the winding watercourse. 1346a N rows in the NBW boat. 1346b Where he takes the helm, towards the field of the two lower heavens. 1346c To the beginning of this land of the marsh of reeds. 1347a His arm is taken by Ra, his head is raised up by Adam. 1347b His forward cable is taken by Isis. His stern cable is seized by Nephthys. 1348a B.W.T places him at her side, and puts him among them T.Ws. 1348b As the herdsman of his calves. Utterance 549. 1349a To say, back, bui, red-eared, with colored hindquarters. 1349b Pass thou the cutlet, from thy chapel, or, of thy lady, over thy mouth. Utterance 550. 1350a To say, back, kmwr. 1350b Glide away in Babylon, cry, in the place where they glided, i.e. fell. Utterance 551. 1351a To say, open, frontier, open, as its barrier inclines. 1351b Back, rw.t, retreat p.y. 1351c Let thou, me, pass by, the passing by of a god. Utterance 552. 1352, To say, I am alive, says N, forever. XXX, Resurrection, Meal, and Ascension of the deceased king. Utterance 553. Utterance 553. 1353a To say, Geb has raised thee up, this thy spirit has been guarded for thee. 1353b Thy MNS jar remains, thy MNS jar is caused to remain. 1353c Thou art more exalted than Shu and Tefnut in the house of TMW.T, the destroyer, N. 1354a For thou art verily a spirit who wast nursed by Nephthys with her left breast. 1354b Osiris has given to thee the spirits, take the eye of Horus to thee. 1355a These thy four ways which are before the grave of Horus. 1355b Are those whereon one goes, lit. Goes a-going, to the god as soon as the sun sets, or, as far as the setting of the sun. 1356a He takes hold of thine arm, after Seeker, chief of PDWS purified thee. 1356b And he conducted thee, to thy throne which is in B.W. 1357a Raise thyself up, spirit of N, sit, eat thou. 1357b Let thy Ka be seated, that he may eat bread and beer with thee without ceasing for ever and ever. 1358a Thy going is as a representative of Osiris. 1358b Thy feet hit thine arms. 1358c They bring thee to thy feasts. 1358d To thy white teeth, to thy fingernails, to the DW.F gnome. 1359a, thou ferriest over as the great bull to the green fields. 1359b, to the pure places of Ra. 1360a, raise thyself up, spirit of N. Thy water belongs to thee, thine abundance belongs to thee. 1360b, thine efflux belongs to thee, which issued from the secretion of Osiris. 1361a, the double doors of heaven are open for thee, the double doors of B.W. are undone for thee. 1361b. The double doors of the tomb are open for thee, the double doors of Nut are unfastened for thee. 1362a, greeting, says Isis, ferry on in peace, says Nephthys. 1362b, after she had seen thy father, Osiris, on the day of the T feast, or, of feasting him who is in need. 1362c, elevated is the DDB.T chapel of the double ITR.T palace of the north, thy GRG.WB. 1363a, raise thyself up, shake off thy dust. 1363b, remove the dirt which is on thy face. Loose thy bandages. 1363c, they are indeed not bandages, they are the locks of Nephthys. 1364a. Travel over the southern regions, travel over the northern regions. 1364b, be seated on thy firm throne. 1364c. Anubis, who is chief of the SNTR, commands that thy spirit be behind thee, that thy might be in thy body. 1364d, that thou remain chief of the mighty ones, or, spirits. 1365a, thou purifiest thyself with these thy 4 NMS.T jars. 1365b. With, the SPN.T and T jar, which come from the SNTR for thee, that thou mayest become divine. 1365c, the sky weeps for thee, the earth trembles for thee. 1366a, the SM&T woman laments for thee, the great Min-T mourns for thee. 1366b. The feet agitate for thee, the hands wave for thee. 1366c, when thou ascendest to heaven as a star, as the morning star. 1367a, N is come to thee, his father, he is come to thee, Geb. 1367b, he is united with your dead, O gods. 1367c. Let him sit on the great throne, on the lap of his father Mtirti. 1368a, let him purify his mouth with incense and natron, let him purify his nails upper and lower. 1368b. Let one do for him what was done for his father, Osiris, on the day of assembling the bones. 1368c, of making firm, or, adjusting, the sandals, of crossing the feet, i.e. when ferrying over. 1369a, to become the wise and the understanding. 1369b, to thee comes the southern ITR.T palace. 1369c, to thee comes the northern ITR.T palace, with a salutation. 1369d, thou, who endurest eternally at the head of the mighty ones. XXXI, texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 554 to 562. Utterance 554. 1370a, to say, N is verily a son of the great wild cow, she conceived him and gave him birth. 1370b, they place him in the interior of her wing. 1370c. She ferries over the lake with thee, i.e. him, she traverses the IW canal with thee, i.e. him. 1371a, thy fillet as chief of the house is at thy back. 1371b, thy beanie scepter is, in thy hand. 1371c. That thou mayest strike, that thou mayest rule, in accordance with thy dignity, which appertains to lords of the M3. 1372a, for indeed thou art of the followers of Ra, who are behind the morning star, DW. 1372b, let no evil be to thee. Let no evil be to thy name, the first on earth. Utterance 555. 1373a, to say, N, is come forth from Buto, to the gods of Buto. 1373 B. N is adorned as a falcon, bedecked as the two Enneads. 1374 A. N dawns as king, of Upper Egypt. He is elevated as Wepwawet. 1374 B. After, he has taken the white crown and the green crown. 1374 C. His D-mace on his arm, his scepter in his hand. 1375 A. The mother of N is Isis, his nurse is Nephthys. 1375 B. She who suckles N is Tr. 1375 C. Neat is behind him, Rttw is before him. 1376 A. The ropes are knotted, the boats of N are tied together. 1376 B. For the son of Adam hungry and thirsty, thirsty and hungry. 1376 C. On the southern shore of the winding watercourse. 1377 A. Thought, who is in the shade of his bush. 1377 B. Put N upon the tip of thy wing. 1377 C. On the northern shore of the winding watercourse. 1378 A. N is well, his flesh is sound, N is well, his garments are sound. 1378 B. As, he ascends to heaven like Montu. 1378 C. As, he descends as Bibt.f, as BSM.f. Utterance 556. 1379 A. To say, he hastens, who hastens. 1379 B. The great to the places of the gods. 1379 C. Elevated is Father, Osiris N, like Wepwawet. 1380 A. Father, Osiris N. 1380 B. Let him raise himself up, Anubis, he who is in the Mui shrine. 1380 C. Thy feet are like those of a jackal, stand up. 1380 D. Thine arms are like those of a jackal, stand up. 1381 A. 1381 B. To row before him, he brings to thee alone the double crown. 1381 C. That he may fare, re thee over. 1382 A. Father, Osiris N. The winding watercourse is inundated. 1382 B. Father Osiris N calls to M. 1382 C. Father N calls to Smt. 1382 D. That they may, certainly, ferry over Father Osiris N. 1382 E. To yonder eastern side of heaven, to the birthplace of the gods. 1382 F. When this hour of the morrow comes, this hour of the third day, comes. 1383 A. Where, Father Osiris N, will be born, at the place, where the gods are born. 1383 B. When this hour of the morrow comes, this hour of the third day. 1384 A. When Father Osiris N stands there, like this star which is on the under side of the body of the sky. 1384 B. Like Horus of the horizon. 1385 A. O ye four gods, who stand upon the diem scepters of heaven. 1385 B. Father Osiris N, verily has not died the death, i.e. really died. 1385 C. But Father Osiris N has become a spirit, W, a glorified one. 1386 A. Father Osiris N has come to you. 1386 B. Utterance 557. 1387 A. 1387 B. Return thou to thy house, return thou. 1388 A. Thine heir is on thy throne, he tills the barley for thee. 1388 B. 1389. Utterance 558. 1390 A. To say, O N, greetings to thee. 1390 B. KMWR sets the course for thee. 1390 C. Thou alightest and alighting of the eldest God. 1390 D. He of the long curls offers incense in Heliopolis for thee. 1391, Thou livest, thou art satisfied, pouring out life as thou goest, lit. Behind thee, thou livest. Utterance 559. 1392a. To say, "Come in peace," says Osiris, "come in peace," says Osiris to thee. 1392b. The marshes are filled for thee, the river banks are inundated for thee. 1392c. On account of the royal offering. 1393a. The chief of the west lays hold of thy arm at the border of Mount B.T. 1393b. Let Osiris be recompensed, for he gives thee, to be, in the presence of princes, as supports. Utterance 560. 1394a. To say, the earth is hacked by the hoe. 1394b. The WDN.T offering is made, the earth of TBI is broken up. 1394c. The two gnomes of the god shout before, the king, as he descends into the earth. 1395a. Further, to say, Geb, open thy mouth for thy son, Osiris. 1395b. That which is behind him belongs to, i.e. has to do with, food, that which is before him belongs to snared fowl, or, the snaring of fowl. Utterance 561. 1396a. 1396b. Command. 1397. 1398a. Of the boat of the evening. 1398b. 1399. 1400. Thy face is like. 1401. 1402. 1403. 1404. Utterance 562. 1405a. To say, the earth is high under the sky by means of thine arms, Tefnut. 1405b. Lay hold of the two hands of N, lay not hold of the arm of N, for life, satisfaction, eternity. 1405c. Put him in as a distinguished one. 1405d. N is seated as chief of the two Enneads. 1406a. He judges the gods. 1406b. As a king, and, as deputy of Horus, who avenges his father, Osiris. 1406c. Thy body, N, is as that of a god, as your body, O gods, is like that of N. 1407a. N is come in peace to thee, Horus. 1407b. The eye of Horus is young with you, it is not given over to the anger of Set. XXII. The Purification Litany. Utterance 563. Utterance 563. 1408a. To say, the double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the gods. 1408b. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1408c. The double doors of heaven are open for N, the double doors of B.W. are open for N. 1408d. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1409a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus SSM.T land. 1409b. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1409c. The double doors of heaven are open for N, the double doors of B.W. are open for N. 1409d. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1410a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the east. 1410b. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1410c. The double doors of heaven are open for N, the double doors of B.W. are open for N. 1410d. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1411a. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for Horus of the horizon. 1411b. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1411c. The double doors of heaven are open, the double doors of B.W. are open for N. 1411d. That he may ascend and purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1412a. he who ascended, Horus of the gods, that he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1412b he who ascended, N. That he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1413a he who ascended, Horus, of the SSM.T land, that he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1413b he who ascended, N. That he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1414a he who ascended, Horus of the east, that he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1414b he who ascended, N. That he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1415a he who ascended, Horus of the horizon, that he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1415b he who ascended, N. That he might purify himself in the marsh of reeds. 1416a N is purified, N. Has taken the W vestment. 1416b N truly ascends to heaven, permanent like the earth. 1416c it is grievous, for thy body, O Nut, because of the divine seed, which shall be in thee, or, in thy mother. 1417a N. This one, he is the divine seed, which shall be in thy mother, Nut. 1417b receive him, this N, as thou didst receive thy divine son. 1418a HPT, Nigh. 1418b take him with you, let N be established among you. 1419a FTN. T, Mother of the Gods. 1419b give thy hand to N, take his hand, or, take to thee the hand of N, for life. 1419c draw him to heaven, like as, thou hast drawn this one, Osiris, to heaven. 1420a Nigh, HPT. 1420b take N with you. Let N be established among you. 33. Texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 564 to 569. Utterance 564. 1421a to say, he is pure who purifies himself in the sea of reeds. 1421b purifies himself in the sea of reeds. 1421c N. Himself purifies himself in the sea of reeds. 1421d Shu purifies himself in the sea of reeds. 1421e N. Himself purifies himself in the sea of reeds. 1422 Shu, lift N up to heaven. 1422b Nut, give thine arms to N. 1422c. Let him fly, rejoicing, let him fly. Utterance 565. 1423a to say, N, be thou purified, when thou comest to heaven. 1423b N lasts longer than men, he dawns for the gods. 1423c N. Dawned with Ra at his dawning. 1424a their third is he who is with him. 1424b one is behind N, the other is before N. 1424c one gives water, the other gives sand. 1425a N leans upon thy two arms, Shu, just as Ra leans upon thine arm. 142.5b. N found them, sitting, at his approach. 1425c the two spirits, mistresses of this land. 1426a let Nut rejoice at the approach of N. 1426b NPNP.T has received him. 1426c. She who is in her, for life and joy, and she who wears her NTSTN garment. 1427a, they gave birth, for themselves, to N. 1427b N is loosed from the evil which, was, in him. 1427c Nephthys gave her arms to N. 1427d. She passed her breast over the mouth of N. 1428a DWWR shaved N. 1428b. Sothis washed the hands of N. 1428c. At his birth, on that day, O gods. 1428d. N. knows, remembers, not his first mother whom he knew. 1428e. It is Nut who has borne N, with Osiris. Utterance 566. 1429a. To say, take N, away with thee, Horus. 1429b. Transport him, thought, on the tip of thy wing. 1429c. Like seeker who is in the M.T boat. 1429d. Horus does not pass the night, lit. Go to bed, behind the canal, nor is thought without a boat, lit. Boatless. 1429e. And N is not without a boat, for he has the eye of Horus. Utterance 567. 1430a. To say, Ra is purified in the marsh of reeds. 1430b. Horus is purified in the marsh of reeds. 1430c. N is purified in the marsh of reeds. 1430d. That he may arise with him. Nut give him thine arm. 1430e. Rejoice, rejoice, he flies, he flies. Utterance 568. 1431a. To say, he is gone who went to his ka, Mtiurti is gone to his ka. 1431b. N is gone to his ka, to heaven. 1431c. A ladder is made for him, upon which he mounts, in its name of, that which mounts to heaven. 1432a. His boat is brought to him by the diem scepters of the imperishable stars. 1432b. The bull, or ox, of heaven lowers its horn, so that he may pass thereon to the lakes of D.T. 1433a. O N, thou dost not fall to the ground. 1433b. N lays hold of the two sycamores, which are in the middle of yonder side of the sky. 1433c. Which ferry him over, and they set him on the eastern side of the sky. Utterance 569. 1434a. To say, N knows thy name, N forgets not thy name. 1434b. Limitless is thy name. The name of thy father is, thou art great. 1434c. Thy mother is satisfaction, who bears thee morning by morning. 1435a. The birth of limitless in the horizon shall be prevented. 1435b. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1435c. The birth of Eret shall be prevented. 1435d. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1436a. The two regions shall be forbidden to Horus. 1436b. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1436c. The birth of shall be prevented. For 36d. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1437a. The birth of Sothis shall be prevented. 1437b. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1437c. The coming of the two apes, B.Y. to Ra, his two beloved sons, shall be prevented. 1437d. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1438a. The birth of Wepwawet in the PRNW palace shall be prevented. 1438b. If thou preventest N from coming to the place where thou art. 1438c. The coming of men to the king, son of a god, shall be prevented. 1438d. If thou prevents N from coming to the place where thou art. 1439a. The coming of thy crew of the imperishable stars to row thee over shall be prevented. 1439b. If thou preventest them from letting N descend into thy boat. 1439c. The coming of men to death shall be prevented. 1439d. If thou preventest N from descending into thy boat. 1440a. Men's eating of bread shall be prevented. 1440b. If thou preventest N from descending into thy boat. 1440c. N Is XVIII, the messenger of Ra. 1440 D.N. shall not be prevented from entering heaven. 1440 E. The Empedot tree, which is at the door of heaven, has stretched out its arms to N. 1441 A. His face behind him, the ferryman of the winding watercourse, is united to him. 1441 B. N is not prevented, an obstacle is not opposed to N. 1441 C. For N is one of you, O gods. 1442 A. N is come to thee, O Ra. 1442 B. N is come to thee, limitless. 1442 C. That he may row thee over, that he may do service of a courtier to thee. 1442 D. N loves thee in his body, N loves thee in his heart. XXIV. New birth of the deceased king as a god in heaven. Utterance 570. Utterance 570. 1443 A. To say, the face of heaven is washed, the vault of heaven is bright. 1443 B. A god is brought to birth by the sky upon the arms of Shu and Tefnut, upon the arms of N. 1444 A. Great WBN, say the gods. 1444 B. Hear it, this word which N says to thee. 1444 C. Let thy heart be glad for this N is a great one, the son of a great one. 1444 D. N is with thee, take this N, for life, joy, and eternity, with thee. 1445 A. Kepri, hear it, this word, which is spoken to thee by N. 1445 B. Let thy heart be glad for N is a great one, the son of a great one. 1445 C. N is with thee, take him with thee. 1446 A. None, hear it, this word, which is spoken to thee by N. 1446 B. Let thy heart be glad for N is a great one, the son of a great one. 1446 C. N is with thee, take him with thee. 1447 A. Adam, hear it, this word, which is spoken to thee by N. 1447 B. Let thy heart be glad for N is a great one, the son of a great one. 1447 C. N is with thee, take him with thee. 1448 A. W. Son of Geb, M. Son of Osiris. 1448 B. Hear it, this word is spoken to thee by N. 1448 C. Let thy heart be glad for N is a great one, the son of a great one. 1448 D. N is with thee, take him with thee. 1449 A. Mayest thou be near to N, in thy name of Ra, drive thou away the garments, darkness, of the sky. 1449 B. May Horus of the horizon cause him to hear his glory and his praise. 1449 C. Out of the mouth of the two Enneads. 1450 A. How beautiful art thou, said his mother, mine, heir, said Osiris. 1450 B. N has not swallowed the eye of Horus. 1450 C. So that men might say, he will die for that. 1450 D. N has not swallowed a limb of Osiris. 1450 E. So that the gods might say, he will die for that. 1451 A. N lives on the Isnu, bread of offering, of his father Adam, protect him, NB.T. 1451 B. Thou hast protected N, NB.T, in the princely house which is in Heliopolis. 1452 A. Thou hast commended him to him who is within his N.Ti, two limits. 1452 B. That N may be expedited. 1452 C. He who is within his N.Ti, two limits, has recommended N, to him who is on his carrying litter. 1452 D. That N may be expedited. 1453 A. N has escaped his day of death. 1453 B. Even as Set escaped his day of death. 1453 C. N has escaped the half-months of death. 1453 D. Even as Set escaped his half-months of death. 1453 E. N has escaped his months of death. 1453 f. Even as Set escaped his months of death. 14539, n. has escaped the year of death. 1453 h. Even as Set escaped his year of death. 1454 a. By plowing the earth. The hands of n. support nut, like shoe. 1454 b. Even the bones of n. which are firm, or iron, or copper, and his imperishable limbs. 1455 a. For n. is a star, the light scatterer of the sky. 1455 b. Let n. ascend to the god, let n. be avenged. 1455 c. So that heaven may not be void of n, so that earth, lit. This land, i.e. Egypt, may not be void of n, forever. 1456 a. n. lives a life in accordance with your rule. 1456 b. O gods of the lower sky, imperishable stars. 1456 c. Which traverse the land of Libya, which are supported by their diem scepters. 1456 d. Just as n. is supported, with you, by a w scepter and a diem scepter. 1457 a. n. is your fourth. 1457 b. O gods of the lower sky, imperishable stars. 1457 c. Which traverse the land of Libya, which are supported by their diem scepters. 1457 d. Just as n. is supported, with you, by a w scepter and a diem scepter. 1458 a. n. is your fourth. 1458 b. O gods of the lower sky, imperishable stars. 11458 c. Which traverse the land of Libya, which are supported by their diem scepters. 1458 d. Just as n. is supported, with you, by a w scepter and a diem scepter. 1458 e. By command of Horus, hereditary prince and king of the gods. 1459 a. n. Seizes the white crown, that upon which is the wire of the green crown. 11459 b. n. is the ir.t serpent, which comes forth from Set, which was robbed, but which was returned. 1459 c. n. was robbed, he is returned, he is made alive. 1460 a. n. is this, kind of, color which comes out of none. 1460 b. n. is the eye of Horus, which was not chewed, nor spit out. 1460 c. he is not chewed nor spit out. 1461 a. Hear it, this word, O Ra, said by n. to thee. 1461 b. Thy body is in n. O Ra, let thy body live in n. O Ra. 11462 a. The baboon is a wild ox, so said KNM.WT. 1462 b. KNM.WT is a wild ox, so said the baboon. 11462 c. O that castrated one. O this man. O he who hurries him who hurries, among you too. 11462 d. These this first corporation of the company of the justified. 11463 a. was born before there was any anger. 11463 b. was born before there was any clamor, lit. Voice. 1463 c. was born before there was any strife. 11463 d. was born before there was any conflict. 1463 e. was born before the eye of Horus was plucked out, before the testicles of Set were torn away. 1464 a. n. is blood which came from Isis, n. is red blood which came from Nephthys. 1464 b. n. does DW3 against his BNW, there is nothing which the gods can do against n. 1464 c. n. is the deputy of Ra, n. shall not die. 1465 a. Hear, O Geb, hereditary prince of all the gods, endue him with his form. 1465 b. Hear, O Thought, who art among the peaceful ones of the gods. 1465 c. Let a door for n. be opened by Horus, let n. be protected by Set. 1465 d. n. appears in the eastern side of the sky. 1465 e. Like Ra, who shines in the eastern side of the sky. XXXV, Texts of Miscellaneous Contents. Utterances 571 to 575. Utterance 571. 1466a, to say, the mother of N, dweller in the lower sky, became pregnant with him. 1466b, N was given birth by his father Adam. 1466c. Before the sky came into being, before the earth came into being. 1466d, before men came into being, before the gods were born, before death came into being. 1467a, N escapes the day of death, as Set escaped his day of death. 1467b, N belongs to your company, O gods of the lower sky. 1468a, who cannot perish for their enemies. 1468b, N perishes not for his enemies. 1468c, O ye who die not for a king, N does not die for a king. 1468d, O ye who die not for any death, N does not die for any death. 1469a, N is an imperishable star, the great of heaven in the house of Ursit. 1469b, Ra has taken N to heaven, that N may live. 1469c. As he lives who enters into the west of the sky and goes forth at the east of the sky. 1470a, he who is within his N.ti, two limits, has commended N to him who is in his carrying litter. 1470b, they acclaim N, for N is a star. 1470c. The protection of Ra is upon N. Ra will not abandon the protection of N. 1471a, Horus has set N on his shoulders. 1471b, he has assigned N to Shu, who says, my arms are exalted under Nut. 1471c, Ra, give thine arm to N. Great God, give thy staff to N. 1471d, that he may live forever. Utterance 572. 1472a, to say, how beautiful indeed is the sight, how pleasant indeed is the view, says Isis. 1472b. That this God ascends to heaven, his renown over him. 1472c, his terror on both sides of him, his magic before him. 1473a, it was done for him, for N, by Adam, like that which one did for him, Adam. 1473b, he brought to N the gods belonging to heaven. 1473c, he assembled to him the gods belonging to the earth. 1474a, they put their arms under him. 1474b, they made a ladder for N, that he might ascend to heaven on it. 1474c. The double doors of heaven are open for N, the double doors of D.W are open for him. 1475a, Adam united the gnomes for N. 1475b, Geb gave him the cities, that is to say, Lit. In speaking of it. 1475c, the regions of Horus. The regions of Set. 1475d, the marsh of reeds. 1476a, N is I, chief of the land of Upper Egypt. 1476b, N is DDWN, chief of the land of Nubia. 1476c, N is Sabdu, who lives, under his KSB.T trees. 1477a, have you acted against him? Have you said that he would die? 1477b, he will not die. N will live a life forever. 1477c, N is become in spite of them as the surviving bull of the wild bulls. 1477d, N is at their head, he will live and last forever. Utterance 573. 1478a, to say, awake in peace, SMNW, in peace. 1478b, awake in peace, Eastern Horus, in peace. 1478c, awake in peace, Eastern Soul, in peace. 1478d, awake in peace, Hereafter, in peace. 1479a, thou sleepest in the evening boat. Thou wakest in the morning boat. 1479b, for thou art as he who oversees the gods, no god oversees thee. 1479 c. Father of N, Ra, take N, with thee, for life, to thy mother, Nut. 1480 a. The double doors of heaven shall be open for N. The double doors of B.W. shall be open for N. 1480 b. When N comes to thee, that thou mayest make him live. 1480 c. Command N to sit by thy side. 1480 d. Near the DW canal on the horizon. 1481 a. Father of N, Ra, commend N to M. T, she who is at thy side. 1481 b. To cause to designate a place for N, near the RDWR lake under B.W. 1482 a. Commend N to NNH, son of Sothis, to speak for N. 1482 b. To establish a throne for N, in heaven. 1482 c. Commend N to WRSBS. F. The beloved Ta, the son of Ta. 1482 d. To speak for N. 1482 e. To cause food to grow for his dining pavilion on earth. 1483 a. For N is one of those four gods. 1483 b. IMS.ti, pi, dwmw.t.f, bsn.w.f. 1483 c. Who live on truth, who lean upon their diem scepters. 1483 d. Who guard the land of Upper Egypt. 1484 a. He flies from you, O men, as birds. 1484 b. He takes his flight from you, Lit, he takes his arms from you, like a falcon. 1484 c. He takes his body from you like a kite. 1484 d. He is delivered from that which shackles his feet on earth. 1484 e. He is freed from that which ties his hands. Utterance 574. 1485 a. To say, greetings to thee, Sycamore, who protects the god, under which the gods of the underworld stand. 1485 b. Whose tips are seared, whose inside is burned, whose suffering is real. 1486 a. Assemble those who dwell in none. Collect those who are among the bows. 1486 b. Thy forehead is upon thine arm, in mourning, for Osiris, O great mooring post. 1486 c. Who art like her who is chief of the offering, to, and of the worship, of the Lord of the East. 1487 a. Thou art standing, Osiris, thy shadow is over thee, Osiris. 1487 b. Thy diadem repels Set. 1487 c. The generous damsel who acted for this spirit of G.ti is. 1487 d. Thy shadow, Osiris. 1488 a. Thy dread is among those in heaven. Thy fear among those on earth. 1488 b. Thou hast hurled thy terror into the heart of the wings of Lower Egypt, dwelling in Buto. 1489 a. N. is come, to thee, Horus, heir of Geb, of whom Adam speaks. 1489 b. All belongs to thee, say the two Enneads, all belongs to thee, thou sayest. 1490 a. It is even N among them the gods who are in heaven. 1490 b. Collect those who are among the bows, assemble those who are among the imperishable stars. 1491 a. N rejoices, O, 0. 1491 b. Day is day, night is night, Ra is Ra. 1491 c. He is forever. Utterance 979. 1492 a. To say, behold, he comes, says SPW. 1492 b. Behold, the son of Ra, comes. The beloved of Ra, comes, says SPW. 1492 c. I caused him to come, says Horus. 1493 a. Behold, he comes, says SPW. 1493 b. Behold, the son of Ra, comes, the beloved of Re, comes, says SPW. 1493 c. I caused him to come, says Set. 1494 a. Behold, he comes, says SPW. 1494b, behold, the son of Ra, comes, the beloved of Ra, comes, says SPW. 1494c, I caused him to come. I caused him to come, says Geb. 1495a, behold, he comes, says SPW. 1495b, behold, the son of Ra, comes, the beloved of Ra, comes, says SPW. 1495c, I caused him to come. I caused him to come, say the souls of Heliopolis and the souls of Buto. 1496a, O Ra, say men, when they stand by the side of N on the earth. 1496b, while thou dawnest on the east of the sky, give thy hand to N. 1496c. Take him with thee to the eastern side of the sky. 1497a, O Re, say men, when they stand by the side of N on the earth. 1497b, while thou dawnest on the southern side of the sky, give thy hand to N. 1497c. Take him with thee to the southern side of the sky. 1498a, O Ra, say men, when they stand by the side of N on the earth. 1498b, while thou dawnest at the center of the sky, give thy hand to N. 1498c. Take him with thee to the center of the sky. 1499, one hastens with thy message, the runners are before thee. XXII, the resurrection and ascension of the deceased king. Utterance 576. Utterance 576. 1500 to say, Osiris was placed upon his side by his brother Set. 1500b, he who is in D.T stirs, his head is raised up by Ra. 1500c. His abomination is to sleep, he hates to be tired. 1501a, N, rots not, he stinks not. 1501b, N is not bound, bewitched, by your wrath, O gods. 1502a, awake thou in peace. 1502b, Osiris awakes in peace, he who is in D.T awakes in peace. 1503a, his head is lifted up by Ra, his odor is, as, that of the I.TWT.T serpent. 1503b, the head of N, also is lifted up by Ra, the odor of N is as that of I.TWT.T serpent. 1504a, he rots not, he stinks not. 1504b, N is not bound, bewitched, by your wrath, O gods. 1505a, N is thy seed, Osiris, the pointed. 1505b, in his name of Horus in the great green, Horus chief of spirits. 1506a, N rots not, he stinks not. 1506b. He is not bound, bewitched, by your wrath, O gods. 1507a, N goes forth from his house, adorned like Horus, bedecked like Thought. 1507b, the mother of N is thy Heliopolitan, O God, the father of N is a Heliopolitan. 1507c, N himself is thy Heliopolitan, O God. 1508a, N is conceived by Ra, he is born of Ra. 1508b, N is thy seed, O Ra, the pointed. 1508c, in his name of Horus, chief of spirits, star which ferries over the great green. 1509a, N rots not. He stinks not. 1509b, he is not bound, bewitched, by your wrath, O gods. 1510a, N is one of those four gods, born of Geb. 1510b, who traveled over the south, who traveled over the land of the north. 1510c. Who leaned upon their diem scepters. 1511a, anointed with the best ointment, clothed in purple. 1511b, living on figs, drinking wine. 1512a, N anoints himself with that with which you anoint yourselves. 1512b, N clothes himself with that with which you clothe yourselves. 1512c, N lives on that on which you live. 1512 N drinks that of which you drink. 1513 N is safe with you, he lives on that on which you live. 1513 May you give him of those possessions which your father Geb gave you. 1513 so that, because of which none of you may hunger, because of which none of you may rot. 1514 Lay hold of the arm of N for life before the sweet-smelling ones. 1514 Unite the bones of N, assemble his limbs. 1514 that N may sit upon his throne. 1515 he rots not, he stinks not. 1515 N is not bound, bewitched, by your wrath, O gods. 1516 N is come to thee, mother of N, he is come to Nut. 150 Make the sky mount for N, place the stars upside down for him. 1516 let his odor be like the odor of thy son, who is come forth from thee. 1516 let the odor of N be like that of Osiris, thy son, who is come forth from thee. 1517 None, lift up the arm of N towards the sky, that he may support himself, on, the earth which he has given to thee. 151 That he may ascend, that he may rise to the sky. 1517 that he may do service of a courtier to Ra. 1518 Horus chief of the spirits who is before the sweet-smelling ones. 1518 Awake thou in peace, as Ra awakes, in peace. 1518 Awake in peace, as Mdi awakes in peace. 1519 Let him put the writing of N in his register before the sweet-smelling ones. XVIII The resurrection of Osiris with whom the gods are satisfied. Utterance 577. Utterance 577. 1520 to say, Osiris dawns, pure, mighty, high, Lord of truth. 1520 on the first of the year, Lord of the year. 1521 Adam father of the gods is satisfied, Shu and Tefnut are satisfied, Geb and Nut are satisfied. 1521 Osiris and Isis are satisfied, Set and Neat, Nephthys, are satisfied. 1522 All the gods who are in heaven are satisfied. All the gods who are on earth and in the lands are satisfied. 1522 All the southern and northern gods are satisfied, all the western and eastern gods are satisfied. 1522 All the gnome gods are satisfied, all the city gods are satisfied. 1523 With the great and mighty word, which comes forth from the mouth of thought, concerning Osiris. 1523 The seal of life, the seal of the gods. 1523 Anubis, the counter of hearts, deducts Osiris N from the gods who belong to the earth, and assigns him to the gods who are in heaven. 1524 Lord of wine at the inundation. 1524 His year is calculated for him, his hour knows him. 1524 N is known by his year which is with him. 1524 His hour which is with him knows him. 1525 Come, my child, says Adam, come to us, say they, say the gods to thee, Osiris. 1526 Our brother is come to us, the eldest, the first, begotten, of his father, the first, born, of his mother. 152 Say they, say the gods. 1527 Heaven conceived him, dw.t gave him birth. 152 N was conceived with him by heaven. 1527 N was given birth with him by d.t. 152 8 Thou supported the sky on thy right side, having life. 1528 Thou livest, because the gods ordained that thou live. 1528 N supports the sky on his right side, having life. 1528 He lives, his life, because the gods have ordained that he live. 1529 Thou leanest on the earth on thy left side, having joy. 1529b Thou livest thy life, because the gods have ordained that thou live. 1529c n leans on the earth, on his left side, having life, or joy. 1529d He lives his life, because the gods have ordained that he live. 1530a n ascended on the eastern side of the sky. 1530b He descends as a green bird. 1530c He descends, Lord of the D.T lakes. 1530d n is purified in the lakes of the SM Goose. XXIV Texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 578 to 586. Utterance 578. 1531a to say, Osiris N, thou shalt not hasten to those lands of the east. 1531b Thou shalt hasten to these lands of the west by the way of the followers of Ra. 1532a Thy messengers hasten, thy runners go. 1532b Those who are before thee rush on. 1532c That they may announce thee to Ra, to him who lifts up his arm in the east. 1533a Thou dost not know them, thou art astonished at them. 1533b Thou hast laid them in thine arms like herdsmen of thy calves. 1534a Thou art as he who prevents them from slipping out from thine arms. 1534b Thou goest forth to them, thou art glorified, by birth, preeminent, by birth. 534c In thy name of SPD.W. 1535a Thy whip in thy hand, and thy scepter on thine arm. 1535b Enemies fall on their face before thee. 1535c The imperishable stars kneel before thee. 1536a Thou art as he who prevents them from falling out of thine arms. 1536b And, who prevents, that thou be sick because of them, in thy name of me.t. 1537a They recognize thee, in thy name of Anubis. 1537b The gods do not descend to thee, in thy name of I.t. 1538a Thou standest as chief of the gods, eldest son. 1538b As heir on the throne of Geb. Utterance 579. 1539a To say, Thy going from thy house, Osiris N. 1539b Is the going of Horus in search of thee, Osiris N. 1539c Thy messengers hasten, thy runners run, thine envoys hurry. 1540a They announce to Ra. 1540b That thou, N, art come, as son of Geb, from upon the throne of Ammonius. 1541a That thou hast ferried over the winding watercourse, that thou hast traversed the canal of Kansai.t. 1541b Thou settlest down on the eastern side of the sky, thou sittest in the double itr.t palace of the horizon. 1541c Thou givest to them thine arm, thou givest thine arm to the gods. 1542a They praise thee, they come to thee with salutations. 1542b As they do homage to Ra, as they come to him with salutations. Utterance 580. 1543a To say, Thou who hast smitten, my father, he who has killed, one, greater than he. 1543b Thou hast smitten, my father, thou hast killed one greater than thou. 1544a Father Osiris N. I have smitten for thee him who smote thee as an ox. 1544b I have killed for thee him who killed thee as a wild bull. 1544c I have overpowered for thee him who overpowered thee as an ox. 1544d Thou art upon his back as he who is upon the back of an ox. 1545a He who stretched thee out as the stretched out ox, he who slaughtered thee as the slaughtered ox. 1545b He who stunned thee as the stunned ox. 1545 c. I have cut off his head, I have cut off his tail. 1545 d. I have cut off his 2 hands. I have cut off his 2 feet. 1546 a. His upper forelegs including, lit. Being 2, his lower forelegs belong to, O Adam, father of the gods. 1546 b. His 2 thighs belong to Shu and Tefnut. 1546 c. His 2 sides belong to Geb and Nut. 1547 a. His 2 shoulder blades belong to Isis and Nephthys. 1547 b. His 2 shoulders belong to Mtirti and Herti. 1547 c. His spinal column belongs to Neat and Eret, his heart belongs to Sekhmet, the Great. 1548 a. That which is in the back part of his body belongs to those 4 gods, the sons of Horus, his beloved. 1548 b. Pi, ims.ti, dwmw.t.f, bsn.w.f. 1549 a. His head, his tail, his 2 hands, his 2 feet. 1549 b. Belong to Anubis, who is upon his mountain, to Osiris who is chief of his department, or, thy offering. 1549 c. That which the gods leave belongs to the souls of Nekhen and the souls of Buto. 1550 a. Eat the red ox, for the voyage by sea. 1550 b. Which Horus did for his father, Osiris N. Utterance 581. 1551 a. To say, this thy cavern there is the broad hall of Osiris N. 1551 b. Which brings the wind. The north wind refreshes. 1551 c. It raises thee as Osiris N. 1552 a. SSM.W. comes to thee, bearing water and wine. 1552 b. TMNWT.F. comes, bearing the vases which are before the 2 ITR.T palaces. 1552 c. Thou standest, thou sittest like Anubis, chief of the necropolis. 1553 a. Acre stands up for thee, Shu dries, lit. Something like. Lies down, WB v 366, for thee. 1553 b. They tremble who see the inundation, when it tosses. 1554 a. But the marshes laugh, the shores are become green. 1554 b. The divine offerings descend, the face of men brightens, the heart of the gods rejoices. 1555 a. Deliver N from his bandages, which restrain the living, O gods. 1555 b. Is, in the mouth of those who run to them on the good day of running, while running is good. 1556 a. Set is guilty, Osiris is justified. 1556 b. Is, in the mouth of the gods, on the good day of the going upon the mountain. 1557 a. When inundations are upon the land. 1557 b. He who hastens with his soul goes to his cave. 1557 c. But, thou marchest behind thy spirit towards Khnmunu. 1557 d. Like the successor of Herti, chief of N.S.T. Utterance 582. 1558 a. To say, N. Is come to thee, Horus. 1558 b. That thou mayest recite for him this great and good word, which thou didst recite for Osiris. 1558 c. By which N may be great, by which he may be powerful. 1559 a. His SHM is within him, his BA is behind him. 1559 b. His SPD is upon him, which Horus gave to Osiris. 1559 c. That N may rest in heaven, as a mountain, as a support. 1560 a. He shall fly as a cloud to heaven, like a heron. 1560 b. He shall pass by the side locks of the sky. 1560 c. The feathers on the 2 arms of N shall be like knives. 1561 a. Shall give him his arm. 1561 b. Sothis shall take his hand. 1561 c. The ground shall be hoed for N, an offering shall be made for N. 1561d. The two gnomes of the god shall shout for N. 1562a, he will be more at the head than he who is at the head of the two Enneads. 1562b, he sits upon his firm throne. 1562c, his scepter glittering in his hand. 1563a, if N. raises his hand towards the children of their fathers. 1563b, they stand up for N. 1563c, if N. lowers his hand towards them, they sit down. 1564a, the face of N is like that of a jackal, the middle of his body is like that of B.Wt. 1564b. N. judges like Sebek in Crocodilopolis. 1564c, like Anubis in Tb.T. Hypsilis. 1565a, when N. calls for 1,000. 1565b, there come to him the blessed dead, with salutations. 1565c. While they say to him, who is it who has done this to thee? 1566a, it is the mother of N, the great wild cow, she with the two long feathers. 1566b, with the brilliant headdress, with the two hanging breasts. 1566c, who has lifted N up to heaven, she did not leave N on the earth. 1566d, among the glorious gods. 1567a, that N may see their spirit and that he may be a spirit likewise. 1567b, N is protected by his father Osiris, just as the blessed dead protect N. Utterance 583. 1568a, to say, Ra, turn thou, that N may see. 1568b, N, thy red crown is that of N. 1568c, N, of Ra, the Uriah serpent, which is on the forehead of Ra. 1569, thou art Shu, thou art height, O Father. 1569b. Thou art the NSS, thou art the NSSS.T. 1569c, thou art. 1570a. 1570b, the arm of Horus is behind thee, the arm of Thought is before thee. 1571a, the two great gods support thee. 1571b. They prepare thy place which is in heaven. 1572a. 1572b. 1572c, arisen, arisen, on thy feet. Utterance 584. 1573a, to say, N has occupied his seat. 1573b, N has taken his helm, or 1573c, N seats himself in the bow of the boat of the two Enneads. 1574a. N rose Ra to the west. He writes the name of N over the living. 1574b. He establishes the seat of N over the lords of the Cas. 1574c, he puts N on the shores of the winding watercourse. 1574d, he puts N over the N.W, stars. 1575a, the double doors of the BK, which are in B.W, are open for N. 1575b. The double doors of Bi, which are in D.W, are open for NJ. 1575c. 1575d, N is pleased with his name. 1575e. Utterance 585. 1576a. Star, S. 1576b, they prepare. 1577, upon the forehead, or, to judge. 1578a, lakes. 1578b, great. 1579. It is N. 1580, truth. 1581, this. Utterance 586. 1582a, Nt. Jequier, 814. To say, N shines like Ra, expelling the dawn, establishing truth behind Ra. 1582 B.N.T. 814. Shining every day for all of those who are on the horizon of the sky. 1583 A.N.T. 815. The upper gates of heaven are open. 1583 B.N.T. 815. To say, great is Adam, the son of a great one is Adam, N. Is the D-star in the sky among the gods. 1584 A.N.T. 816. Thy mother says to thee that, like N, weeps for thee. 1584 B.N.T. 816. Like N, he mourns for thee. 1585 A.N.T. 816. To say, wash, give thou, thine, arm to N. While thou causest her to come. 1585 B.N.T. 816. Ho! His back behind him, bring the DTP ladder to N. 1586, N.T. 817. Made by Knum, that N may ascend to heaven upon it, to do service of a courtier to Ra, in heaven. XXIX an early hymn to the sun. Utterance 587. Utterance 587. 1587a, to say, greetings to thee, Adam. 1587b, greetings to thee, Khepri, who created himself. 1587c, thou art high, in this thy name of. 1587d. Thou comest into being, in thy name of, Khepri. 1588a, greetings to thee, eye of Horus, which he adorned with his two hands completely. 1588b, he does not make thee hearken to the west. 1588c, he does not make thee hearken to the east. 1588d. He does not make thee hearken to the south. 1588e, he does not make thee hearken to the north. 1588f, he does not make thee hearken to those who are in the middle of the land. 1589a, but, thou hearkenest to Horus. 1589b. It is he who adorned thee, it is he who built thee, it is he who settled thee. 1590a, thou doest for him everything which he says unto thee, in every place whither he goes. 1590b, thou carriest to him the foul-bearing waters which are in thee. 1590c, thou carriest to him the foul-bearing waters which are to be in thee. 1591a, thou carriest to him the gifts which are in thee. 1591b, thou carriest to him every tree which is to be in thee. 1591c. Thou carriest to him the food which is in thee. 1591d, thou carriest to him the food, in thee, which is to be in thee. 1592a, thou carriest to him the gifts which are in thee. 1592b, thou carriest to him the gifts which are to be in thee. 1592c. Thou carriest to him everything which is in thee. 1592d, thou carriest to him everything which is to be in thee. 1592e, thou carriest, it, to him to every place wherein his heart desires to be. 1593a, the doors stand fast upon thee like in Mutef. 1593b, they open not to the west, they open not to the east. 1593c, they open not to the north, they open not to the south. 1593d, they open not to those who are in the middle of the land. 1594a, but, they are open to Horus. It was, he who made them, it was he who made them stand fast. 1594b, it was he who rescued them from every evil which Set did to them. 1595a, it was he who settled thee, in this thy name of, settlements, colonies. 1595b. It was he who went, doing obeisance, after thee, in this thy name of, city. 1595c, it was he who rescued thee from every evil which Set did to thee. 1596a, go, not. 1596b, Geb commanded that thou go, in thy name of, city. 1596c, n. Is Horus, who adorned his eye with his two hands completely. 1597a, n. Adorned thee with an adornment. 1597b, n. Settled for thee these his settlements. 1597 C. N. built thee, as, a city of N. 1597 D. that thou mayest do for N. every good thing which the heart of N. loves. 1597 E. that thou mayest do, it, for N. in every place where he goes. 1598 A. thou shalt not hearken to the west, thou shalt not hearken to the east. 1598 B. thou shalt not hearken to the north. Thou shalt not hearken to the south. 1598 C. thou shalt not hearken to those who are in the middle of the land. 1599 A. but, thou shalt hearken to N. it is N. who adorned thee. 1599 B. it is N. who built thee, it is he who settled thee. 1600 A. thou doest for him everything which he says unto thee in every place whither N. goes. 1600 B. thou carriest to him the foul-bearing waters which are in thee. 1600 C. thou carriest to him the foul-bearing waters which are to be in thee. 1601 A. thou carriest to him every tree which is in thee. 1601 B. thou carriest to him every tree which is to be in thee. 1601 C. thou carriest to him the food which is in thee. 1601 D. thou carriest to him all food which is to be in thee. 1602 A. thou carriest to N. the gifts which are in thee. 1602 B. thou carriest to N. the gifts which are to be in thee. 1602 C. thou carriest to him everything which is in thee. 1602 D. thou carriest, it, to north to the place wherein the heart of N. desires to be. 1603 A. the doors stand fast upon thee like in Mutef. 1603 B. they open not to the west, they open not to the east. 1603 C. they open not to the north, they open not to the south. 1603 D. they open not to those who are in the middle of the land. 1604 A. but, they are open to, N. 1604 B. it was he who made them, it was he who made them fast. 1604 C. it was he who rescued them from all the evil which men did to them. 1605 A. it was N. who settled thee, in this thy name of settlements, colonies. 1605 B. it was N. who went, doing obeisance, after thee, in this thy name of city. 1605 C. it was N. who rescued thee from all the evil which men did to thee. 1606 A. hearken to N. alone, it is N. who made thee. 1606 B. thou shalt not hearken to the malefactor. XL. Texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 588-600. Utterance 588. 1607 A. to say, Osiris N., thy mother Nut has spread herself over thee, in her name of she of Stp. T. 1607 B. she has caused thee to be as a god, in spite of thee, in thy name of God. 1608 A. she has protected thee against all evil things, in her name of Great Siv, Protectress. 1608 B. thou art the greatest among her children. Utterance 589. 1609 A. to say, Osiris N., thou art the Ka of all the gods. 1609 B. Horus has avenged thee, thou art become his Ka. Utterance 590. 1610 A. to say, Osiris N., behold, thou art avenged, thou livest. 1610 B. thou movest daily, without anything being disordered in thee, or, there is no disorder in thee. 1611 A. thou hast settled for, thy, father, so, thy, father did the same for thee. 1611 B. like the vulture which places herself over her son. Utterance 591. 1612 A. to say, Horus adorns himself with his SSMT apron, when he moves about on his land like Tutti. 1612 B. Set adorns himself with his SSMT apron, when he moves about on his land like Tutti. 1613 A. Thought adorns himself with his SSMT apron, when he moves about on his land like Tutti. 1613b, the god adorns himself with his SSMT apron, when he moves about on his land like Tutti. 1614a n. Also adorns himself with his SSMT apron, when he moves about on his land like Tutti. 1614b, Horus, take to thyself thine eye, which was recognized as thine in the house of the prince of Heliopolis. 1614c on. Thy Ka has recognized thee in spite of thine enemies. Utterance 592. 1615a, to say, Geb, son of Shu, this is Osiris N. 1615b, the heart of thy mother trembles for thee, in thy name of Geb. 1615c. Thou art the eldest son of Shu, his primogeniture. 1616a, O Geb, Osiris N is this one here. 1616b, heal him, that, what is the matter with him, may cease. 1616c, thou art the great God, the only one. 1617a, Adam has given thee his heritage. He has given thee the whole Ennead. 1617b, even Adam himself together with them. The son of his eldest son, Shu, is united with thee, Geb. 1618a, when, he sees thee, that thou art glorified, that thy heart is great, proud. 1618b. Thou art Pn, in thy name of wise mouth, hereditary prince of the gods. 1619a, thou art standing on the earth, thou judgest at the head of the Ennead. 1619b, thy fathers and thy mothers are at their head, thou art more powerful than any god. 1619c, thou art come to Osiris N, that thou mayest protect him against his enemy. 1620a, O Geb, wise mouth, hereditary prince of the gods, it is thy son, Osiris N. 1620b, thou causest thy son to live with him, make thy son prosperous with him. 1621a, thou art lord of the entire earth. 1621b, thou art powerful over the Ennead and even, over, every god. 1622a, thou art mighty, thou turnest away every evil from Osiris N. 1622b. Thou shalt not cause it to return to him, in thy name of Horus who repeats not his work. 1623a, thou art the Ka of all the gods. 1623b, thou hast brought them, thou nourishest them, thou causest them to live. 1623c, make Osiris N live. 1624a. Thou art a god, thou art powerful over all gods. 1624b, an eye goes forth from thy head, like the one great in charms, the upper Egyptian white crown. 1624c. An eye goes forth from thy head, like the one great in charms, the lower Egyptian red crown. 1625, Horus has followed thee for he loves thee. 1626, thou dawnest as king of Lower Egypt, thou art powerful over all the gods together with their castes. Utterance 593. 1627a, to say, stand up, give thine arm to Horus, he causes thee to stand up. 1627b, Geb has wiped thy mouth for thee. 1628a, the great Ennead avenged thee. 1628b, they placed Set under thee, that he may serve under thee. 1628c. They prevented his spittle from spilling on thee. 1629a, Nut throws herself upon her son, who is in thee, she protects thee. 1629b, she defends thee, she embraces thee, she raises thee up. 16291c. For thou art the greatest among her children. 1630a, two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, come to thee. 1630b, they hasten to the place in which thou art. 1630c, thy sister Isis laid hold of thee, when she found thee. 1630d, complete and great, in thy name of Great Black. 1631a. Encircle all things in thine arms, in thy name of Circle which encircles the NBWT. 1631b, thou art great, in thy name of Great Circle which sets. 1632a, Horus has brought Set to thee, he has given him to thee, he bends, him, under thee. 1632b, thy strength is greater than his. 1632c, Horus has caused thee to encircle all the gods, in thine arms. 1633a, Horus has loved his father, in thee, Horus has not suffered thee to go away. 1633b, Horus has not gone away from thee. Horus has avenged his father, in thee. 1633c, thou livest as the coleoptera, lives, thou endures, in Mendes. 1634a, Isis and Nephthys protected thee in Siat. 1634b, even their lord in thee, in thy name of Lord of Siat. 1634c. Even their God in thee, in thy name of Divine Canal. 1635a, they adored thee, so that thou shalt not, again, withdraw from them. 1635b, Isis comes to thee rejoicing for love of thee. 1636a. Thy semen goes into her, while it is pointed like Sothis. 1636b, Horus the pointed has come forth from thee, in his name of Horus who was in Sothis. 1637a, thou art pleased with him, in his name of Spirit who was in the DNDR.W boat. 1637b. Horus has avenged thee, in his name of Horus, the son, who avenges his father. Utterance 594. 1638a, to say, N, has ascended to the portal. 1638b, dawning as king, and being high as Wepwawet. 1638c, he supports himself, he is not tired. Utterance 595. 1639a, to say, greetings to thee, N. 1639b, I am come to thee on thy day, since night. 1639c, I have given to thee NWTKNW. 1640a, I have brought to thee thy heart and have put it in thy body. 1640b. As Horus brought the heart to his mother Isis. 1640c, as she brought the heart to her son Horus. Utterance 596. 1641a, to say, they have raised themselves up, those who reside in graves. 1641b, in secret places. 1641c. Awake, raise thyself up, thine arms are to thy good. Utterance 597. 1642, to say, O N, come, clothe thyself with the sound eye of Horus, which was in T.T. Utterance 598. 1643a. To say, this is this eye of Horus which he gave to Osiris. 1643b, thou hast given it, back, to him, that he may equip his face with it. 1643c, but this is this, eye, of sweet odor concerning which Horus spoke in the presence of Geb. 1643d. Of incense and flame. 1644a, 1 pellet of incense. 1644b, 3 pellets of incense. 1644c, a bow. Utterance 599. 1645a, to say, N, is Geb, the wise mouth, hereditary prince of the gods. 1645b. Whom Adam has placed at the head of the Ennead, with whose words the gods are satisfied. 1645c, and all the gods are satisfied with all which N has said everything wherewith it goes well with him for ever and ever. 1646a, Adam said to N. Behold, the wise mouth, who is among us. 1646b, he greets us, let us unite for him. 1647a, O all ye gods, come, assemble, come, unite. 1647b, as ye assembled and united for Adam in Heliopolis. 1648a, that N might greet you. Come ye. 1648b. Do everything wherewith it might go well with N for ever and ever. 1649a, may Geb give an offering, may he give an offering of these joints of meat, an offering of bread, drink, cakes, fowl. 1649b. To all the gods, who will cause every good thing to happen to N. 1649 c. Who will cause this pyramid of N to endure? 1649 d. Who will cause this temple to endure? 1649 e. Just as, in the condition in which, N, loved it to be, for ever and ever. 1650 a. All gods, who shall cause this pyramid and this temple of N, to be good and to endure. 1650 b. They shall be preeminent, they shall be in honor. 1650 c. They shall become b. Spiritually strong, they shall become m. Physically strong. 1651 a. To them shall be given royal offerings of bread, drink, cakes, meat, fowl, linen, oil. 1651 b. They shall receive their divine offerings. 1651 c. To them their joints of meat shall be presented. 1651 d. To them oblations shall be made. 1651 e. They shall bear off the white crown. 1651 f. Among the two Enneads. Utterance 600. 1652 a. To say, O Adam Kepri, when thou didst mount as a hill. 1652 b. And didst shine as BNW of the Ben, or Benben, in the temple of the Phoenix, in Heliopolis. 1652 c. And didst spew out as Shu, and did spit out as Tefnut. 1653 a. Then, thou didst put thine arms about them, as the arms of a Ka, that thy Ka might be in them. 1653 b. Adam, so put thine arms about N. 1653 c. About this temple, about this pyramid, as the arm, S, of a Ka. 1653 d. That the Ka of N may be in it, enduring for ever and ever. 1654 a. O Adam, put thy protection upon N. 1654 b. Upon this his pyramid, upon this temple of N. 1654 c. Prevent any evil thing happening to him for ever and ever. 1654 d. Just as thy protection was put upon Shu and Tefnut. 1655 a. O great Ennead who are in Heliopolis. 1655 b. Adam, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Set, Nephthys. 1655 c. Children of Adam, his heart is broad, glad, because of his children, in your name of 9 bows. 1656 a. No one among you separates himself from Adam, when he protects N. 1656 b. When he protects this pyramid of N. When he protects this his temple. 1656 c. Against all the gods, against all the dead. 1656 d. He prevents any evil thing from happening to him for ever and ever. 1657 a. O Horus, this N is Osiris. 1657 b. This pyramid of N is Osiris. This his temple is Osiris. 1657 c. Approach thyself to N. 1657 d. Be not far from him, in his name of pyramid. 1658 a. Thou wast complete, thou wast great, in thy name of House of the Great Black. 1658 b. Thought has put the gods under thee, because they are intact and just. 1658 c. In the DD fortress, in the DM fortress. 1658 d. O Horus, like thy father, Osiris, in his name of, he of the royal castle. 1659 a. Horus has given the gods to thee. He has caused them to ascend to thee, as, reed, pens. 1659 b. That they may illuminate thy face, cheer thee, as temples. XLI, a litany-like incantation for the endurance of a pyramid and temple. Utterance 601. Utterance 601. 1660 a. To say, O great Ennead, who are in Heliopolis, make N endure. 1660 b. Make this pyramid of N endure, and this his temple, for ever and ever. 1660 c. As the name of Adam, chief of the great Ennead, endures. 1661 a. As the name of Shu, lord of the upper MNS.T in Heliopolis, endures. 1661 b. So may the name of N endure. 1661 c. So may this his pyramid endure, and this his temple, likewise, for ever and ever. 1662a As the name of Tefnut, Lady of the Lower MNS.T in Heliopolis, is established. 1662b So may the name of N be established. 1662c So may this pyramid be established, likewise, for ever and ever. 1663a As the name of Geb, even the soul of the earth, endures. 1663b So may the name of N endure. 1663c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1663d So may this his temple endure, likewise, even for ever and ever. 1664a As the name of Nut, in the encircled mansion in Heliopolis, endures. 1664b So may the name of N endure. 1664c So may this his pyramid endure. 1664d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1665a As the name of Osiris, in Abydos, endures. 1665b So may the name of N endure. 1665c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1665d So may this his temple endure, likewise, even for ever and ever. 1666a As the name of Osiris, as first of the Westerners, endures. 1666b So may the name of N endure. 1666c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1666d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1667a As the name of Set, in Ombos, endures. 1667b So may the name of N endure. 1667c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1667d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1668a As the name of Horus endures, in Buto. 1668b So may the name of N endure. 1668c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1668d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1669a As the name of Ra, on the horizon, endures. 1669b So may the name of N endure. 1669c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1669d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1670a As the name of Mtiurti, of Letopolis, is established. 1670b So may the name of N endure. 1670c So may this his pyramid endure. 1670d So may this temple of N endure, likewise, for ever and ever. 1671a As the name of WD.T, in Buto, endures. 1671b So may the name of N endure. 1671c So may this pyramid of N endure. 1671d So may this his temple endure, likewise, for ever and ever. XLII, Texts of Miscellaneous Contents. Utterances 602 to 605. Utterance 602. 1672a, to say by the earth, by Geb, by Osiris, by Anubis, by WRB. 1672b Make N, festive at the feast of Horus. 1672c. Let him who is among the falcons hasten to the Ka of N, who is me. 1673a, open for N, his eyes, open for him his nose. 1673b, open for N, his mouth, open for him his ears. 1673c, make prosperous for N, his two plumes. 1674a, let N be allowed to pass, by the god. 1674b, filled with the force of the winds. 1674c, after you have eaten this, N will find what is left by you. 1674d, give the remainder to N, behold, he is come. Utterance 603. 1675 A. N. Jequier, 7709 plus 40. To say, lift thyself up, Father N, fasten to thee thy head, take to thee thy limbs. 1675 B. N. 7709 plus 40. Lift thyself up upon thy feet, follow thy heart. 1675 C. Thy runners hasten, thy messengers rush on behind. 1676 A. Thy herald of the horizon comes, Anubis approaches thee. 1676 B. TP gives his arm to thee, the gods desire, or, rejoice. 1676 C. N. 7709 plus 40, Thought comes in his dignity of spirit to the two Enneads. 1676 C plus 1, N. 7709 plus 42. He ferried over the lake, H.E., avoided the D.T. 1677 A. 1677 B. With this mighty one who endures each day. 1678 A. He comes that he may govern the cities, that he may rule over the settlements. 1678 B. That he may command those who are in none. 1678 C. Sitting, to him. 1679 A. 1679 B. He rests alive in the West, or, he is satisfied in living in the West. 1679 C. Among the followers of Ra, who make the way of twilight mount up. Utterance 604. 1680 A. To say, raise thyself up, Father, N, the Great. Sit before them. 1680 B. The apertures of the heavenly windows are open for thee. 1680 C. Broad are thy steps of light. 1680 D. This is said to thee, Father N. To say, O. Ho. Utterance 605. 1681 A. To say, Father N, I am come. I bring to thee the green cosmetic. 1681 B. I am come, I bring to thee the green cosmetic, which Horus put on Osiris. 1682 A. I put thee on my father N, as Horus put thee on his father Osiris. 1682 B. When, or, as, Horus filled his empty eye with his full eye. XLIII The resurrection, ascension, and reception of the deceased king in heaven. Utterance 606. Utterance 606. 1683 A. To say, arise for me, Father, stand up for me, Osiris N. 1683 B. It is I am thy son, I am Horus. 1684 A. I have come to thee, that I may purify thee, that I may cleanse thee. 1684 B. That I may revivify thee, that I may assemble for thee thy bones. 1684 C. That I may collect for thee thy flesh, that I may assemble for thee thy dismembered limbs. 1685 A. For I am as Horus his avenger, I have smitten for thee him who smote thee. 1685 B. I have avenged thee, Father Osiris N, on him who did thee evil. 1686 A. I have come to thee by order of R.W. 1686 B. For, he has appointed thee, Father Osiris N, to be, upon the throne of Re-Adam. 1686 C. That thou mayest lead the blessed dead. 1687 A. Thou shalt embark into the boat of Ra, in which the gods love to ascend. 1687 B. In which the gods love to descend, in which Ra is rowed to the horizon. 1687 C. N. Shall embark into it, like Ra. 1688 A. Thou shalt seat thyself upon this throne of Ra, that thou mayest command the gods. 1688 B. For thou art indeed Ra, who comes forth from Nut, who gives birth to Ra every day. 1688 C. N. Is born every day like Ra. 1689 A. Take to thyself the heritage of thy father Geb before the corporation of the Ennead in Heliopolis. 1689 B. Who is equal to him? 1689 C. Say the two great and mighty Enneads who are at the head of the souls of Heliopolis. 1690 A. These two great and mighty gods have appointed thee. 1690b, those who are chiefs of the marsh of reeds upon the throne of R.W. 1690c, as their eldest son. 1691a, they placed Shu at thy left, east side, Tefnut at thy right, west side. 1691b. None before thee, at thy south side, Enanti behind thee, at thy north side. 1692a, they lead thee to these their places, beautiful and pure. 1692b, which they made for Ra, when they placed him upon their thrones, his throne. 1693a, n. They make thee live. 1693b, so that thou mayest surpass the years of Horus of the horizon. 1693c, when they make thy, for his name, withdraw not thyself from the gods. 1694a. They recite for thee this chapter, which they recited for Re-Adam who shines every day. 1694b, they have appointed N to their thrones, his throne. 1694c, at the head of every Ennead, as Ra, and as his deputy. 1695a, they cause N to come into being as Ra, in this, his name of Khepri. 1695b, thou mountest to them as Ra, in this his name of Ra. 1695c, thou turnest back again from their face as Ra, in this his name of Adam. 1696a. The two Enneads shall rejoice, O Father. 1696b, when thou approachest, O Father, Osiris N, they say. 1696c, our brother is come to us. 1696d, the two Enneads say to Osiris N, King, Osiris N. 1697a, one of us is come to us. 1697b. The two Enneads say to thee, King, Osiris N. 1698a, the eldest son of his father is come to us. 1698b, the two Enneads say to thee, King, Osiris N. 1698c, he is the eldest son of his mother. 1698d. The two Enneads say to thee, King, Osiris N. 1699a, he to whom evil was done by his brother Set comes to us. 1699b, the two Enneads say. 1699c, and we shall not permit that Set be delivered from carrying thee forever, King, Osiris N. 1699d, the two Enneads say to thee, King, Osiris N. 1700, raise thyself up, King, Osiris N, thou livest. XLIV, Texts of Miscellaneous Contents. Utterances 607 to 609. Utterance 607. 1701a, to say, none has begotten N on his left hand. 1701b, a child, the intelligence of N is not. 1701c, N is freed from the evil gods. 1701d, N is not given to the evil gods. Utterance 608. 1702a, to say, N, stand up for thy father, the great one, be seated for thy mother, Nut. 1702b, give thy hand to thy son, Horus, behold, he is come, he approaches thee. Utterance 609. 1703a. To say, N, thy mother Nut has given birth to thee in the west. 1703b, thou hast descended in the west in company with the Lord of Veneration. 1703c, thy mother Isis has given birth to thee at Chemis. 1703d. Thy hand which is, full of, the north wind takes, possession, of thee. 1703e, overflowing thee, behind the north wind, Father N. 1704a, the lake of reeds is full, the winding watercourse is inundated. 1704b, the Mn canal of N is open. 1704c. Whereby he may ferry over to the horizon, to the place where the gods will be born. 1704d, and where thou wilt be born with them. 1705a, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for Ra. 1705b. That he may ferry over therewith to the horizon to the place where the gods will be born. 1705c, and where he will be born with them. 1706a, the two reed floats of heaven are placed for n. 1706b. That he may ferry over therewith to the horizon to the place where they will be born. 1706c, and where he will be born with them. 1707a, thy sister is Sothis, thy mother, bearer, is the morning star. 1707b. Thou sittest between them on the great throne. 1707c, which is at the side of the two Enneads. 1708a, behold, let these four dwellers of the region, or height, be brought. 1708b. Who sit upon their dB scepters, who come forth on, or, from, the eastern side of the sky. 1708c, that they may proclaim this thy goodly utterance to nbk.w. 1708d, which thy daughter, m.t, said to thee, and 1708e, nbk. W shall proclaim this thy goodly utterance. 1708f, to the two Enneads. 1709a, it is t, he who lays hold of thy hand when thou descendest into the boat of Ra. 1709b, descending into the boat with an offering which the king gives. Descending and ferrying over. XLV, the deceased king on earth and in heaven. Utterance 610. Utterance 610. 1710a, to say, wake up for Horus, stand up before Set. 1710b, raise thyself up, eldest son of Geb. 1710c, before whom the two Enneads tremble. 1711a. The keeper of the palace stands up before thee, so that the three beginnings of the divisions of the year may be celebrated for thee. 1711b, thou dawnest on the first of the month, thou purifiest thyself on the day of the new moon. 1711c. The great MNI.T, stake, mourns for him. 1711d, as for thee who standest without being tired, who resides in Abydos. 1712a, earth, hear that which the gods have spoken, what Horus says as he spiritualizes his father. 1712b. Like Horus and like Min, or Ammonius. 1712c, like Seeker who is at the head of PDWS. 1713a, the earth speaks to thee, the door of Acre is open for thee, the double doors of Geb are open for thee. 1713b. Thou goest forth at the voice of Anubis, for he has spiritualized thee. 1713c, like Thought, or, like Anubis, prince of the court of justice, or, divine court. 1714a, that thou mayest judge, that thou mayest lean upon the two Enneads. 1714b. Who are between the two scepters, in this thy dignity of spirit, commanded by the gods to be in thee. 1715a, if thou goest, Horus goes, if thou speakest, Set speaks. 1715b, if thy step be hindered, the step of the gods will be hindered. 1716a. Thou approachest the lake, thou advancest to the TWR, the T-night gnome. 1716b, thou passest through Abydos, in this thy dignity of spirit, commanded by the gods to be in thee. 1717a, a ramp is trodden for thee to the D. T to the place where is. 1717b, the ox of heaven seizes thine arm. 1717c, thou nourishest thyself with the food of the gods. 1718a, the odor of DDWN is on thee, the upper Egyptian youth, who is come from Nubia. 1718b. He gives thee the incense wherewith the gods sense themselves. 1719a, the two children, twins, of the king of Lower Egypt have given birth to thee. 1719b, they, who are on, his, head, he, the lord of the great crown. 1719c. Ra, calls to thee out of the Iskn of heaven. 1719d, as the jackal, god, gnome governor, of the bows, the two Enneads. 1719e, as Horus who presides over his, abode, or thigh offering. 1719f, he appoints thee as the morning star, lit. God of the morning, in the midst of the marsh of reeds. 1720a, the portal of heaven is open for thee towards the horizon. 1720b, the heart of the gods rejoice at thy approach. 1720c. As a star which ferries over the ocean which is under the underpart of Nut. 1720d, in this, thy dignity issuing from the mouth of Ra. 1721a, thou sittest upon this thy firm throne, like the great one who is in Heliopolis. 1721b. Thou leadest the spirits, spiritualized ones, thou satisfiest the imperishable stars. 1722a, thine abundance is in that herb in which the gods abound. 1722b, and on which the spirits nourish themselves. 1722c. Thine eyes are opened by the earth, thy limbs are gathered up by the Lord of SBW.T, the rebel city. 1723a, raise thyself up, like Tm, chief of Letopolis. 1723b, when the great bread and this wine like water were given to him. 1723c. The im tree serve thee, the NBS tree, bows its head to thee. 1723d, a royal offering will be given to thee, such as Anubis will do for thee. XVIII, texts of miscellaneous contents. Utterances 611 to 626. Utterance 611. 1724a, to say, thou who livest art living, Father, in this thy name of, with the gods. 1724b, thou shalt dawn as Wepwawet, a soul at the head of the living. 1724c. That mighty one at the head of the spirits. 1725a, the King N is a DWR, who is at your head, spirits. 1725b, the King N is the great mighty one, who is at your head, spirits. 1725c, the King N is a thought among you, gods. 1726a. The bolt is drawn for thee. 1726b, the bolt, to the two ramportals, which hold people back. 1726c, thou countest enemies, thou takest the hand of the imperishable stars. 1727a, thine eyes are open, thine ears are open. 1727b. Enter into the house of the guardian, let thy father Geb guard thee. 1728a, the waterholes are united for thee, the lakes are brought together for thee. 1728b, for Horus who will avenge his father, for King N who will avenge his body. 1729a. A vulture greater than thou, does, triple homage to thee. 1729b, it is agreeable to thy nose on account of the smell of the I.twt.t crown. Utterance 612. 1730a, further, to say, let this thy going, King N, be like the going of Horus to his father, Osiris. 1730b, that he may be a spiritualized one thereby, that he may be a soul thereby, that he may be an honored one thereby, that he may be a mighty one thereby. 1731a. Thy spirit is behind thee. 1731b, King N. 1732a, collect thy bones, take to thee thy limbs. 1732b, shake off this earth, dust of the earth, from thy flesh. 1733a, take to thee these thy 4 NMS. T jars, filled at the divine lake in NTR.W. 1733b, and, the wind of the great Isis, together with, which, the great Isis dried, him, like Horus. 1734a, raise thyself towards the eye of Ra. And according to this thy name so will the gods do. 1734b, to Horus of the D.T, even to Horus SKSN. 1734c, to Horus. 1734d. 1735a. Raise thyself up, be seated on thy firm throne. 1735b, thy fingernails scratched the castle, door. 1735c, thou travellest over the regions of Horus, thou travellest over the regions of Set. 1735d. Utterance 613. 1736a. 1736b. 1736c n, Father. 1736d. HDHD. 1736e. 1736f, to the Marsh of Offerings. 1737a, HDHD, the Ferryman of the Winding Watercourse, comes. 1737b. 1738a. 173 8b. Osiris, N, comes, on the right side of the Marsh of Offerings, behind the two great gods. 1738c, that N may hear what they say. 1739a. Coming forth, like Osiris to wash thy hands. 1739a plus 1, N, Jequier, Ziv 1350 plus 74 to 75. Ear, Tefnut. 1739b, if Tefnut seizes thee, if Shu grasps thee. 1739c, then the majesty of Ra will shine no more. In the horizon, that every god may see him. Utterance 614. 1740a, to say. 1740b, thou goest to the portal of the house of B. 1740c, thou givest thy hand to them, when they come to thee with salutations. 1741a. But thou smitest them with. 1741b, in accordance with thy dignity which appertains to the lords of the Im. Utterance 615. 1742a. To say, the eye of Horus is mounted, or, is placed upon, the wing of his brother Set. 1742b, the ropes are tied, the boats are assembled. 1742c, so that the son of Adam be not without a boat. 1742d n. Is with the son of Adam who is not without a boat. Utterance 616. 1743a, to say, O thou who art in the fist of the ferryman of the marsh of reeds. 1743b, bring this, boat, to n, ferry n, over. Utterance 617. 1744a. To say, hasten, hasten. 1744b. 1744c, unite thyself with the gods in Heliopolis. 1745a, may the king make an offering, in all thy places. May the king make an offering, in all thy dignities. 1745b, n, Jequier, XX 1315. Thou goest in thy sandals, thou slaughterest an ox. 1745c. Utterance 618. 1746a. To say, now be still, men, hear. 1746b. 1746c. 1746d with the first of the Westerners. Utterance 619. 1747a. To say, raise thyself up, N, raise thyself up, great NW. 1747b, raise thyself up from, lit. On, thy left side, place thyself on thy right side. 1748a, wash thy hands with this fresh water which I have given thee, my, lit. Thy, father Osiris. 1748b, I have tilled the barley, I have reaped the spelt. 1748c, with which I made, an offering, for thy feasts, which the first of the Westerners offered for thee. 1749a, thy face is like that of a jackal, thy heart is like that of, B.T., thy seat is like that of a broad hull. 1749b, a stairway to heaven is built, for thee, that thou mayest ascend. 1750a, thou judgest between the two great gods. 1750b, who support the two Enneads. 1750c, Isis weeps for thee. Nephthys calls thee. 1751a, as for imt.t she sits at the feet of thy throne. 1751b, thou seizest thy two oars. 1751c, of which one is of pine, the other of id. 1752a, thou ferriest over the lake of thy house, the sea. 1752b. And thou avengest thyself against him who did this against thee. 1752c. O, ho, may the great lake protect thee. Utterance 620. 1753a. To say, I am Horus, Osiris N, I will not let thee sicken. 1753b. Come forth, awake, I will avenge thee. Utterance 621. 1754, to say, Osiris N, take to thyself the odor of the eye of Horus, like the eye of Horus, which he traced by its odor. Utterance 622. 1755a. To say, Osiris N, I have adorned thee with the eye of Horus. 1755b. Which is, that RNNWT.T of whom the gods have fear. 1755c. The gods fear thee, as they have fear of the eye of Horus. Utterance 623. 1756, Osiris N, take to thyself the eye of Horus, which made its STNF. Utterance 624. 1757, N.T. Jequier, 8-1. To say, N has gone forth on the sea of I.W., the ferryman, N has ascended with the help of the wing of Khepri. 1758a. It is Nut who takes the hand of N, it is Nut who prepares the way for N. 1758b, Nt. 8-1. The falcon defends thee against these. 1759a. Who are in this boat of Ra, who transport the boat of Ra, to the east. 1759b. Carry N, lift him up. 1760a. Set this N, among these gods, the imperishable stars, fallen among them. 1760b. He does not perish, he is not destroyed. 1761a. N is, among the great gods, he is judge among the gods. 1761b. He who supplies, or, fills, N, supplies N, for his brother. 1761c. Nt. 84. This N, IRI.F ascends like Ra. 1761d. N is Osiris, who is come forth out of the night. Utterance 625. 1762a. To say, N is the DM scepter which is in grg.wb.f. 1762b. N has descended upon the perch, N has ascended among the great ones. 1763a. Nt. XXXI 806. I have descended into the field of royal women. 1763b. N has ascended upon the ladder. 1763c. His foot on the arm of N, in its. 1764a. I took hold of the reins of him who is chief of his department, and. 1764b. He takes the arm of N. To the great place. 1764c. Where, N, has seized his throne in the divine boat. 1765a. 1765b. N as Prince of Heaven. 1765c. The house of N is there among the lords of names. 1766a. 1766b. The men and his two boats. 1766c. The name of N is in the horizon, that hm.w fear him. 1767a. 1767b. The great game board, at the side of him who is with NHDF. 1768a. Every god who gives to N his power to carry off. 1768b. N. Truth. 1768c. He causes those to live who ceased in the fight at the side of DB. 1769a. N. 1769b. Ho. He who sees behind him, bring to N. The DTP, made by Kmun. 1769c. That N may ascend to heaven upon it, that N may do service of a courtier to Ra, in heaven. Utterance 626. 1770a. To say, N has ascended like a swallow, N has alighted like a falcon. 1770b. The face of N. 1770 c. That fortress of his, every one, all of them, have been given to him, the two gnomes of the god have been given to him. XVIII, the ascended king, his works, and identifications. Utterance 627. Utterance 627. 1771a. To say, N is a well-equipped spirit, who asks to be. 1771b. Heaven is agitated, the earth quakes. 1771c. 1772a. N was born on, the day of the feast, of the month, N was conceived on, the day of the feast, of the half-month. 1772b. 4, he came forth with the dorsal carapace of a grasshopper. 1772c. As among that, of, which the wasp bore. 1773a. The two wings. 1773b. Two uraeuses. N was conceived in the night and ascends to Ra each day. 1773c. The chapel is open for him, when, Ra appears. 1774a. N has ascended on the rain cloud. He has descended. 1774b. Truth is before Ra. 1774c. On the day of, the feast, of each first of the year. 1775a. Heaven was in satisfaction, the earth was, in joy. 1775b. After, they heard that N had put truth, in the place of error. 1776a. Protect, or, avenge, north in his divine court. 1776b. With the true decision, which comes forth from his mouth. 1776c. Demanded his installation as chief, 2 acres. 1776d. 1777a. N is the great falcon who asks to be. 1777b. N ferries over the sky on 4 geese. 1777c. N has ascended on the rain cloud, he has descended. 1777d. 1778a. N is the great falcon, who is upon the battlements, or cornice blocks, of the house of him of the hidden name. 1778b. Who will seize the possessions, or provisions of Adam for him who separates the sky from the earth and none. 1778c. This N, in all, shines. 1779a. His 2 lips are like those of the male of the divine falcons. 1779b. His neck is like that of the mistress of the biflame. 1779c. His claws are like those of the bull of the evening. 1780a. His wings are like those of him who presides over, his, abode within the lake of his chapel. 1780b. The W, taste, of N is like the SWNWR.FWR, who is at the side of him who is, in none. 1780c. N was born at, or, on, the hand of eternity. 1781a. 1781b. N went, to the field of the glorified. 1781c. His hands fell upon DBNWP.WT, him of the twisted horns, north of the island of Elephantine, BW. 1781d. He has illuminated the earth with his first divine being. 1782a. N. I-168. To the side. 1782b. The Uri, us, the Gu-Ide, in his first birth. 1782c. He is busying himself with SPD.WNW.T. 1782d. It goes well with N. Because of his BA. 1783a. 1783b. WS erm.WTNFR.S. 1783c. The name of N is made like that of a divine falcon, through which he who passes by it fears. 1784a. Because like N. SMSW is older than NHD. 1784b. 1784c. N goes to his seat, place, of, in, the SSM.T land. 1784d. That which N eats comes from the marshes, of offerings. 1784 E. and from the lakes of Malachite. 1785 A. N. I 171. He, a ka in the body of 100,000. 1785 B. N. conducts Ra into his two boats of M.T. 1785 C. on the day of the feast of the end of the year.